started a practice that was mainly women's health based, mainly because I already knew a whole community of midwives and doulas, and the birth community in San Diego was really vibrant at that time, and I was a part of that mandala of practitioners. So I got out of school, and next thing you know, I'm seeing babies, moms, and I'm doing fertility, pregnancy, postpartum care. That's evolved. It's been, 18 years, and I see everybody now. And gosh, I help the kiddos who are starting to menstruate, who I was at their births. I see the grandparents, I see the moms going through menopause and the dads going through andropause and all of their concerns. So I've become a full family practice. Um, I own a wellness center and we have multiple practitioners there, and it's an integrated wellness center. For many years, I've had all different diverse types of practitioners, including pediatricians at one point. Um, Social workers for hospice. I've got chiropractors at different iterations at different times. My wellness centers housed all sorts of practitioners, and I really love that. I really like being a part of a community. I really like being the family doctor. So that's where this is kind of coming from, because despite my biggest loves of my life in these two moments of birth and death, the rest of our life is pretty mundane and we're just rolling through it. And I'm square in middle age, and I'm seeing all my patients that are square in middle age, and you're like, what is this about? So maybe this is just this conversation today is just a reflection of my own trying to grapple with my own middle agedom. But this is where most of our patients are, actually, and this is where we can have the greatest impact on longevity and health, because it's right around this time of life where things start to crescendo: who you've been, who you're becoming, how you're going to be next, what kind of life you actually, you know, we don't always get to choose our own adventure, but if we're hedging our bets on our longevity, how do we want to live in order to pace ourselves to be as healthy as possible? And how do we inform our patients of that? It's also, with modern Western medicine, I'll say this also about myself really quick, just to give you an idea. On top of my love of birth and death, I enjoy the esoteric deeply, but I was raised by a PhD in pathology. So my mind and my own medical journey, which I was very, very, very sick as a child. I had active tuberculosis when I was 2 years old. So I've had a very complicated medical health. I would have loved to have been a doctor, but I wouldn't have survived residency. And I'm healthier now at 46 years old than I was at 20 years old. There's no way I could have survived a medical education. Because of my physical health. And I was one of those people who falls in between all the diagnoses. I was always sick. Nobody could figure out what was going on, and nobody knew why. And in part, I believe it was because I was so sick as a child. Having said that, I love Western medicine. I love medical research. It is fun for me to read PubMed before I go to bed at night. I deeply enjoy some new medical information, and I will read research for funsies. So on the one hand, I'm a deep practitioner of Vajrayana Buddhism. I love the classics. I love ancient history of India and China specifically. That's like, if you want to talk poetry, I'm here for it. Also, if you want to talk research, I'm here for it. So this is the lens in which I teach. There's going to be times where I'm going to go off and we're going to look at all these studies, and there's going to be all these charts, and we're going to talk about the full endocrine system today and as it relates to midlife. That's awesome. But also, if you want to talk the classics as it relates to midlife, here for it too. So whatever angle you want to come at. Now, I'm not an expert in anything. I may know or not know the answer to your question, but that's sort of how I see myself in this. And as a clinician and as a very busy, family style doctor of traditional Chinese medicine, I read labs every day. People come to me with binders of Western medicine. I order labs because I'm here in the state of California, and I love deep diving what's happening in Western medicine as much as our tradition, and figuring out how to help. So if I get too far on one side, you guys can pull me back in. If you're like, this is way too much, like labs and all that, how does that pertain to, or what points do we use, or what herbs do we use? Tell me, I'll reel it in. We'll get back to the classical Chinese perspective of what I'm talking about, and I can hold both brains at once. Okay. And I think that that's the ideal of a great practitioner in this time and space, would be to be able to do that. I want people to be able to, especially at the DAOM level, to be able to be fluid in holding both brains at once, and going back and forth and interchanging, and knowing that you can exist in these two worlds and have them overlap and both be very impactful. So often a pulse diagnosis will allow me to see what labs I need to order. In fact, I'll feel the pulses and I know what labs. I feel the pulses, I know we need a sonogram. I feel the pulses, I know maybe even what pharmaceutical if they're only going to do pharmaceuticals. Our cosmology is our 5-element 5-phase cosmology is in everything. So Western medicine is not separate from our cosmology if we believe our cosmology. So if we understand everything being a part of the 5-phase system, then everything is a part of that. And then it's just up to us, which paintbrush are we needing to use today? What tool, how do we see it? What tool are we going to use? And what will give us the best result? So that's sort of the way in which I see medical practice at this point and what I do. I don't know, is this, am I good to go? And I just click on things, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I think.
Figure it out, because leaves at 1.
Oh, well, yeah. It'll all crash and burn within 10 minutes. We don't need to wait until 1. I'll either get it or I won't. Technology is not. Out of all my skill sets, technology is my least good one. I thought that this slide was funny. I ran it by my 15-year-old. She got it. So if you're not interested in my sense of humor and this doesn't make any sense, that's totally fine. But I was trying to give some sort of example of what it feels like in life cycles to go from earth to metal. And I think there's no greater image than the Wizard of Oz. Like midlife, like you're going to get through the poppies, you may fall asleep, you're going to get to this like incredible metal emerald city. And then there'll be a man behind a curtain that actually doesn't know maybe what he's doing. And guess what? You could always go home if you wanted to the whole time. Welcome to Earth and to Metal. So for me that was like hysterical for the journey of this time. If you're not poetic, revisit at the end of the class. If you don't understand why that's funny, then I failed as a teacher. So that's the metric. Please give me all the commentary. I'm okay with it. I don't know if my humor always hits. And then obviously water, metal to water, which less funny, more poetic. I actually have a dream of teaching, and we'll kind of talk about this a little bit later in the slides, but I have a dream of teaching like the art of clinical diagnosis. Like it's my dream in life to put a painting up and say, okay, put a painting up, be like, okay, acid reflux, what's the herbs and acupuncture, because diagnosis is poetic and there should be poetry in everything we do. So anyway, but that's my personal journey of midlife looks something like the Wizard of Oz. Okay, since this is not my computer and I don't know how to use it, we're just gonna do that. Nope. Yes, it does it. And there. Okay. So I always like to start, I have children and I like reading out loud. And I find that when people read things out loud to me, I hear it differently than if I read it to myself. So we're going to start off with a little bit of classics. We're going to start with reading out loud in case, everybody drink your coffee, get yourself away. It's story time. When I was thinking about midlife, I was trying to get all esoteric and deep, and I went through all different classics, was wondering how I was going to frame our discussion. And I was going to root it in the classics for sure, because later we're going to go off on the endocrine system. And, we needed to have that, perspective. And it was hysterical because I was actually panicking sometime in June or so when I was like, I'm not finding what I want to like couch this conversation. And then I read the first chapter of the link shoe. And the first chapter did it. And I was like, when's the last time I just opened it and read the first chapter? I'm always like deep diving like other things and I'm always getting all whatever. And so I'd read through, several different things. I was like, oh, and then I read the first chapter. I was like, oh yeah, this is it. So we're actually starting page 1, chapter 1, line 1. I'm going to read you the first chapter of the link shoes to one. Okay. And it's hysterical at how accurate it is for our modern life. I think you guys will find yourselves in it. So as you all know, so I won't give you the framework. We all know it. And I think even it was covered a little bit yesterday, but in the former times, there was Huang Di. When he came to life, he had magic power like a spirit. While he was still weak, he could speak. While he was still young, he was quick of apprehension. After he'd grown up, he was sincere and skillful. After he had matured, he ascended to heaven. Now he asked the heavenly teacher, I have heard that the people of high antiquity, in the sequence of spring and autumn, all exceed 100 years. But in their movements and activities, there was no weakening. As for people of today, after 1/2 of 100 years, the movements and activities of all of them weaken. Is this because the times are different, or is it that the people have lost this ability? Yeah, that's the same question we would ask right now. Chibo responded, the people of high antiquity, those who knew the way, they modeled their behavior on yin and yang, and they complied with the arts and the calculations. Their eating and drinking was moderate. Their rising and resting had regularity. They did not tax themselves with meaningless work. Hence, they were able to keep physical appearance and spirit together, and to exhaust the years allotted by heaven. Their lifespan exceeded 100 years before they departed. The fact that people of today are different is because they take wine as an ordinary beverage, and they adopt absurd behavior as regular behavior. They are drunk when they enter the woman's chambers. Through their lust, they exhaust their essence. Through their wastefulness, they dissipate their true chi. They do not know how to maintain fullness, and they engage their spirit when it is not the right time. They make every effort to please their hearts, but they oppose the true happiness of life. Rising and resting miss their terms. Hence, it is only 1/2 of 100 years, and they weaken. Now, when the sages of high antiquity taught those below, they always spoke to them about the following: the depletion evil and the robber wind. There are specific times to avoid them. Quiet peacefulness, absolute emptiness, the true chi follows these states. When essence and spirit are guarded internally, where could disease come from? Hence, the mind is relaxed and one has few desires. The heart is at peace and one is not in fear. The physical appearance is taxed but is not tired. The chi follows its appropriate course, and therefrom results compliance. Everything follows one's wishes. In every respect, one achieves what one longs for. Hence, they considered their food delicious, they accepted their clothes, and they enjoyed the common. Those of higher and those of lower status did not long for each other. The people, therefore, were called natural. Hence, cravings and desires could not tax their eyes. The excess evil could not confuse their hearts. The stupid and the knowledgeable, the exemplary and the non-exemplary, none was in fear of the other beings. Hence, they were one with the way. That by which all of them were able to exceed a lifespan of 100 years, while their movements and activities did not weaken. That was the fact that their virtue was perfect and they did not meet with danger. So Hongdia asks, when someone is old in years and no longer has children, is it that his strength is exhausted, or is it that the heavenly numbers are such? I get this asked every day in my office. Chibo says, in a female, at the age of 7, the chi of the kidney abounds. The first teeth are substituted and the hair grows long. With 2 times 7, the heavenly Gui arrives. The controlling vessel is passable and the great thoroughfare vessel abounds with chi. The monthly affair moves down in due time, hence a woman may have children. With 3 times 7, the chi of the kidney has reached its normal level. Hence the wisdom teeth emerge and females grow to their full size. With 4 times 7, the sinews and bones are firm and the hair has grown to its full extent. The body and the limbs are in a state of abundance and strength. With 5 times 7, the yang brilliance vessel weakens. The face begins to dry out. The hair begins to fall off. With 6 times 7, the 3 yang vessels weaken in the upper sections. The face is all parched. The hair begins to turn white. With 7 times 7, the controlling vessel is depleted, and the great thoroughfare vessel is weak, and its contents are diminished. The heavenly way is exhausted. The way of earth is impassable. Hence, the physical appearance is spoilt, and a woman can no longer have children. Let me make sure I can do this correctly. Sorry, guys. I'm used to my little computer. Okay. In a male, at the age of 8, the chi of the kidneys is replete. His hair grows, and the initial teeth are substituted. With 2 times 8, the chi of the kidney abounds, the heavenly way arrives, and the essence of chi flows away. Yin and yang find harmony. Hence, he can have children. With 3 times 8, the chi of the kidney has reached its normal level. The sinews and the bones are firm and strong. Hence, the wisdom teeth emerge, and men grow to their full size. With 4 times 8, the sinews and the bones prosper in abundance. The muscles and the flesh are full and strong. With 5 times 8, the chi of the kidney weakens. The hair falls off and the teeth wither. With 6 times 8, the yang qi weakens and is exhausted in the upper sections. The face dries out, and the hair on the head and on the temples shows streaks of white. With 7 times 8, the chi in the liver weakens. The sinews can no longer move. The heavenly gray is exhausted. The remaining essence is diminished. The kidney depot is weak, and the physical body is completely exhausted. With 8 times 8, the teeth and the hair go. The kidneys rule the water. They receive the essence from the 5 depots and the 6 palaces, and they store it. Hence, when there is abundance in the 5 depots, essence can flow away. At this age, now the 5 depots are all weak, and the sinews and bones have become sluggish. The heavenly gray is used up entirely. Hence, the hair on the head and the temples turn white, and the body and the limbs are heavy. A male of that age no longer walks upright and no longer has children. Huangdi says, it happens that someone who is already old in years nevertheless has children. How can that be? Oldest book printed in human history. And the guy's like, wait a second here. But I don't age, right? How do I not age? Doctor, tell me how I don't age. Please tell me. Shibo says, in this case, the lifespan allotted by heaven exceeds the norm. The chi passes through the vessels as usual, and the chi of the kidneys has a surplus. Although someone has children, males do not exceed the end reached at 8 times 8, and females do not exceed the end reached 7 times 7, when the essence chi of heaven and earth are all exhausted. Huangdi says, now those who follow the way, they all reach a number of 100 years. Can they have children? Like, he's not letting it go. And I just think this is like hysterical. I don't know if you guys think this is funny, but I didn't realize, like, I know I had read this a million times, but I didn't realize how insistent it was. Like, but wait. Anyway, I'll give my commentary later. So it cracks me up. Okay, Chibo says, now those who follow the way, they can drive away old age, and they can preserve their physical appearance. Although their body has lived a long life, they are still able to produce children. Okay, they can. Just simmer down now. Huangdi says, I have heard in high antiquity, there were true men. They upheld the patterns of heaven and earth, and they grasped the regularity of yin and yang. They exhaled and inhaled essence chi. They stood for themselves and guarded their spirit. Muscles and flesh were like one. Hence, they were able to achieve longevity in correspondence with heaven and earth. There was no point in time when their life could have come to an end. Such was their life in the way. At the time of Middle Antiquity, there were accomplished men. They were of pure virtue, and they were entirely in accord with the way. They adapted themselves to the regularity of yin and yang, and they lived in harmony with the 4 seasons. They left the world, and they departed from the common. They accumulated essence and preserved their spirit. They roamed between heaven and earth, and their vision as well as their hearing went beyond the 8 reaches. This way they added to their lifespan and were strong. They too may be counted among true men. Next, there were the sages. They lived in harmony with heaven and earth, and they followed the patterns of the 8 winds. They accommodated their cravings and their desires with the world and the common, and their heart knew no anger. In their activities, they had no desire to dissociate themselves from the world. In their clothing and bearing, they had no desire to be observed by the common people. Externally, they did not tax their physical appearance with any affairs. Internally, they did not suffer from any pondering. They made every effort to achieve peaceful relaxation, and they considered self-realization as success. Their physical body did not deteriorate, and their essence and their spirit did not dissipate. They too could reach a number of 100 years. Next, there were the exemplary men. They took heaven as law and the earth as rule. Their appearance resembled sun and moon. They distinguished among and arranged the stars on the basis of their movements, contrary to or following the movements of yin and yang. They distinguished among the 4 seasons. They went along with high antiquity, and they acted in complete union with the way. They too were able to add to their long life and have their full time. So that's the end of that. What do you guys think? Is it, for me, thinking about how this was the first chapter and the first passage, and then you read it and you're like, I actually have a New York Times article in here that is basically just this. And it was like from June. You know, it was like, okay, is it just me? Or, you know, is it just me or do people used to live longer? Or is this the longest we've ever lived? Like in Western thought, like a lot of us are like, how do we attain longevity? And are we going to live longer than the people before us? Right? We have this romance, this love affair with trying to figure out how to have sustained longevity. And that has always been part of the human condition. Right? I mean, that's just part of it. And then definitely reproductive wellness. I live in San Diego, and you're not allowed to age. It's illegal in Southern California. You will be fined. You know, like my face is starting to wrinkle a little too much. It's getting uncomfortable and awkward with the patients. I got to get an intervention. I'm totally joking. I'm, whatever. But you know what I mean? The pressure's on. The pressure's on in midlife, and especially in the culture and time that I'm in. And I found this so like hysterical. And then in that sort of like, right, but I'm gonna live longer, right? And of course, every emperor thought that, like, or anybody who's of high station is going to be consumed with their longevity in that way. And again, I'm obsessed with birth and death, so I haven't really contemplated midlife and longevity because I get that life's impermanent. I try to help everybody as much as I can, but I haven't rooted myself or held so tightly. And then now at 46, I'm kind of like, I should probably consider this. I was like, okay, wait, the sages do what now? How do I do that? Is it possible? Is there still time for me? Um, what are your reactions? I mean, I know that we have people online and in here, but does this strike anybody as interesting or does it feel appropriate or timely to you?
I think too, it's not just longevity, it's quality of getting
Mhm.
my 60s, and I'm getting tired sometimes, but all of this is a great reminder about how we do cultivate daily life.
Yeah.
And not just trying to get older.
Yeah, and that part of like not taking wine as ordinary drink, right? You're like, oh yeah, right. What about my coffee? I mean, it is a friendly reminder, and we'll go through. I actually wrote up the times tables for anybody who's hard of their math isn't so great because a little bit of this you're like, wait a second, I'm in that age, and is that happening right now? And let me check in because that sounds a little foreboding. But really, it's pretty accurate still for most of planet Earth, and this aging and these metrics are way more accurate than you would assume with the how old this is. And so then it makes you wonder, like, I think of them as antiquity, right? I think that they knew. I'm looking to them as my great people of antiquity to teach me about longevity. And they're like, no, there are people who lived before us in great antiquity. And you're like, okay, when was this antiquity exactly? When were we living this long? And they're saying all the same things as like the complexity of modern life that we have right now. And I think of them as being simpler than I am. I think that their life wasn't complex. And like, certainly I could look to them and they're like, well, people like they get drunk, they have sex, they drink wine, like all the things. And you're like, we're kind of still doing that. Like, and if anything, it's escalated, right? Anyway, I'm sorry, there's a couple more hands. Please, I'd love to hear everybody just free associate and chime in.
So one, thing,
Oh, mhm.
I'm just gonna housekeeping here. For those folks in the back, sorry, I just want to please raise your voice so that we can hear you up here. I'm old, so my hearing's not well, and I have to put it in here and subnote it. So just use your expression voice if at all comfortable for you.
And also let me know if you guys can't hear me. And when I get really interested in something, I trail off and I don't make eye contact and I get kind of in my own head. So if I start like, doing that, please let me know if I'm not connecting. Yeah. Yeah. Jamie, come back. Mhm.
not what I hear.
So tomorrow, she mentioned that I'll be doing like weight gain, weight loss, and midlife, and semaglutide, and some of the revolution there. The first half of tomorrow is all perimenopause and menopause because, yes, at 7 times 7, you fall off a cliff and you die, and that's just known throughout time and space. Don't you? I'm totally joking. Sorry, it's my way of dealing with the tears of everyday life in my practice. It's mainly perimenopausal women. This is my reaction to you're no longer of consequence and it's over. I'm sorry. Totally not the case. There's poetry in the numbers. There's that feeling of completion around 7 times 7, 8 times 8. One of my commentaries on it, yeah. Okay. One of my commentaries on that is, and one of the things we have to grapple with the numerology is, and something to ask ourselves as we start to take over the narrative of women's health. I'm very passionate about taking over the narrative of women's health, all health and transgender health and all the healths and men's health, because there's an explosion around perimenopause and menopause happening right now. There's finally some money, there's finally some research, there's finally some momentum, and people are finally talking about it. And that is so exciting to me, being in my midlife, watching this and helping people navigate. So there's that point. But what we have to negotiate is, and because it's not specifically in the CEUS, where earth and metal and water all start. One thing to consider is, do we start water element at menopause, or are we still in metal, or are we entering water? And when do we call our pivot between metal and water? And I haven't yet, maybe as I introspectively go through my own menopause, I will have some insight on that personally as I feel my body. I have some ideas by walking people through it every day and watching it unfold. But it could be that one way to look at this is that water element starts for men at 8 times 8, and water element starts for women at 7 times 7. And I would say when you look at testosterone and estrogen in a man's life, 64 is a really reasonable age to perceive andropause. Now, maybe that's just a modern view. Maybe that's an abomination. Anybody who does classical Chinese, please let me know in translation. But as a clinician in this day and age and time, it's something that I would consider when I look at that number. The average age of menopause, for anybody who doesn't know, and again, I will inexhaustively cover this tomorrow. The average age of menopause globally is 51 and a half. So 49 is about right, which is amazing. Like, why do women go through menopause in the first place? And secondarily, why has it been about the same age for this many years? And why has nobody researched this or found this interesting in any way? Oh, yeah, sure.
So, just let me say, just tell them I'm reading Ronald's. They might not be able to.
She's reading Ronald's question right now.
It's a really good commentary. He says, I think it's a great way to begin a medical text, outlining the premise of both how long we should expect to live and that there are ways of living that can achieve this. It isn't arguing that if only we can advance our technology enough, then we can live this long. It is premised that you have the ability to live this long, but need to maintain, cultivate it, and now we can talk about the how. And then Christine adds in, people in, Dr. Klein, people in the blue zones live for a long time. And then I'm not gonna tell the joke. I'll know most of the joke.
Well, we all want to laugh. I'll just laugh anyway. I don't know what the joke was.
Say HR is an ignorant. You know the joke of the very old couple who reach heaven, and the angel shows them the villa overseeing the ocean where they're going to live in, and introduces them to their private chef and all the available community activities. So the husband looks angrily to his wife and says, if it wasn't because of you and all your healthy food, except and exercise, we would have been here a long time ago.
Yeah, there's that part, which is what I usually cover, honestly. Honestly, I'm more interested in where are we coming from and where are we going from here. But today we're going to be like earth element. Like, I'm going to try to stay here.
And many of you know my better half, the other Dr. Saunders. He has now informed me that I am first, so he can go be a mother. And I said to him, I would hope that would be later rather than sooner. I love your like hashtag mannequins. Moving on.
Yeah. And perhaps it is, if we're worried about entering water phase earlier than men, perhaps we need to re-understand what water phase means. Us stopping menstruating lengthens our lives because our bone marrow is no longer taxed. So women perhaps living in water element longer is precisely part of longevity for us, and is part of the imperative, like part of the societal imperative and impact of women on a culture if we live longer. We take it for granted that women live longer, and we wonder why, and we don't actually think about how the impact of elderly women on society and what that means. And it may in fact be the most powerful thing in the world to live that much of your life in water phase. You know what I mean? Yeah. Okay. Yes.
I just want to talk about like my personal experience.
Mhm.
So I'm a little bit over half a century at this point. And so one of the things that I've noticed with myself is that ever since I started doing more Qigong, that has actually like, it changed my my hormones where I don't have a menstrual cycle anymore. And at first there was this like, you know, heartbreak, you know, because there are so many things connected to that. But I also noticed that every time I would have a menstrual cycle, there was a depletion that was happening with me. And it was hard for me not just to do my Qigong because everything had to change, but also doing treatments on patients. And so now I feel a lot more robust since I've stopped that. And so it's like the second part of myself, there's just it's a different avenue of just like of experiencing life to a full degree.
You'll be here tomorrow?
Yeah.
Thanks for sharing that. Yeah. Well, we're gonna, yeah, if tell us more tomorrow if you feel so inclined when we're going through it, because yeah, a healthy menopause, a healthy navigated menopause should actually increase longevity and vitality in a woman, just like a healthy pregnancy should. Yeah.
Yeah, so just playing up the dots. These are the same passages I actually read at the start of my medical Qigong class.
Nice. Yay.
So I'm just like, oh, somebody else is doing this too.
That's awesome. I didn't know you did it. Maybe I should have gotten a heads up. So that's awesome that you do it. Because yeah, I hadn't revisited in a long time. You're like, this is like, if you just read this for the rest of your life and check in about how you're living, it would be really good advice. So that's so cool that you do that.
Right, and also for me, I feel like, you know, this isn't going to inspire people to cultivate or be strong and or whatever practice, you know, helps them connect heaven and earth and feel themselves grounded in God. I don't know what will. It's like you read this and you're like, there is a way to. It's not necessarily like you're going to achieve that, but it's like you're going to improve the quality of life within the time that you have allowed. And in my own life, I've noticed, you know, that Qigong just, it's profound for how you can gracefully move changes with the flow rather than through resistance. And then that resistance is really where the aging comes from. It's just constantly holding yourself in tension. Right? So just another maybe not going to inspire people. There are cultivation practices out there, whether it's yoga, qigong, whatever it is. There are ways.
And they've been embedded in the history of this medicine from the beginning and preceded the medicine, actually. Probably or informed it entirely. Thank you for sharing that. That's awesome. I love that you do this because when I reread, I was like, I need to revisit this regularly. So it's so awesome to know. Oh, that's wonderful. Anybody else? Yeah.
It's interesting. It's fun to reread this after many years and to like compare. My mind is kind of going into comparing today modern with then in terms of like now it's actually not so hard to get old. because of sanitation, because of modern medicine, and all these things, but then more about now the quality of life as
Mhm.
you kind of surpass, what used to be a shorter lifespan, which you all can think of with other populations. And then the other thing that I'm just contemplating is how early menarche is getting these days, and in practice, that it used to be only girls who were eating a lot of like processed or commercial chicken like that. And now even families with super organic everything, girls are just entering menarche so early, like 9,
Mhm.
10, and so what happens
Mhm.
and how does that affect the
Mhm. That was one of my thoughts as well. And again, maybe we'll talk more about this tomorrow. Robin and I were talking about this morning that, my undergrad is in religion and Asian studies, and I love the idea of religion. And, there's this thing where human beings have always thought it was the end of times. Most traditions, most of the time, for thousands and thousands of years, something about just religion and faith in general is that it's definitely end times and you're in it. It's definitely end times, you're in it. And you read this, and that was like why it struck me as similar, because although like, yeah, there's these obvious changes, and and I started to go down that rabbit hole, and then I was like, well, how is it that menopause has been 49 years this whole time, right? And also there's been very little reporting about menstruation in women in any other society other than maybe in Chinese medicine. The rest of the world really does not care about menstruation of women and have not been clocking how old girls are when they start menstruation or end. I mean, we've just started the research ourselves. Um, there is this really profound and great book. And if this is the only thing you take away from this class this entire week, I want you to, and I gave it to Robin as book. There is a book called Eve by Kat Bohannon. Have you guys read it? It is the evolution. Okay, so this is going to seem unrelated. I'm tangential. I come back in circles. Yeah, I'm not going to make that joke. Anyway, there's recently, the weaving or the wave anyway in the political sphere. Same but different. I'm not going to make the joke if you know what I'm talking about. It you can laugh to yourself. Anyway, in Eve, Dr. Kat Bohannon, she has 2 PhDs, one in the narrative arts and one in evolutionary biology from Columbia. And she had always studied animals, and she studied animals and in animal evolutionary biology, you study it by the animal that reproduces in the species. So most of the time in most animals, that's the female gendered animal, right? I know that there's things off from that, but let's say mainly mammals, mainly the female body is the reproductive imperative. That is how we study evolution. And then you get to humans, and evolution has been specifically studied from the male body. So there's been no research or understanding of evolution based on female reproduction. And this blew her mind. So she wrote a highly researched, but also hysterically funny, because she's like a comedian, funny book about the evolution of a woman's body. And I will be quoting tomorrow a lot, I think, from her menopause section. But she goes through the evolution of the uterus, the evolution of breasts and lactation. And it's amazing, and it will make you understand medicine at a level I did not understand medicine. I've learned more from that book than any other medical text I've ever read. And yes, I enjoy reading truly full medical texts from all of the major medical schools, and especially obstetrics and gynecology. There's nothing more fun than ordering a $200 medical book and reading it from beginning to end, in case you need to go to bed at night. Eve is fantastic. Please read it. Do yourself a solid. But this is the thing is like, yeah, I'm overwhelmed daily in clinical practice thinking of all the ways life is different. And the way, especially women's health, is different. And like, oh no, okay, so if our periods are starting early, does that mean that we're gonna go through menopause early? And what is that gonna mean for a woman's life cycle, right? Like that's a really worrisome thing. And I hear it every day because the babies that I helped with are now menstruating. and their moms are bringing them in and they're having all these menstrual issues. And I don't know if our environment is more poisonous or if our food is more poisonous or if we have phytoestrogens everywhere or what is exactly happening. And maybe there is something definitely happening. But when I reflect on this and I think of all the change between the time of this book and our time now, the fact that menopause is exactly the same age, average, I'm kind of like, again, with this, is it the apocalypse or not? And is it just the human imperative to always think that we live in the most degenerate times possible? Like, are we currently living in full degeneration, or has every human being always thought they lived in their degenerate times, you know?
I think it's our narcissism. Because we can't help but be narcissistic, right?
Well,
I had this beautiful joy of watching Sarah's baby explore and use all his senses. But he's like, he can only encapsulate himself and his relationship to self and the world. And we can be empathetic, but at the end of the day, it's our experience of self in relationship to. So we're naturally narcissistic, it's just how much does it play out? And I think that's the human, we think we're also important, that it must be end times for us, right? It has to be.
and scared of death.
Yes.
Your end time is going to come. It is your apocalypse. The apocalypse is upon you and your body. But I don't know if we're all going with you. Like, I'm not sure we're all going in one fell swoop. Like, it's hard to reconcile the fact that we're going to die. And so then we blame our external reality on degeneration because we're scared of dying. And it is our apocalypse. So that's a whole nother class, and I'll teach that some other time. That happy thought. I laugh inappropriately. You guys know I have heart fire. I'm drinking a ton of coffee, which is not my herb of choice, but I have to do it or I will fall asleep on you. So, yes. Mm-hmm. Can you speak just a tiny bit louder? Because I'm not sure they're going to catch it. Yeah, come on up. Because I just want to make sure that they can catch you too. Because this sounds like it's going to be juicy. Uh-huh.
On the gene preservation side, it's all about semen. Not too much. So for me, I like, wow, I made this journey after 15 years of doing this. And I came during the cycle. So that's because I've been selling it for over 5 years and practiced for a while. So on that side of the law, dairy sucks. That's the what I'm at. So I'd like to talk about that topic.
Yeah, let's talk about it. And we'll do a lot of male health today.
There, you know, a lot of it is if we're males, we got all of them must be energy and all of it, and their phone correspondence is life.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing. And and thanks for opening that conversation up. Let's circle back when we're talking about men's health later today. And I would love to hear your thoughts about it because, you know, that's an angle that is definitely in the esoteric practices to preserve longevity. Cool. That's one practice to is why. Oh. We'll just open that can up and then we'll just leave it right there. Awesome. Thank you for that. Yes.
That's another way that I heard it.
Oh, truth came before.
And when I teach diagnosis, actually, this is how I enter into cadence. What strikes me as interesting is, you know, it establishes a theme of following the path of having your natural outcome and achieving in contrast to, you know, maybe the way people who aren't following experience. So I think it's interesting because in another section of the chapter, the way that time is referenced, I think the phrase that's used is actually like beginning with time. Beginning with that connects with what you were saying about like, is it end times or is our experience with time active together.
Mhm. Thank you for saying that. And one of the things that strikes me as you just said that is, and maybe this isn't, when we read this, I think we all think about our own lives and our own selves and our own longevity. But when I read this last time, and why I put it in here, was thinking of it as a clinician and as a doctor. And what I mean by that is we are a space-time medicine. So if we're not connecting with the space-time of the patient in front of us, also with the season and the time period we're in, and we're not in accordance with that, we can affect somebody's longevity. If you're doing winter points in springtime, if you're having a heat wave and you're giving them Guajar and Roguide for fertility and essence, which Robin knows I went off on last night about something. Anyway, then you're not working in time space so it's our shared time space, our shared environment, our shared experience today in this moment. Where are the sun and moon? Where are the stars? As you understand them, we don't all have to be high level astronomers, but know where you are in time and space, how you map time and space. Where is our shared experience in time and space? Where is our patient in their time and space, and who are they becoming? A disharmony is always they're tripping themselves up in their own becoming. Or the time space that we're shared in does not allow for harmony to happen in their time space. And so we have to figure out where that is and then treat that. So we're mapping on top of mapping on top of mapping. And we need to be reminded of that in terms of the clinical moment, not just the longevity and paranoia this causes us when we're like, well, my hair is whitening and it is falling out and I am that age, or, however, we take it personally. But I'm looking at this in the seat of the clinician of like, you have to know where your patient falls in this. And then what is their capacity? If they're asking you directly for longevity, which is the underlying question of most people's thing. Oh, sorry. No, we can, whatever makes it work. Perfect. Sure, yeah. I couldn't if I tried. Oh, yeah. Yes, well, I'm more of a dancer than a singer. I'm more likely to break it down than I am to sing. Now I'm in echo. Okay. Where was I with that? So, based on this, where the potentiality of your patient lies and what they're capable of doing. And we all can't be the greatest of the great, but there's ways in which you can say, well, what's up with your wine every night? Like, okay, so you put the kids to bed, you have 2 glasses of wine. You're like, there's this funny passage that says, wine should be taken as a common beverage. I'm not saying you're drinking too much. I'm just saying you should think about it if you're asking me how you're going to stay healthy. I mean, no, but figuring out where they are in their aging process, what they're asking for, and what level of recommendation it could possibly have, versus for us, we all get a little esoteric. We all secretly want to be yogis, probably out in the Himalayas somewhere. I mean, I think a lot of us hold a penchant for practice in a very deep way. And we all are like, okay, so how do I become, and we're going to all try to do that. But for our patients, and they're coming because they're scared of dying. They want the greatest longevity and health possible. And we need to be able to know what season they're in and how that mixes with our season. So anyway, thank you for sharing that. That's awesome. And I love that, keeping up here and doing the translation. Thank you so much for that. Anybody else have any reaction or interaction to this? Yeah.
I just wanted, well, there are a couple of things I wanted to say. First of all, I feel that every point that's been made can circle back and be woven into the medicine framework and Dr. Alumni for teaching me and teaching the ways that them. And then, to bring that point further, I gotta say how stunning it was to see the reaction of maybe the world when President Biden decided not to go further. Like, regardless of what the politics are involved, he made a strong stand for an elder who has come to a place that contemplation could do more then doing the very young thing that has happened in this country for so many others for a long time. I felt like just by doing that helped to shift us into a different paradigm where things are, generally speaking, a bit calmer than they were rising to it.
So that's one of the things I wanted to bring up about this is, as a culture in this time and space, and especially my patients in Southern California, they do not want to leave metal phase. And we saw on a big stage what it might look like for one moment for somebody to change from metal to water. And everybody has their commentary on that. And again, we're not like going there, but and our cultural value is to stay in metal, stay in structure, stay in habit. You are who you are, and that there's valor in that. And not to change. Die being who you are. Without deepening, without reflecting. Get to your penultimate moment of who you are-ness, and then die in that moment. Have a stroke in the White House. Do you know what I mean? Like, die in your fullness.
He's not suggesting things.
No. No, please, nobody commit suicide today because I said that. Do not. I'm saying this as a reflection of our culture back to itself. There is more to that than your penultimate moment. There's the digestion, there's the rest, there's the understanding, and we're going to explore that a little bit more. But we get to metal, and we're going to stay in metal. And actually, in the perimenopause and menopause movement and the andropause movement, with HRT and all the rest, which we'll get into, there's this urge to go back to earth. So you're like, well, metal was good, but could I get juicier? Like, could I just like juice it up a bit? And we're like, 35, my hormones at 35 sounds good. My hormones at 30 sounds good. Like, now that this is working, if I turn up the volume, can I reverse it? And this is a commentary in which, you know, on the one hand, we can make a ton of money with facial rejuvenation acupuncture, and by all means do it if that is your calling. But especially in California, especially in Southern California where I live, there is a participation of alternative medicine into the anti-aging process, which I respect. I don't want to age either. I'd like to look my best, right? So there is this like middle place that you can exist in that. But there's also perhaps a reduction of the life lesson in who we're becoming if we never get to enter water phase. And so with you saying that, I just like a prime example. Yeah, Robin.
I was also say, when you look at history and cultures, most cultures, not the US culture, there was a space for folks to ease into the sage or the wisdom gathering. You look in traditional, like, especially for men, I'll speak with men because men, you know, in the past, it's like, oh, you became the warrior and then you became the philosopher, you became the person that brings up that next generation. We've lost it here, and that's what happens with Jamie, as Jamie was saying. So we get to that point where we've conquered all the dragons and the women have, you know, done all the things, and then it's like, what's next? But because we don't have that modeling of sage, or, you know, back in the day, crone was like the good words. You want to be a crone, right? You want to be the witch that had all this wisdom as a woman, but now it's like, right? The different context. And for men to switch from the vitality of warrior to sage in their business practice, it can be really hard because the young bucks coming up, blah, blah, blah. But we've also shifted from it, so there's that lack of respect. So instead of easing into it and having that graceful respect that comes with it, to say, hey, I earned my stripes, give me a little respect. It's like, oh, we're going to put you out to pasture because you're basically useless. You hold the knowledge of the keys of the kingdom, but you're basically useless. So we're going to, you know, driving, I was in an Uber on the way here, and I found out, ready for this? The light rail here in San Jose, we had to explain what this was to our younger folks, still operates on a 3-inch floppy disk.
What?
Okay? Yeah. Half of my students didn't know what a 3-inch floppy disk was. And my joke was, because my Uber driver was telling me they're slowly trying to change it over. I said, well, yeah, because the person probably that runs that is retiring. Right? And so instead of creating this space of knowledge sharing and doing that, we're not modeling it as a group situation, right? Things people always say to me is, oh, you don't look great. crap, I hope I do. I've lived, I don't want, I don't wanna look 20, I don't wanna look that. So when I hear this, it's exactly what Dr. Jamie is saying. It's like, we hit middle phase and we have no modeling. We have no modeling.
And I think it's of great sadness because I deal with a lot of geriatric patients, especially men and especially Vietnam vets, right? I've got a lot of 80-year-olds who I love, and they're like just the most incredible human beings. And they feel completely irrelevant, and we're never given any relevance and are personally unable to enter water phase. They're staying productive and habitual, and it's part of the military training too. Like they get up at the same time every day. They're, there's not this humble transition or understanding that if they became less productive, and they're 80 years old, and nobody asks them for help. Do you know what I mean? Like nobody's saying like, hey, what do you know? And same with women. I mean, sometimes with women, it's slightly more natural if they happen to have children or family because people are calling upon them for relevance. But with men, it can be so isolating trying to be, and we live in a culture where men are supposed to stay warrior till the bitter end, Anyway, we'll cover more of this later, but it is an interesting thing to bring up. I think there was another question from the back. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to talk about it. I am always lost. And my slides do not have anything to do with what might actually happen today. I'll try my best. Metal is not my strong suit. Again, I had tuberculosis as a baby. My lungs, my metal. One of my major practices in my life is trying to cultivate and maintain metal. I naturally just run all over the place. I don't know. But I made slides with an aspiration that I'll follow them. So you're right. We will kind of go into that. And thanks for saying that. How long do we live, guys? You guys know how long we live for? I have a slide here. I just thought this was interesting. Like, let's just bring it back to right now. So this is not the number. Anybody who's like, oh, United States is number da-da-da. No, we're like way far down. There's a lot of other countries that come before the United States. I just put us in because I was talking in the United States. These are some of the people who come before the United States. Hong Kong and Japan and Macau were the top 3, I believe, from this. But life expectancy in terms of the United Nations, world's population, United States is 79.25. According to this. How long do you think you're going to live? When you're allotting the time span of your life, do you have a personal number? I ask my patients this in a funny way, in a kind way, in a gentle way, when we're just dialoguing. I say, well, how long do you think you're going to live for? Because a lot of them get really disappointed. Like I have a patient right now who is always like, my body wasn't supposed to fall apart until I was 80. And I was like, who told you that? Like, where did you get that number from? Like, because he can't do his yoga, his Pilates, and still race his cars, although he's still a car racer. But he just turned 79. He races 944s. His pilot license was restricted at a certain age, which I'm not sure when that cutoff is, but maybe he used to build planes with his buddy. They'd build these small, terrifying planes. They would fly them. At some point in the last couple of years, that had to stop. He still is a race car driver, though, and he cannot believe that he has sciatica this bad at this age because his body wasn't going to fall apart until after 80 and he's only 79. And people come in with these stories, right? They're like, Jamie, it's, well, actually for women, sometimes it's a lot earlier. It's like, I'm 38 and I'm having perimenopausal symptoms and I'm not supposed to have them yet. And I'm already having hot flashes. So what's going to happen now? I can't do this until I'm 54 like my mom. And you're like, so somebody told you you're going to do it exactly like your mom. It's going to be 54. Like hearing personal narrative of who they think they're becoming, how they're becoming, and what their expectation is. Do you guys have an I mean, like really investigate. Do you have an expectation of exactly what your longevity will be? Yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
their story, those others, and how they're going to do it, and just think that that is as well. Wild. Like one kid down the school that he was off at the longest by film. And so at this point when I saw him, he was like 19. That like one more month to move that moment. And it was just such an amazing experience with this guy. And he was actually, he's like the caregiver for his wife who has dementia. And I think that's really touched him also, like really hard. It's just like so interesting, like what he's supposed to love, but also like how I felt like what
Well, we've got one more month. He's kind of an emergency, like he's gotta make it.
done after that. You know, like where we actually still talk a lot about how we like caregiving someone at each time. And it was just like, he actually had a fall while I was working, very frightening, but because he was a gymnast, he knew how to roll. He might have totally got fall so well, but he actually did put his hands down. He was like, as soon as I did that, I never did that to up straight. So otherwise, he was totally fun. Like he didn't get, and it's such a interesting, like to see like an elder who's like that much faith in life. So I really hope he doesn't get on.
Well, and I think one of the best things we can do individually if we're working on ourselves is to make sure that we're experiencing directly all the aspects of life cycles. We are so isolated. I mean, that's part of why my curiosity of birth and death is that it really happens all behind closed doors. And aging is happening behind closed doors. You know, there, you know, with you know, with a high demand of something like the president having to perform. Like I keep joking it was elder abuse. I kept going like, this is elder abuse. Somebody call CPS. Like, come on, like, or whatever. Elder abuse hotline, not CPS. But like, you're like, how much coffee? Like, I know how much coffee it takes for me. Like, how much coffee is it taking for these guys to debate each other? Like, not to disrespect anybody in it, but that as a society, there should be a natural moment where we say, you know, rest, please. You've done so much. Please digest this lifetime. Like, if you're lucky enough to live that long. I mean, it is an incredible honor to live long enough to digest your lifetime. Like, that's an incredible honor, and most of us don't make it. If the average age is 79.25 in the United States, well, most of us don't even get close. Like, half of us don't get close to that, like a game of averages, you know? And we're like, well, at 85, I'll quit my job. That's when I'll do it. Or at 85, I'll transition. And it's about relevancy, right? Like, I'm not saying if you believe that your job is what makes you relevant, then that is a very disturbing thing that I just said. And I probably triggered a lot of people like, well, I'm not going to go, it's who I am. What I'm saying is we need to negotiate, investigate, and look at what relevancy means at different phases in our lives and contact it and see if we can start to, for ourselves, but also for our patients, have them connect in a different way and honor where they are in time and space. And that does it. It's not less than. You know, anyway, there's several hands. I'm yes, in the back.
But the whole time I was like, person is me in front of me and I'm asking these questions and the whole time myself looking laughing like make it sound like it doesn't matter. It was like for that
So do you think you'll live past 86, or is that when it ends?
No, I was a couple of 86 before a good time.
I only ask that, and it sounds like challenging, but this happens all the time in birth. People will often tell me when they're getting ready to give birth that they have some understanding about how long their labor will be and what it will look like. Also same with death, also same with hospice. You don't know. You don't know what your story is. There's other people involved in the matter. They have different karma than you have. Who knows how this is all going to work out, you know? But I hear so often that like I have somebody who was recently diagnosed with cancer 2 weeks ago. 72, very vibrant. I've known her 15 years. At 72, she looked at me, she goes, my daughter's never gotten married or have children, so I can't die of cancer yet. I also am not going to get cancer until I'm in my 80s. And I'm like, you know, she has a tumor this big that self-arose on her breast in the last 3 months. In that case, the treatment is getting them to digest. My treatment was to go from here to there and bring them into like where we actually are, what is actually happening, and the perfection of whatever is happening in front of us, and that we are okay and we've got this. That's my treatment. This person has not digested where they are in time and space, and they have an expectation of a time and space that is never going to happen, and most of us are that way. All the time. We're deluded that way. That's just how it is. I can give you random numbers right now of like ideas I've had about my longevity. None of it's true. It's never going to work out that way. I do not know. Even if I have a psychic moment in the last 5 minutes before I die, it's probably going to be wrong. Or I'll, so the point is to rest in that curiousness, not knowing what's going to happen next, but also because it prevents us from knowing where we are in time and space actually, and experiencing directly where we are in time and space and how it's unfolding in front of us. Anyway, maybe this is going off on a tangent. I'm sorry. Yes.
Not at your level, but I'm just.
Awesome.
One of the things that we have learned is a format called S3 months. And you can actually use, when I was doing my training course, I was asking everybody, okay, if you have 3 months to live, what would you do? How would you live your life? Who would you talk to? Who would you forgive? What are your regrets? How do you want your body now? Everything all related. But what I found in a lot of people I started talking to is that they began to reassess how they were living their life now and how they wanted to live.
Yeah.
That's bringing.
Right. And not bringing it into consciousness and bringing it into this time and space and renegotiating the boundaries of what you think is happening. Because according to our medicine, the greatest longevity that we are going to achieve is through the being present in our current time and space and resting in curiosity about it. Any notion we have or that we're attached to is actually going to eventually create a disharmony that makes us ill. Anyway, that's a whole deeper. Again, I tend to veer off into the esoteric. So let me get to one more slide. Vivian. So I wanted to go through the historical life experience. Oh yes, another question? Sure.
What I thought that you mentioned in the chapter is that Dr. Strictly, Franz Strictly, he told us that every emotion related to some organ. And when we read the chapter, I was thinking that through the day, we have so many needs to experience multiple layers of emotions through watching movies, listening to radio, news, and I just wonder at the end of the day, during the night when we rest, perhaps the capacity of our body touching down the water not sufficient to process those emotional of the shower that we expose ourselves. You just said in the evening that we can have that how emotions impact how that contribute to the state of harmony. I think it's also not an answer to a question by Rose experience with menopause so early
Mhm.
because they experience emotions on a different level than the older age.
Like the blood stagnation and that, because the emotions and the thought are on the blood. So that then it's happening sooner because they're having blood stagnation from overwhelm of too many emotions is what you're kind of saying. Yeah.
Too many emotions, not sufficient thought to achieve the harmony of that, unless you're practitioner, like you go on with it. So many times people invite me to things, and I feel like I'm ready, so disharmonious, like I can't do more to get that and extra. So I just think that when it's not a part of our life that people realize that this emotion is causing such an impact, and I'm disharmonious. I should be true.
Well, and it says in here, if you want to live beyond 50 years, every phase, every type of man that you could become, you know, all the great men of antiquity, all of them had either moderate or no connection to external stimulus of the common people. I mean, that's what it says in here. Like each one of those examples, there is a reduced exposure to the chaos of common life. So as practitioners, we have to look at that. Pace yourself. At a minimum, pace yourself. At a maximum, take some time to fully go in. You know, and whatever. I mean, Robin and I were joking today, and maybe it's too much information, but I always joke that the reason why I'm single is because my 5-year plan consists of 3-year silent retreat. I always say I just really want to be able to do Yarny in this lifetime. If you're on a hot date the first time and you're like, hey, you know what, actually at some point, love you lots, sort of like what Mark was said to Robin, which is why we had that conversation this morning, is like, love you so much. Also, I'm going to be in a retreat center for about 3 years in full solitude. You know, now that the kids are off to college and things are, I mean, who knows? Who knows? But should I be so lucky to afford a time in which my kids have stability under their feet, they know they can call me, find me at the retreat center in the Pyrenees. I'll be there for 3 years silent. They'll send me a letter. They know that mom's going on silent retreat at some point, and and I'm tapping out for at least, you know, at least some amount of time. So it's not, I was just circling back, Robin, to what you said earlier about Mark wanting to be a monk. I said, yeah, that's why I'm single, is because my 5-year plan consists of like potentially going away for 3 years and never talking to you again. The reason being, I had a strong call to asceticism really early on in my life, and I've lived in and out of Buddhist monasteries. And when I had the call to motherhood, the spontaneous call to motherhood that happens sometimes when you're a person with a uterus, if you're not careful. I spontaneously was gifted human life twice. The second one, you know, anyway, you know what I'm getting at. And then I am raising them. And the cacophony of emotion and human experience that comes along with being a householder is something that's extraordinary and not something that I had a strong call to do initially. I think I've done okay. I hope it went all right. It's a science experiment. Being a parent's a total science experiment. There's lots of variables. I've run experiments. Some of them work, some of them don't. I think they're really cool human beings. I was like, I don't know how to raise you, but I know about cool people and deep people, and we'll just go from there. But in the instruction of longevity in all of the ancient texts, not doing all the common things is a part of guarding our chi. You know, I don't say yes to much outside of what I can handle right now in my life, because everything would be disharmonious, because our world is quite overwhelming in this time and space. And anybody who knows and loves me knows that when I say yes, I'm definitely showing up, and it's definitely a hard yes, and it's just yes, and that's what it is, because usually I'm that way if I'm going to say yes at all. But most things are no. Most things are no. I don't have much time. I don't steal my own peace. Peace is beautiful and hard to come by. I try to be at peace throughout all of the noise. So have a practice that allows you to be peaceful anyway, all the time. Be still inside if you can manage it or figure out how to do that. And then anything outside of that, you guard against. Because yeah, everything is Everything right now is completely doctored to hook you and disturb your emotions. Because human beings in disturbed emotional states will grasp for anything that's around them. Like the incredible pastries I bought Robin and I today at Paris Baguette. There's nothing more anxiety inducing than talking to a huge group of people. We need carbs. Anyway. So what I'm saying is I'm trying to take it deep and light at the same time because life is that way. And I try not to be puritanical. I actually am not, I'm working against my own puritanical upbringing, and I'm not very much into right and wrong thinking at a high level or deciding that I have to be some way and it can't wake up tomorrow and be a completely different way. But when I check into my body and I relax and I know where I am in time and space, the answer is often no. To like most of the external things. Anyway, I don't know if that helps or what, but like what you were saying about Grant and the emotions and the stirring and menstruation. It's true. The younger generation is, we're highly stirred. We're able to stir in a way I'd like to believe is new, but then I read this and I'm like, is it though? Like, are we always just stirred up? Is the human experiment all about being stirred anyway? So anyway, here's global life expectancy is 73.33. So again, just to check in about how long we think we're living and what we think we're doing. I'm gonna go, this was just for those of you who can't do math. And then I put the star there because that's where the chapter ends, right? And that's where I wanted to say, like, when looking at the actual numbers, are we talking about the 7 times 7, 8 times 8 being the entering of what I'll call the water phase? Potentially. I'm trying to edit myself for tomorrow. I'll just say one thing and then we'll say it more tomorrow. There are a lot of women who are over the age of 49 who feel better and feel more in their mental phase than ever before after menopause, because they can all of a sudden keep time, space, and structure alive in a way that they've always wished they could, because they're not having the onslaught of the dysregulation of the hormonal body. They finally feel solid and stay solid. So again, like as a reflection point, I'm like, I wonder if this was the idea that water starts then, and it's part of the discussion of what you know, I'm just painting in broad strokes and feigning poetic when I say about the phases of life in that way. I think the phases of life are different for everybody. And one of the things I ask, like clinically, and feel is a lot of times the disharmonies of people come up during the pivot moments, the moments between these times, you know, like 41 into 42 can be for a woman a time in which a lot of health stuff comes up. For me, my metal phase, I have a hard time with metal. So the illest I've been in my adult life was at 41. And when I look at this, I'm like, yeah, I could have anticipated that maybe. So in hearing the poetry of my patients as they're speaking, and I'm doing a little bit of math in my head, and hearing what they're struggling with and who they think they are and who they think they're becoming, if it's way off base, not that numbers matter so much, but if it's way off base from the time space that they should be occupying, or is in complete contradistinction to their constitution in the time space they're in, then we know that we're working with a disharmony that is maybe a life cycle disharmony versus just, you know, we might think that, okay, their interpretation of where they are in time and space is disharmonious with who they actually are in their meat suit. Because the meat suit is unfortunately very linear. I would love for it to be less linear. It's not. The meat suit is extremely linear despite all of our thoughts and experiences. And there are times where it does matter to mark our lives by age and by our meat suit age, you know, without being ageist or too attached to it. Does that make sense, or am I going too far off the rails too soon? Do you need me to stay in numbers? Okay.
So if it is all possible, I believe we should take a
Oh yeah.
a 1 5-minute meat suit contemplation break.
Yes.
So let's come back at 11:15. 11:15.
This always happens that I'm nowhere near where I think I'll be when I make my slides. Really quick, guys, is this too conversational, or do you getting enough meat? Okay. Okay. I don't know how much. Yeah. Okay.
I wonder why the water phase is so long. Like to the end of the day, right?
I think it's because the value of the water phase was the most important. We're scared of aging. It was seen as an incredible gift to make it to water phase, and then it's the wisest time of your life. So your relevance just increased with the longer you live for. Versus the fear of aging that we have. There was this, oh my gosh, if you get lucky enough to age, and it lasts, however long it lasts for, the wiser you become.
It also would have been, however long, it would be like an element to it, yeah.
Oh, I'm sure there's elements, I mean, there's elements within elements within elements. I'm talking about a broad. Because there's also all of your personal elements, the dynamics of that, how they change in water phase, which phase of water phase you're in, just like in embryology or like what happened yesterday, like we can map the 5 elements over so many different layers of experience. Yeah, so this is not the end all be all of that. Oh, no worries. No, nice to meet you, Alex. I loved everything you contributed. Thank you. Oh, my gosh. Oh, nice. Oh, don't worry. I'm glad you made it. And you have enough food? Because I brought some pastries for Robin and I can share. Are you good? Okay. Yeah, it wasn't me. No. I just arrived yesterday from San Diego. Yeah. Thank you. It was nice meeting you.
Because the sun.
I told you to hide because you need to work.
This is great.
Are you liking this?
Good. This is fun. It's good. It's good. I want we'll see how. Yeah, for my son. It better be.
Yeah, oh, thank you.
Oh, I should be right here.
Thank you.
Real good. Oh, so cool, right?
And then now it's back to and he's redoing maintenance and stuff I use in magnets. Yeah. Yeah, so and the last was really sick. I was a friend of mine, and I was like, oh, slam a belt on tiny house. My friend's like, oh, I like that. I think no, and oh, the apples and stuff. That and chant of slam a belt. So yeah, working on that this week. And he actually really helped me up.
That's pretty awesome. I'm good. Yeah, I'm glad. In person, like, you just really feel the key in the room. Like online, it's just like you're looking through this little window. Everything is. I did. Well, I always the culture. That's what I'm doing.
One time I was in Milan while she was the medical director in the reconstruction stuff. So the student that from his yeah. So she like swimming in and little
That's crazy. Level one, I always start with that process, right? And then here's the plus, and I'm like, yeah.
I thank you, right? How about you go ahead and start off?
No, we're doing that. Oh, this is Martha, and this is the former mom. And it, but they're still kids. She's what I was saying. Something about that. She's coming to guys. Remember
Well, I know I haven't started. Oh, okay. And actually, that's probably not going to be put off to this, but oh, I would go south of and I'm still. Yeah, that's probably.
Because you emailed me separately after I got your phone, it just writes for them.
Okay, that's gonna be fun. Yeah, well, you're gonna remember.
And I'm not worried about, yeah. It's like, so some people emailed me directly and I had printed that already. I was like, just add your name.
I ended in the.
Yeah.
I found myself in your song. At the bottom again. I thought I saw a bunch of those here somewhere. Yeah, yeah. Oh, here I am.
I know, right? I'm just saying, like, you do. It's not as sexy. But yeah, it's just below, always in hospital is totally right. And it's in the I mean,
My mind was still set up. Like maybe also, you know, let's not overthink it.
All right, so a couple things before we get started. A couple things. Leanne, you're up and sign this at some point. Sign record. Sign a little closer because we'll do AM and PM on the same one. Secondly, you all know this is coming, so don't have to cry. Joanna, our dean, and you know, she had the vision to do this 40 years ago, so we let her do things like this. We will be going outside right as soon as we wrap up here before you head for lunch to take a group picture. She wants a group picture. Tom's like, yep. Nick would be like, yep. So we'll go out there right
at the end. If you're going home or you're not attending in person, the afternoon session, please connect with me so I can get you your gift back. All right? We'll give everybody else will get a gift back. But we'll be giving you, you're doing the afternoon session right before dinner, so you don't end up, it's like, I have now managed to leave my water somewhere, my phone's wrong. We will be doing that, so just connect with me if you're choosing to do the online, the afternoon is an online session, okay? Just connect. All right. So, oh no, my, EM students, you don't sign in. I got you. Like, I was looking and going. All right. So let's go ahead and set you back a little bit and go find my water. Any questions that came up over break for Dr. Jamie?
Okay, yes. Wait, first, we just need to have a hug.
Hold on. Hey, Wendy had a question.
It's very often that we came up in my head. We like our talking about men losing sexual activity.
Can you repeat that question for the online folks?
A quandary around men losing essence in sexual activity and women losing essence in sexual activity. Yeah. We had a conversation mid-bathroom. That's off record, but maybe it would be appropriate to bring up because, I'm sorry, what is your name? I mean, she asked a similar sort of question in a similar sort of way about, more about sexual exchange and the taking and receiving of each other's energy. And I know that there's a lot of sex practices in classical Chinese thought and all sorts of different types of tantra. And I don't know anything about any of it. But as much as we're going to talk about the meat suit and its physiology today, when we talk about sexuality and sexual energy, which I know you're asking actually maybe about substance and Jing. But the sexual act and sexual connection has a resonance, has an energy to it. And that intimacy and that resonance is an exchange. And anybody who's engaging in an overabundance of a certain resonance or a certain activity in their life is going to be depleted. So it's always strange to me that women's physiology is left out of the equation. And the reason why that is because women didn't write about our sexual experience. We've not been given voice or books. Nobody's asked us what we think is happening in our physiology during the sex act and whether or not we're losing essence. All the books were written by men and their experience, and it was hypothetical, just like a lot of gynecology and obstetrics. And I'm here to say, like, my personal experience doesn't map with their experience of what my body experiences during the sex act. So I don't buy in so much to that. And I do think anything overdone is overdone. Yeah. And there's fluids in women's bodies. So this idea that men's, like, I would, like, I don't know if we could measure it or if there's like a scientific way. I don't think that the fluid swap is all that different depending on, yeah. Yes.
Just my opinion.
Yeah, please.
Experience, but I think what's more depleting for women is not having too many orgasms per se or too much sex that's of the sex, and whether that intimacy is nourishing or taking or feels like something being taken away.
And another way of asking that is, how well do you know your Bao Mai? What does your Bao Mai need? And this is the same for men as well. How does your heart and kidney connect to your sexuality? And is it affirming? Is it denying? Is it conquering? Is it reception? Is it taking? Is it victimization? How is your Bao Mai, your kidney, your heart, your kidney, your Bao Mai wired to your sexuality, and how well do you understand it? And then what are you using it for?
And then there's also the issue for women, which is so different from men, of vaginal atrophy and other things that if you're, that can become more of an issue if you're not actually having some kind of hormonal
Mhm.
So,
I'm glad you brought that up, and we're going to cover it, men today and women tomorrow. There's the meat suit mechanics of sex itself, and it is extremely disturbing on all sides of the equation, right? Like the changes of that, especially the changes with aging and the changes with hormones. And men's sexual atrophy is happening earlier than it used to, right? So as much as the conversation oftentimes is about vaginal dryness, discomfort, all the different things that happen during perimenopause and menopause, men, and they're not talking about it as much as women are, because actually the platform with the men's sexual health, there's still so much robust, they call it like toxic masculinity or whatever. There's so much robustness. If men aren't describing, except behind closed doors, what's happening with their sexual functioning. And I can tell you, I talk every day to men, and they're having the same concerns. And again, you want to ask yourself, well, what is your BAOMI doing? And how can your BAOMI connect? And if you're having actual physiological changes, can we help with them? We talk about herbs. We're going to talk about HRT and testosterone, and we'll go through all of that. But also, how do I receive joy and pleasure in my body? And how am I, now that my body is changing, how am I able to accept those changes and stay connected and be in partnership? And can my partner and I both discuss the changes in our bodies and stay in connection and union together? And can we both derive joy from that? That's having your BAOMI present in the intimate experience. Do you know what I mean? And oftentimes, if you're able to connect with somebody like that, if you should be so lucky as to find somebody you can connect like that as you change and as they change, and if you're able to even get close to those kinds of conversations, which I understand is extremely difficult. Should you find that, what you may find is that your sexual functioning returns, that perfusion, circulation, hormones start to get released, and your body starts to heal itself. If you can reduce the fear of the changes, so that your hormone and the impact of the fear and the stress of your body's sexual function changes as you age, if you're able to get rid of some of the fear and shame, blame, and guilt and embarrassment and fear of aging, what happens is your stress hormones change, and all of a sudden your sexual hormones come back. And we're going to talk about that later. A lot of naturopaths call it the pregnenolone steal, which is where you start to hack your cortisol levels. And oftentimes erections can come back. They can be firmer, ejaculation can happen. All of a sudden there's more estrogen in the tissue of the vagina. There's things that change with that. But because of our compounded fear of aging and the changes of our bodies and our cultures, our current culture's fixation with sexuality and sex and all the things that come with it, good, bad, puritanical, non-puritanical, all that stuff, and inability to be present and stay connected, we end up having a hormonal complex that starts to unplug that part of our body. So then again, I return and challenge, think about the BAOMI and treat the BAOMI. Anytime if something comes up where sexual function is an issue for somebody in the aging process, think about the BAOMI. Think about the heart and kidneys are relating to the experience and the sexuality of the person, because that's the innermost secret. That's the deepest secret vessel that needs to be in perfusion and order. Well, and you can think about it though from a biomedical standpoint, which I'll get to the slide in a minute. I'm not just like going off here, but when thinking about how cortisol robs you of your other hormones, and I'll show you a slide in a second about the endocrinology of that specifically, what is it? Cortisol, as we know, comes from the adrenals. It comes from the kidney, right? And joy, connection, Shen comes from the heart. If you're overriding into full heart fire with full adrenals blazing, you are going to convert all of your hormones into cortisol, and your sexual function is going to reduce. And we'll talk about that in a little bit, but I don't know, did I go off too far? Did I answer your question? Okay. I meander down the road a little bit. Yes, another question? Sure. Well, I'm a little bit more poetic in my treatments than most people, and I'm not much of a technician. So I think about how the BAOMI is being represented from the person that's in front of me. And some of my favorite Baumai points, I mean, maybe somebody, if they were curious, could do a capstone on this because I don't know. But after 18 years of practice and considering the poetry of the Baumai deeply, my favorite ways to treat them is, I do a lot of palpation. So I look for the evidence on the person's body in front of me. And I also listen to what they're saying and map the points based on how they're communicating with me and what's up for them. I love a lot of the, oftentimes I will do a kidney, an upper kidney, depending on who they are and what they're talking about. And then I really like kidney 7. Sometimes it's kidney 9, sometimes it's kidney 6, sometimes it's kidney 3, but often it's kidney 7. And I do those connected together when I'm at the point. I have I guess I would say I have a Shanhanlun way of treating. I have a 6 divisions way of treating. The way I place my needles goes from external, internal to secret if we need it. So I'm, doing externally, Tai Yang, Xiao Yang-ish stuff. I do stuff to like get the person here and on the table, and I'm listening to their pulses while that's happening. And then I may do something Yang Ming-ish to like sort of get directionality. You need to think of the gesture. Where's the gesture going? What are we doing? What direction does the body need to flow in? Where do we think things are interrupted? And as I move closer in, a lot of times that's where my 8 extraordinaries come into play in my treatment strategy or my Bao line. Like what's the innermost place I can get to this with this person? Can we go secret level? When we're talking about sexual dysfunction and intimacy and the way that we orient ourselves in that, I may not do that in a first treatment with somebody who's coming in for that. So I'm not like, oh my, no, like I don't even, I hug people, but I'm not like a touchy-feely person. So I'm pretty much a handshaker most of the time. And I get to know somebody deeply before I'm going for the secret treatment or even thinking about doing that. But the Bao Mai is where I start to ask, because you can plug all of the meridians in through conversation. You could ask a gentle, loving, kind question that allows you to understand where their Bao Mai is in time and space. Like even things around like finding out more about their partners, how they relate themselves to their sexuality, what their partner is like, if their partner is open to communicating about the changes in their bodies. That's ways of treating the Bao Mai, depending on how deep they let you go or how they respond back to you and how available they are. And you assess, you map their comfort, how comfortable they are with you and the intimacy you're able to go in terms of communication shows you what's available in terms of energetics. And you don't go beyond that. Or at least I don't. I think it's an invasion of privacy. The person has to be ready for the medicine we're giving and have to be receptive to it. And we have to map and walk with them along the way to get them to where they're going. And we don't know where they're going. So I don't see them one week. I'm like, maybe, like I have a sense of where we might need to go, but I don't walk into the room the next time I see them thinking of it, the sense of where we need to go. I meet them fresh again, brand new. Assess it again. What's available today? Where are we in time and space? And how does that map with the experience they're having and what they're coming in for? So that's how I do it in the treatment room. So you asked me sort of, what is my clinical understanding of using the Bao Mai look like? That's it. However, if we're talking about our own and we're actually investigating our own sexuality, our sexual function, and how that maps to, some of these questions we asked, well, that's the Bao Mai. Mm-hmm. 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 Well, it's a deeper aspect to the dieter question, or maybe easier as vegetarianism. Sometimes we need to do things in our lives in order to clean up areas, to understand areas different and better. Sometimes we need to do a quick fast. Sometimes we need to stop eating meat. Sometimes we need to do a liquid diet. Sometimes we need to stop going out to the movies or stop playing video games. We have to do cleanses. When the cleanse becomes an addiction or a long-term habit we can't break because who we are is so intertwined with, if the story we tell ourselves, if our being is so intertwined with that thing, then it's become an addiction and it's become a strong habit. And there's no longer movement or energy. It becomes locked in, it becomes a stagnation. I have monk friends who've never wanted to have sex, that wasn't a big trapping for them. I have other friends who are like, hey, I've been a monk all these years and all I want to do is have sex, like for the love of God. You know, like it's who you are in it. And there are periods of your life where it may be completely appropriate to be as celibate as possible. And then there may be times or moments where it's time to explore something else. I was a hardcore vegetarian because of my religion, and I was puritanical about it. Puritanical about it. I was never going to eat meat ever again. If anybody just watched me just now, I ate the grossest meat ever. Just now, right before I came back. So things have changed. And why? I mean, it would bring me to tears to eat meat. Like it was against every cell of my being. And after my second pregnancy, I was 6 months postpartum, and my milk dried up. I was under extreme stress. I had become a single mom. I had no family near me, and I was running a busy practice with a 2.5-year-old and a 6-month-old, and my milk stopped. People came from all over San Diego County to come see me to make milk. Like all the lactation consultants knew that I had herbs to make milk. And not only that, you could be a vegetarian mom and make milk. And I know that that's the antithesis of Chinese medicine, because what's the best way to nourish a mom? It's like nutrient dense foods, right? No, I knew for sure how to do this, and I was great at it. And life has this beautiful way of just getting out a sword and cutting you in half, and you're like, oh shit, it's all over. So I had to make the hard choice of giving my kid formula, which is fine, okay? Like today, clinically, you can still be a breastfeeding mama and every once in a while give your baby formula and nobody's gonna die, okay? It's life affirming. You might need a good night's sleep. Your sanity, your relationship might depend on you using formula at night because your baby needs to sleep and your house needs to be steady. We do not have multiple generations living in a home together. We do not have multiple people holding that baby. It's you and your partner, and it's a shit show. And whatever you need to get through the day, please do it. Maintain your sanity. The heavens and hells of formula will not descend on you. It's okay. That's what I mean by getting rid of that puritanical mind, you know? So my vegetarianism that I loved, that I identified so strongly with, that I definitely thought, even 5 minutes before my milk dried up, I would tell you that I would never eat meat ever again. It became obviously important that I changed my entire beingness in regards to that. I went to Whole Foods and I got a thing of formula, organic formula, the most pure formula in the world. Nobody's ever read a label as long as I read that label and contemplated reality. And then I went to the meat counter, and they had, and I don't know if they still do or not, but they had like all these designations of like how nice they were to the cow. And I like cried standing at the counter trying to negotiate which animal I was gonna eat. And I asked the butcher, I'm like in tears, I'm like, so this one's definitely free range, right? Like this one, it had a good life. We're okay. You know, like I was just, now let me say that like I lived in India a lot. I have a deep respect for cows, but I also understood that the milk that I needed to make had to be nutrient dense. So if I was going to break being vegetarian, I was going to go get beef, and I was going to eat it happily, and I was going to nourish my body in a deep way. And then I was also doing a science experiment. If what all my wonderful doctors of Chinese medicine, if what they said was true, that if I ate meat, my milk supply would come back, and to stop being stubborn about it, if I were to believe them, then this steak would be of consequence and it would change my life, right? So I was like, and I'm going to prove to everybody that it's not the meat. So I got a filet mignon, and I got like portobello mushrooms and some onions. And I was like, I'm going to make the best steak that's ever been made because I haven't eaten steak in 14 years. So this is it's go time. I cooked it, and my milk came back the next morning. I woke up with a full supply again. And so I hated cooking meat in my house, and I cried the whole time. It smelled terrible. So I started getting grass-fed hamburgers at this local shop with a French fries every Wednesday. So then it was like, okay, I intensely negotiated my meat habit by only eating it on Wednesdays. I ate meat on Wednesdays, and it kept my supply going. You know, the reason why I'm going on about this is that intimacy in my body around meat became an addictive and habitual thought process that trapped me and kept me from everything else. Now, I will probably be vegetarian again. I will probably. Chances are pretty good. I don't like cooking meat. I don't know how to do it. I make terrible steaks. There's really no reason for me to kill animals if I'm gonna hurt them to the point of like they're inedible when I cook them anyway. So it's like probably not my jam in this lifetime. I eat meat happily right now. I just ate a weird sausage from Paris Baguette. I loved it. It was fantastic. That's what I mean about the Baomai. The Baomai is the innermost secret way in which you relate to your world and your intimacy and what you put in and put out and how you, on a spirit level, digest it between joy and fear. And when we get puritanical about something, it always creates stagnation. Always. It always creates a disharmony. So if you're identifying strongly about your sexuality to such an extreme that you're isolating yourself from others around you, and I understand also that there are tons of prejudices and things happening in the bigger world and the environment. So I'm not trying to dismiss or belittle that, but I'm talking about the inner alchemy of the way we digest our lives. If how you identify yourself becomes so stuck that you can't be compassionate to other people, be available to new life experiences, or be at ease in some way in your life, then you're using it against yourself. Is that, I'm sorry, I just went off on like a whole tangent. Yeah. Oh, it's your joy and your fear. Yeah. But your deepest, the way that you, the innermost joy and fear, the innermost intimacy, the place in which, the thread that is yours and yours alone, except for if maybe you can share it with somebody else, but not everybody gets that experience in this lifetime. In that way. Like I think I share it with my children in the childbirth process, and there's a something about that. There's an interstitial thing with my kiddos in that way. But you're about like, okay, so the other way of asking me that question is, does my Baomai go offline if I am celibate? Everywhere. You find it everywhere. Your sexuality is just one aspect, or our sexuality is just one aspect of our entire lives, and nothing goes on or offline in regards to it, including the times where it's violated. Nobody can kill your Baomai. It is there under it all. Do you know what I mean? There's nothing that's taken away. So I just want to say that too, because I've heard that a lot. Anyway, that's a whole nother conversation. Should we do some slides? Like, should I just change this just for funsies? Are you guys getting tired of looking at this? Like, we're not even the first 5 minutes of this in. Okay, anyway, we'll see where we get. It'll be a fun journey. So there's several different systems. This was a system I was taught. But again, I renegotiate and negotiate it based on the patients in front of me, my own experience. But this is, the basic idea of our 5 phases through our life cycles. And, it's all macrocosm, microcosm. This is one layer. This is like the middle layer of our experience. I mean, we've got seasons, we've got constitutions, we've got all of the inner workings of the 5 phases on all the levels. But I think it is important to think about it in terms of our lifespan and what phase of life we're in. I'm gonna go down to the next one here so you guys can see. Robin, is there anything I'm missing from online? Okay, cool. I just want to make sure since I can't see it. All right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Saying that it's an exciting class.
Oh, okay.
Hold on, I'm gonna just pop it. I'm actually writing it in the chat.
Oh, good. Perfect.
So, yeah, and I have reiterated it several times, but I'm writing it on the chat so that we don't ruin it.
Also, Ruby, I love you. And I saw the back of her head yesterday, but didn't get a chance to give her a hug. So tell her hello. Or hello.
Can you just put that in there one more time?
What?
Just say that I'm writing the questions in the
Oh.
chat and the answers and the comments.
Robin is writing everything in the chat, questions and the answers. So, yeah, let us know, and comments and everything else. Okay. So for this class, if you haven't guessed already, we're doing earth, metal, and water. I'm particularly interested in late earth. It's also a nice time of year to be discussing late earth because of where we are in time and space and moving into metal. But I'm also really interested in the way we pivot in these lifetimes. I don't know if anybody else has had this experience, but I find I have had health crises. When looking at this, I found that I have had health crises or major shifts actually in accordance with these, and I hadn't even really realized it. I tend to wane astrological, so I always think about like Saturn returns and that sort of thing, which is the Saturn return is usually in the middle of fire, right? It's where you orient yourself in fire. And I didn't know that at the time when I was going through fire, so I didn't think of it that way. But looking at this, like there's some ways in which the phases in our lives track to that. Have you guys had that experience where that this maps something for the poetry of your life, or is it relational? Okay. I feel like it is for me too, but that's like, an empirical thing. So this is from, and I put the link here, this is the New York Times, a user's guide to midlife, because I wanted to just show that, with our beginning with the CEUS, it's like, you could just open the New York Times in June and you would have midlife, typically defined as ages 40 to 60, is an inflection point. It is a time when our past behaviors begin to catch up with us and we start to notice our bodies and minds aging, sometimes in frustrating or disconcerting ways. But it's also an opportunity. What our older years will look and feel like isn't set in stone, and there's still time to make adjustments to improve health and well-being going forward. So, and then who are we going to be in it as practitioners? Sorry, so let's talk about each phase. Well, earth, metal, and water. So earth, 28 to 42, and then 32 to 48. And we want to talk about so what is part of earth element in this phase of life? Oftentimes, although not always, and of course, different generations challenge different ways of doing it, but generally speaking, earth element phase of life is a time to stabilize. Whatever that means for you. Now, for my associate, Dr. Mackenzie, she is living the van life and she's a rock climber. So her stabilization happens to be in a metal van. And she's very happy in that. So thank you very much. But also, a time to stabilize, a time to find home and define it for yourself. Perhaps find career, define it for yourself. Start to create what you think of as family, even if you don't have children, starting to come up with your community, starting to orient yourself in real time and space to what you want your life to look like, or at least give it the full potential of looking that way. The first part of the 28 to 35, 32 to 40 is usually when that starts to happen. You're usually starting to finish up your grad school, changing your career. You're starting to go, I've always wanted to live in this place and I think that's where I'm going to set up shop. The joy and fear of this time is about community building, home building, steadying yourself in some way in whatever you do. I don't personally have, I think you already know this, but I don't have some sort of lane of having to do it the right way. There's no right way of doing this. It's how your earth element, how you're orienting your earth element in your time and space. But oftentimes it is setting up this midlife experience of, oh, I'm going to be an online influencer and I'm going to live in 3 different countries and it's going to be these 3 countries. Like that could be an earth element. Now, if you come to me because you have recurring migraines and you only see me once every 3 months because your San Diego time happens to be then, I'm going to ask you how you're digesting your earth element. Not like that, but I'm going to say so how's this lifestyle working for you? Where's the give and take? Where are the things that we can fine tune? Because I'm going to say you have a pretty windy earth element, perhaps, and especially if you're too windy and it's windy and the whole thing, you're like, okay, so how you've chosen to make your money in your life, really respect that, but could you spend half the year in Portugal and half the year in Greece instead of 4 different places? Maybe that will work better for you. So what I'm saying is this doesn't have to be, 3 kids, a house, white picket fence, and a dog. It's what is earth element for the individual. I don't know if that, I just want to make that clear.
I have a question.
Oh yeah, sure.
Barbara is asking, I'm asking the question in the chat. Barbara is asking, is the numbers in front of the / women and the second set
Yes.
after men?
Yep. The women are the front and the men are the, yeah, just because I wanted to give that idea of early and late. Because I think when we're reflecting on our own lives, we see a big difference between what we thought of as our own personal earth element. From 28 to 35, if you asked me what my earth element situation was going to be versus what it solidified, my earth element probably solidified around 33, 34. Like my, with relationship to my children, like it was time for me to, okay, this is where I'm going to live at least for now. And this is the circumstance I'm going to be in for a little while. This is where my clinic is going to be. This is where my career is going to be tied to. Yeah, and then 35 to 42 is starting to really root yourself in that earth orientation for a lot of people. And these are generalities. And then metal. So metal is the time of like building the structure, building the systems. Most people in metal times of life start pooping at a normal time and waking up in the morning at the same time. I don't know. I know I can't sleep in it since metal started. I can't sleep in. Like my body gets up at the same time every day. Yay. And I kind of poop at the same time every day. And things are running along in its full habituation. Like I've got things that have to happen for my meat suit and for my mind that are very habitual, which is not really how I used to be. Although the regularity brings me, when I write with the timing and routine, rhythm and orientation, joy and fear, that was kind of to remind myself, but I have a joy in the habits of my body now in metal phase. You know, like you're like, I wake up at this time, I poop at this time, I go to bed at that time. Anytime I deviate from those, which I joyfully do for many reasons, I notice, and there's like a price to be paid or a physiological, like, nope, I missed my window. And I've always been a lot more free than that, like in my beingness. So it's a kind of a funny thing to be like, my morning cup of tea is black tea with 1 scoop of sugar and soy milk. Thank you very much. And I don't need much in this lifetime, but I do need that. And like, you know, like those little things are starting to become important to me, which is a very funny thing. And I'm watching it and I enjoy it, but I'm also kind of like, does this go away with water phase, or like, does it stay like this? And how will I know? It's also, metal is a lot about whatever you've manifested, whatever your earth is, whatever you're becoming and who you want to be and what you believe your trajectory is, which is always changing anyway, but it's about structural integrity. Like, have I built a system that is, especially in our day and age, like one question of the Middle Ages and metal is, have I built up a situation where I could retire? I mean, that's kind of terrifying, but you're like, yeah, you know, like that's part of our current metal life. Like, I can't get out of metal phase without my retirement, maybe in, you know, American culture today. You know, what is the structural integrity of my life? Do I have, you know, X, Y, and Z? And then the fear around those things. You're like, you know, like as a single person with aging parents who live in a different state, who is my emergency contact person? I've actually wanted to just make up names and write random phone numbers just because I think it's funny, because I wonder if anybody reads it. It's like, nah, just call it, dude. Just leave me there. It's over. Robin Sodders. No, maybe, you know, maybe I feel bad. I don't want it to be my assistant at my office. I'm like, God, that's the last thing she needs to be responsible for if I like stroke out somewhere. But
my mom had the free pull out of her dresses, and she literally looked. There's 3 of us, and normally she has everything kind of out of order because she's a hippie. She's all about, you know, loving all of us equally. And I was sitting with her, and she was going through it. She looked at me, and she was like, "I'm not putting your brother because he doesn't know when to pull the plug." So apparently,
Yeah.
she chose me, which I'm like, honored, maybe? I don't know. How are you feeling today, Mom?
honestly, I feel the same way. If you're gonna have to err on the side of caution, go slightly earlier than you thought if it pertains to me.
Go back
Anyway.
to that joke.
Anyway, but those are the kinds of contemplations of the metal phase. Do you guys have anything else to offer in terms of that? Like, what do you think of an earth and metal? What kinds of qualities do you see in your patients? Or personally, because everybody's different ages in this room, are there things that, you know, I don't know yet because I'm not quite there, or things that have come up for you? Are there funny things that you think are like signature of the phase of life you're in that you didn't know about until you got there? Yeah. Right, or how different is our life really? Like I tell myself the story of like, well, the iPhone came up and now life is so different and everything's so fast and it's so degenerate. And then you're like 3,000 years ago, they had exactly the same, like, like my life really has mapped this quite accurately despite all the accoutrements, But this, Mhm. Well, and also our life expectancy and longevity has been mapped through the colonizer perspective. So what was happening in Europe versus what has happened in India and China in terms of longevity is wildly different potentially. So us going into an American conversation about this, given the history of this country and the cultures that are mixing, maybe European culture, maybe, was having a reduced longevity during a window of time that we now associate as our window of time, but actually in China it was radically different, right? I mean, so we don't really know the answer to that. Sorry, Robin.
I was just gonna read Ronald's response here. He says he's also experiencing the self, and he sees stages of life, both parenting and establishing work confidence place shifting later, so that people aren't in a groove that matches where their body should be.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And that's why, I mean, that's a perfect way of saying why I even wanted to bring this up is there's such discordance in understanding where our meat suit is in time and space and the lives that we're living and the acceptance of that and understanding how to move in it and make it one. And if we have any chance of longevity or health, we have to have some sort of a ability to bring it back to the meat suit and what it's doing on top of our perceived a way we perceive our longevity. There's one other question. Yes.
I just kind of wanted to mention, like, for me personally, I feel like I was looking at this time frame. I feel like I was forced into from like fire to earth because, and I could see this with other people. Like Justin Timberlake just got in trouble with the DWI, right? Mm-hmm. And it's almost like the mental space of self can be not caught up to the meat suit and the spirit of where we're supposed to be. And so, the mental self is like, I want to be back in those days, of like partying and having a good time and blah, blah, blah. And it's like the universe will bring you into a state of like, no, this is where you're at, right? And so there's almost like a shaping of self. It's like, get it together, So it's really interesting to see this and be like, wow, this is where I was back then.
Well, and it says pretty clearly, like we have to stay in accordance with the way. Otherwise, all sorts of things happen. Yeah. And if you fall out of accordance with the way, you'll get a you'll get a health crisis or personal crisis, or an obstacle comes up immediately to reflect back to you. I mean, this is the graciousness of the human experience. A mirror comes up pretty quickly on where you're in disharmony. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. And from hearing you say it in that direction, and actually, I guess I could come back to what you just said as well. So potentially, and I don't know all the ins and outs of it, but when you say that, like herbal formulas come to my head as you're telling me this, because what you're telling me is somewhere the earth element wasn't fully achieved. And so the foundation hasn't been placed, and that's fine, no big whoop. We've got herbs for that. So you would start to honor the metal phase of life you're in, but infuse some earth and a little bit of nourished fire, like swan's elren or goji berry. Like you would start to, like when I'm thinking about cooking food for you as you're saying this, or I get a flavor in my mouth as you're saying this, you're like, okay, so there is, and we could say it's heart blood and heart yin, but it's earth element also. And so when I hear that and you're like, no, there's this skip step, or not a skip step, you did it the way you were supposed to do it, and that's perfect, and it's exactly perfect how it is. But when you're missing in time space or the placement of things, this is where our herbal treatment and our acupuncture comes in. Because you're like, oh, you're having a little hard time with your metal phase because we just need a little more support from back here, or like Justin Timberlake's fire. Do you know what I mean? You're like, okay, so wait, what happened there? Like, how is your fire not satiated? Or what I'm going to say with Justin Timberlake, chances are, which we'll talk about this in HRT, people are starting to do things to go backwards. Like if he's taking too much testosterone, he might all of a sudden have the urge to be 20 again and make reckless mistakes that are out of time and step because he's augmented. I don't know if he's on testosterone or not, so please interwebs don't say like, breaking news, his DUI is because of his testosterone replacement therapy. But what I see clinically is that as we start to, you know, build, all of the endocrine system is the blood, and we'll get there. But as we start to put these chemicals and these things in at too high of a dose, which there is a lane for this, and I will explain the lane that I think and how I believe in all of that with HRT, and I really respect and love medicine in all of its forms and think it's perfect when applied correctly. But if you've overdone it, then you've reinvigorated fire and you get inappropriate activity for the stage of life you're in. And in our medicine, that depreciates your longevity. There's real stakes in that, you know? There's support and nourishing where we are and becoming who we need to be right now fully. And then there's trying to be a little tricky, rolling it back and and starting to have our behavior be inappropriate to the time space we're in, that will start to depreciate our life force. And that's something that we're going to talk about quite a bit later. There was one more question back there. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, beautifully said. Yeah. Mm-hmm. No, I can smell what you're cooking. Dr. Leon Hammer's the best. Yeah, I mean, I think we all are great fans of his work. No, exactly. I mean, we have to ask ourselves in this conversation when we think of external, internal, and secret, right? Somewhere between external and internal is the cultural norms of the place we live in, the environment we live in. I live in San Diego, so I live in a fire environment. And fire environment, what is the disharmony of fire environment? Unrealistic expectation. LA and down, dude. Unrealistic expectation. We are like chock full of it. And even though I don't like it at all, I'm a part of that culture and I move in it. And it's almost like the energy of the place itself has this resonance of like young forever, like, you know, it's like a cocaine place. It's like everybody drives 80 to 90. Everybody is fit and beautiful. You can't guess anybody's age, which is like real strange. And there are people running at noon at the park in full sun. And they're like, I'm gonna live forever and I'm a marathon runner. And you're like, are you though? Because I don't think you can sustain, your yin and blood can't sustain that. But everybody's like banking on living forever and looking 35 for the entirety of their existence. And so I live in a very fire environment that really has as a external cultural hold, this like just knee-jerk reflex to staying in that mode forever. And then you put our culture on top of it, the productivity culture and all of those things, and we can designate them as wood, potentially metal, depending like how far in IT and how much, like you can start to get these flavors of how the external world is impacting then the internal person's constitution and how they're digesting their experience. And then look at their age and time and space and go, well, where are they in their hero's journey? And are they getting close to, I guess it comes down to then that question, I'm just cutting myself off because it's, who are you as a practitioner and what do you think you're doing when you're treating somebody? And in this case, what I'm saying is part of who I think I am and what I think I'm treating in relationship to this conversation is, I would like all of my patients to digest their becoming as it's fit for them, but also so that they can become to the next thing. I would like those, what we talked about, those incidences of the mirror showing themselves back to themselves, which are usually health crisis or divorces or major life pivots. If they understood themselves fully, they may not have to have the disasters at the level, or at least experience the disasters in a different way. So as a practitioner, helping them digest their reality in a way that keeps them in time space with who they're becoming at the phase of life that they're in and how they understand it will help them hopefully have a smoother, free and easier transition in their life as they, and by virtue of our medicine and understanding, be healthier, be in relationship to their health in a way that allows for at least the shin to be healthier, even if they're going through something hard medically, and understand how to digest it where they are in time space. So I don't know if that makes sense, but Robbie, you were gonna have a question?
Well, I guess at this point, I'm feeling my elderness here, and I think this bug during communication. I woke up one morning with this sinking, stabbing pain in my shoulder joint, which went all the way up to 16, and I just didn't turn my head. And now I'm 5 months into that, and thought for helping me through this. I think it's capsulitis, frozen shoulder for 15-year-old children, 14-year-old children, which is 70, so but what this is allowing me to read or feel is, at least how I'm experiencing it, I can't live. I can't continue to overgive now. I can't really bend my shoulder out like this. I need help getting dressed. I need help maintain my hair. I'm given the opportunity to reassess how is it that I've been using these chakras? How is it that I've been using things where the need is? And how do I handle that? And can I do it with joy instead of bitching all the time? So I'm migrating from bitching all the time to seeing what I'm being offered, and I feel like that helps me catch up a little bit to where is appropriate for me to be heading towards in my water phase.
Thank you for sharing, because that's exactly what I'm talking about in terms of digestion.
I thought
That's exactly it. Yeah, that's sort of like, oh, I see now. I was running full steam ahead, assuming that nothing would ever break. That I would give forever. My arms would definitely work every day. Like, these things are ways in which our body gently reminding us, like, Hey, Robbie, have you thought about this? Have you digested this yet?
No, I have been trying to do for the past 8 years. It's been fun, and I see where that idea of looking at challenge as including the opportunity is real. That's front and center. If it's not, it's not actually yet the practice, but it's also like the opportunity to reset.
And if there's like a way in which as clinicians, we can gently hold the story of the person in front of us. Like none of us actually learn anything by being told anything. So you can't tell your patient anything. Like don't tell them, well, you need to get into this phase of life. You know, like no, that's not what I'm saying about this at all. I'm Midwestern and I'm very obstinate. And if you tell me exactly how it is, I will definitely push you back. Like, no, that's not my story. I'm sorry. You don't know anything about me. But like how you just so beautifully said it, like that slow and gentle, gradual going, okay, I see now that this is possible. And like in the sea of things, in the sea of numbers and times and space and averages and medicine and science, probably what you just explained, I don't think anybody in the room knows how old you are because you are like ephemeral and timeless. You're beautiful. Like we wouldn't know how old you are, right? But a lot of people who are your age or older have way more severe medical issues than you have. And you have 40-year-old shoulder, which is supposed to happen to me perimenopausal because my tendon poops the bed because of my estrogen or whatever Western medicine is going to say about it. And yet it was such a huge, like any disruption is such a huge disruption, but it's also like, wow, there's a lot of people you probably know who are needing walkers or on all the medications and all the things. And it's this time that's like, oh, awesome, you'll heal from this. It'll change. Yeah. But you also just learned something that's going to preserve your longevity even longer because now you're going to pace yourself with a different awareness. If you're okay with me sharing like in this way, but it gives us this clinical moment to discuss.
Really why I brought it up because there's a way to hear these things, the experience that I share. Yeah, it's happening to me, but it's possible that other people are experiencing challenges. They're getting paid. We're talking ticket or they're getting a speeding ticket or, and it looks like damage, but maybe it's really a lot.
And to ask yourself introspectively, okay, what pace am I running at? And where am I in time and space? And the universe is so kindly asking me to check in about all of the things.
So
Yeah. Even though it usually feels like shit.
Yeah.
And it takes somewhere between 3 days and 4 months to realize that it's a gift, and sometimes never. Okay. Well,
I am the bearer of bad news. We have 10 minutes left, and I promised Dean Joanna that I would take that. Well, I'm gonna really get it to next. I've got to do some paperwork, but he will migrate out. So we have 10 minutes before we'll pause for lunch. So if you want to continue talking, maybe ask questions. Just to give you a heads up, and so continue talking.
okay. So, I mean, I was just going to do the water slide, which is same, but different. In terms of water phase, again, most of us are resistant for entering water phase. So a lot of my patients die without making it to full water phase. I see so many people die trying. And I don't mean because of their chronological age. I mean because they've never accepted a reality in which water would be something that they ever want. If you're not coming from these sort of esoteric ideas that we come from with this ideal of the sage or the master, you may not in current American society ever want to be without the relevance of your productivity. Or understand it in a way. You can be completely productive during water phase. It's the beingness and how you do it. I'm not saying that you can't accomplish great things during water phase. Of course you can. And a lot of people do. A lot of people become famous during water phase of their life. It's about the pace. It's about the way in which you're relating to the world, yourself in the world around you in a water way versus a metal way. It's about that intimate dance of being as powerful as water can be and also as tranquil, as understanding timing and how your body relates to time and what you have energy for and you don't have energy for, and what productivity looks like in water phase might be fits and spurts. It may not be this metal level, like I get up in the morning, I have my cup of coffee, I go work out, and then I go to work, and then I do this, and then that's not appropriate in water. I go for a long walk 3 days a week. I like my Qigong practice. I do it 3 days a week. Sometimes I go and do this, go hiking on Sundays, but sometimes I don't. Sometimes I write for 4 hours straight, and sometimes I can't sit in the chair and write, and I don't care to do so. It's that coming and going, that working with the movement of your life and being appropriate to the amount of energy and time and impact you want to have. And so when I think about water, I think about the finding the freedom in the structure. Yeah, I've built the structure. I understand it's there, but I also know that there's more to life than the structure. I've lived it. There was a phase in which this structure was fantastic. There were phases of life before the structure ever existed. I embraced them both. Starting to get that, out the space outside of the routine, the bigger picture, starting to understand that I can be in my pajamas all day on Wednesday if I need to be, because that's suitable and important. And if I blow through that, my back will go out. I will catch the cold, the thing will happen, right? Another reason why water element is often pushed back against in our aging process is fear of death and fear of dying, and the getting close to or understanding the proximity of impermanence in any way. Impermanence is terrifying in American culture, time, and space at this point. To even touch our own impermanence. I had a 96-year-old patient who couldn't even think about dying. Like, it wasn't, we met every week. Sometimes I'd go to his house for coffee. He became a dear friend of mine. He was like one of my favorite human beings on planet Earth. He never talked about dying. And at first it was like, okay, well, we only have a half an hour in the, treatment, and how many people does he see in a week? And we're social and we're funny and we would make terrible jokes. It was fantastic. So I was like, okay, but he's gonna have to transition. And I know I'm in his life to help him transition. I know that's why I'm here. And in a way, I think he knows he's coming to me for that. Not that he ever said anything about death or dying. He certainly wasn't gonna happen to him. But he never even mentioned it once. I mean, I can't imagine being 96 and not thinking about what happens. And one time I asked him, I said, well, what do you, jokingly, I'm pretty lighthearted, and my clinical skill is Winnie the Pooh, kind and soft and just sort of let's just move with it. And then every once in a while I put my toe into the deep end of the pool and drop something sort of deep, and then I back all the way back up. So what do you think happens when you die? Lean all the way back out and see. Pause for discomfort and hopefully authenticity if we can cut through it. You never thought about it. It was not something that he ever talked to me about or thought about, which I think is strange, right? And up until at 94, he stopped working out every day at 7:30, a 24-hour fitness. He stopped driving at 95. And by the time we got to 96, he fell and broke his hip at one point. I went and visited him. Even then, he didn't mention what he thought would happen. It was fascinating to me. And I'm not saying that I have answers about it, but isn't that fascinating? There are people who I feel never contemplate the impermanence or really think about it. Now, they don't have to be all deep or anything, but just a mention. I'm not saying anybody has to digest it the way I digest it, but a mention. This, and it's all over the classics in Buddhism and Taoism, the awareness of impermanence. I mean, there's a lot of emphasis in those classics about water element in general from this lens, right? It's actually structured in order for you to reach water element so that you can attain some level of liberation through understanding impermanence. That's the whole goal. That's the end game of the great sage and practitioner. And then for us, it's let's just not mention it and keep moving forward, Anyway, I know that we are on a time crunch here, or I'm on the home stretch. But one of the other things I want to say, in terms of Buddhism and Taoism and the cultural orientation of our medicine in the time space it was developed in, is a felt sense of expansiveness. Water should be expansive. The meat suit and the connection to the meat suit and me being my meat suit should start to have some space. you know, even with diverse cosmologies and diverse religious ideas, there starts to be a space between this old, as Ram Dass calls it, the old shoe and who I am and who I've always been. That should start to be a part of your water element experience. And you notice it in people who are in water element, they talk in an expansive way. They talk about their life and their time in a way that's out of time and space, or they start to see the whole big picture of their life in a way that is not so metal. Metal's in it every day. Well, I don't have time for this conversation because at 4:30 I have to get the kids, and then we're gonna go to do this, and then we're gonna go do that, and then it's over, and then this, and then that, and then tomorrow I wake up exactly at 6 o'clock, and I have my cup of tea at exactly, all of a sudden water is like, well, I haven't always been this way, or like when I was a kid, there starts to be that reverie and expansiveness in time and space, and some of that starts to drop. And that's how clinically, when you're listening for water element, it depends on the way the person presents themselves. You can usually hear if they've gotten into water versus metal. And if they're not there and they happen to be 96, joke around, evoke joy, have fun because we're all going to die and it should be joyful. And then lean in a little bit and see if you can find it in them and see if you can start to have some deeper questions about that. I recently had, how am I on time? I recently had a patient who is 82, Vietnam vet. Or historically was a sniper of some kind, like CIA, deep, whatever. And he finally had a full memory of the thing that has plagued him his whole life. After being in a silent retreat for 2 months, he came out and he personally lived through the most traumatic moment of his life again. He is an Ashtanga yogi. He does 3 to 4 hours of yoga every day. After he retired from whatever job he had, he was a bodyguard to some really high Rinpoches and lamas, including the Dalai Lama. He has devoted his life to deep spiritual practice, but is completely routinized. Like, he's so routine. You can't get him out of his routine, even his shoes. And then he sends me the link to the shoes because they're the best ones with the best arch support. And I have to wear these shoes. And have I bought the shoes yet? And I can get his VA discount if I go to REI and get the shoes. Okay? That's how he loves. He loves deeply, but he loves through that kind of stuff. He was at a retreat with Alumni, the hugging Hindu guru. 2 months, silent retreat. He remembers his full PTSD. He remembers the thing that has caused him full PTSD. He tells her. He comes back and he tells me. And then he says, what do you do? He said, how do I die now? How do I die now? I need to do one more thing before I can die. What do I need to do? And we talked about, austere practices of austerity. We both know a lot of people who've done all sorts of stuff. He left yesterday for Mount Kailash, 82 years old. He and his nephew are going to go do Mount Kailash. And he says, I don't know what happens after that. I guess I'm supposing that I'm going to die while I'm doing Kora. But if I don't, and I come back, I can't wait to tell you all about it. That's fantastic. His metal all of a sudden turned into water, and then it just has poured out. And it was just like, and now he's going to go, and in his mind, in his life, in his time, that purification sounds about right. He's going to go do it. He doesn't know if he's coming back. He said, what do you think? He's like, I didn't tell my VA docs what I'm going to go do, Dr. J, because they're going to tell me no. And I said, well, I'm not telling you no. If you want me to tell you no, you got to go find somebody else. You can ask any other. I'm not telling you no. Is this what you need to do for resolution and peace in your life so that you can die at any time? He said, yeah. Freaking go do it. Make sure I'm on your WeChat. If you need me, holler. If you don't need me, call it, whatever. Just go do it, But it was like somebody who never was going to turn to metal. Like, or never turn out of metal. Like, I've known him for years. There has been no process of that. And then he processed his trauma. All of a sudden, he moved from metal into water. And now he's making a decision to do that. Now, my guess is he'll live for quite some time. If he doesn't, also, it's okay. But I just think that's like a really incredible, I've wondered a lot. I'm like, he's like, well, I do this and I do that. And, very militaristic, right? Like, that was his upbringing. So metal and habit and spirit, like his constitution is very much that way. Anyway, it's just kind of an interesting story of that. Anyway, I bet you we're over time because I tend to always be. How are we, Robin?
We are where we should probably take a break. I'm gonna seek this question for the afternoon session. This is the question will begin. Because I know it's a simple question that will be a 20-minute answer.
Do I have to remember the question?
No, I already asked
Awesome.
it.
Okay,
But I
cool.
want to acknowledge it. Well, you guys picked on it too. The
Okay.
question is becoming after water death? Is the becoming after water death? See, it's more than just the answer to the question. So I was noting to the online folks that we will go ahead and do that as much. So grab a couple housekeeping notes as we get ready to adjourn. I'm not sure where lunch is going to be, so I'm gonna figure that out for y'all and Nick will tell you. I would say go ahead and leave stuff in this room because we'll be floating in and out. It should be safe. We'll have some, I'll be in and out. There's enough people. However, if you feel more comfortable taking your stuff with you, please do. We are going to go out and have a picture taken. I do want to introduce my dean, Joanna Zhao, one of the founders of the school and the creator of this magnet. The dark heart to it, and our compassion. So I'm gonna invite everyone to follow her. I've got a little bit of something to do here. We are off right now until 1:30. And Joanna, do you know where we're having lunch? Yeah, we're there's some options, but after the picture, we must start. So after the picture.
Robin, are you doing the picture? Is this going okay? Being conversation. Okay. Okay. I haven't gotten anywhere. Can I look through my slides or am I gonna mess up anything on your end? Oh yeah, but can I look at this for 1 second just because I need to know where we are in time? Oh shit, I just pressed it. I'm sorry.
Word doc, and go up and say lunch break, return at 1:30. Because we have to leave our things.
I'm just trying to see where I am versus where this is. I'll put it in the picture. Because I'm nowhere close to what I thought I was gonna cover, but that's okay, because I only need 6 slides. But you think this is useful on a DAOM level? Oh, sorry.
I gotta do some work. I'm sending Jamie right now.
I'm coming, I'm coming. Yeah, with love and joy.
Are you coming back tomorrow? Yes, yeah, I'll also be following online faculty. I have some stuff.
I've got to do this. I don't know anything.
Remind me to plug this back in. I took it out because the mic.
Unbelievable. Yeah, yeah.
Did you get something to eat? There should be gluten-free
Oh,
option.
well, we're eating first and taking a picture.
Where you missed the picture.
I missed it. I went to.
I'm on to you.
No, I had to
Oh,
go.
you did it on purpose.
No. Yeah, no, I had to go.
They should have gotten salads and stuff like that.
Oh, I'll figure it out. Occasionally, I'm not gluten free, but it's really pathetic, like a decent meal. Yeah, yeah. You got close like last night. Yes, we had a good time.
Did you? I want to hear about it.
Great. Wow.
Not right
I'm gonna show you how is my amazing stuff. Okay. That's it? No, that's Dolly.
Oh.
That's Dolly's signature. I just wanted to show you that. And also yes, and also that I had I made sure we did Islands in the Stream. Oh my goodness, it was awesome. So, they had two friends that lived in the building, and there's a community room that they rented out, so it was like really big, huge screen to do the karaoke with, and they were passing through, and they were like, oh my god, and one of them did the song with me, and we rocked it. It was so much fun. Yeah, we ended on Dancing Feet. It was amazing.
Oh, God, that's like the perfect song.
Everybody singing all together. Now, I will, but I'm surprised that not everybody's here.
Lunch ends at 1:30.
I'm surprised there are not as many people are here though. Like,
I think they're enjoying the ability to just. I don't.
I think so. Okay,
don't-
everything's okay.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think it's just nice and relaxing and it's simple,
Okay.
especially if you have a family, it's kind of nice to just
Okay.
have a space to walk in.
Okay.
And think about it, it's like, oh, if you could just, so.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah,
People
I-
are choosing to do that.
Yeah. And so, yeah, everybody's here, but yeah, I'm gonna be sending it to my child. That's tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Yeah, yeah.
Or let me use the box and then we'll go grab it.
Well, my biggest, it wasn't a regret, it's the classic environment class, and the, and it's excellent that it was on the, and it's really difficult to get over the, being in person. Yeah. Again, it wasn't worthwhile. But, you know, just because it's, we try to feel loud. Are we really able to go to this conversation? And here, we're having a conversation. In-person experience. In-person experience. Meaning to remote. Where you go, it's not, it's like, this is very good. Absolutely. Yeah, it's just. And that is what it's.
Yeah, but I think that.
For sure, so that's why I wanted to make sure. Especially her, when she's talking about. I gotta feel that way.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Oh, it's like dark. Yeah, you're talking about your dynamic, you love your dynamic together. Like, I got the Harvard box for you, like, or like that for you. That's reality.
and I think nobody's. So above. Oh, I see what you're saying, yes. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yes, I was. It was the banquet. Yeah, I was there. Yes. But for me, yeah.
You'll miss it if you didn't. Okay, I have to figure something out. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I think maybe we'll have some.
It's funny that we asked the question about, like, you know, when you think you'll end up passing on and all that sort of stuff. Like, I had a moment where I was like, what if I framed my life in bags of tea that I consume throughout my life? I was like, how many bags of tea am I going to consume in my lifetime? Like, what if I did that not too long ago, 4 or 5 days ago. Just imagine just
Wiles.
you know, that's huh? I did. I was like, well, it was a little bit like, negative. I was like, are we just being tracked online? Like, what's the potential? Is you know, I was just wondering.
All right. Ooh, I'm gonna save my voice and I'm gonna turn this on. We got 9 minutes.
I'm gonna go one more round. I'll be back. You said 9 minutes.
Can the online people hear me? Can you guys hear me online? Yes. Thank you, Minji. Thank you, Danielle. Thank you, Gabriel. I remember. All right, while we all settle in here, we got 8 minutes. Dr. Boyd is taking a little bit of a lap to move her chi. How is everybody enjoying class? What are your thoughts? Loving it.
I say tell them not to worry about pushing through the slides. Everything's going excellent. Conversations. This is
Marissa says she's present. I love it that she's probably just telling me she's there, but I'm reading it as she's in the moment. Everybody's liking the content. Do you remember Marissa, Dr. Rehouse? I think she graduated before you. Rehouse, you, Marissa? Yeah, Dr. Marissa's online. Yeah. Dr. Sarah is here, so it's just Marissa's. So I've been enjoying seeing my alumni's names pop up and seeing my alumni in person. So did you like it?
I like it, but also I have a thought. You know what I was thinking? This class can be easily made for the practitioners also as a healthcare. Just by talking about everything what's going on. When Robbie said that, I said about my knee, but you know, we don't get chance to talk about it. Suddenly happens, suddenly goes, suddenly comes. So where we're gonna go to talk about those things, you know, we don't when I'm gonna talk about this to our patients, not too much with our family members, but this one we have really good support team and
Is this better for the people online?
It's a little much.
It is a little much. I'm trying to find that happy medium for everyone. Unfortunately, we cannot go any louder, so if you're online, I apologize. This is the best we can do, and it would be the best we could do even if we had clipped up for a mic.
It's pretty loud.
I know.
Yeah, just tell your online attendees you have a learner on the side of your in-person attendee.
So we will continue to do the best we can. I know for some folks it's okay. I've had feedback that even online it's okay. Hello, Andrea. All right, I'm going to share off to her. Like it.
yeah, we can hold that.
All right, in-person people. I don't like this mic. In-person people, can you guys sign in? Not DAOM students, non-DAOM students sign in.
So I did it from home.
Yeah, I got you recorded. Just go ahead and sign your name. Sign in on the PM. No, no, no. Sign, I got you on another one, so I'll be very, very confused. Yeah, stay, help me. I'll be like,
It was
what?
just so hard to understand. I thought, I'm just gonna jump in.
Good.
Say my people. I get it all in.
Yep, sign in on the PM. I have to have both signatures, so I apologize.
I'm gonna try to shift things so I can do tomorrow. Thing too, so do I need to sign in?
Yeah.
In the morning, I'll send
Yeah.
you-
Yeah, and it'll be easier. I don't know why this Zoom isn't working, because the volume was okay yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
so
only
it's the
challenge
same.
was like trying to see the screen.
Yeah,
And
and
it
it,
was so helpful, but just, that's why I said, slide number, and there was two numbers off.
yeah, yeah,
She'd say 116 is actually 115 or 114, but it's blinded. It's not like-
as long as she got you in the ballpark, right? Like, it's like, okay, we're in the hundreds here, not the ones. So, but yeah,
I'm just
we'll do
fine.
that. And I was also saying to people, if you cannot shift things, that falls off all the time. If you cannot shift things and you just want the recording, I can't give you CEUs for it, but you could just sign up for the student non-CEU, which is $75. Send me an email and just let me know what you're doing, and then I can just send you the recording. If you're like, I want the now, I mean, it's better to be here in person, I get all that. But if you're like, nah, worst case scenario, at least I have the knowledge. I'm offering that as an option.
I might as well just get the CUs too, but, no.
Yeah. Excellent.
You're talking about for the class tomorrow?
Yeah,
Yeah, okay, I cannot come for sure.
Yeah.
but I will sign up, right?
yeah. Let me,
I signed this, but I didn't do what I need. I
I-
just attend, right, tomorrow, online?
just, it'll be a different thing, yeah. So, so let me bring this to the attention of the non-DAOM folks. So my people that are attending, my alumni, all my fun folks. We talked about tomorrow's. Tomorrow is not a free CEU. It is a charged CEU. It's also a Monday. Everybody's like, I'm in clinic. So typically, if you want CEUs, it's $150 a day, and then of course, like an alumni discount's 20%. We also offer a like if you're doing it live, a non-CEU price of $100. For folks that are like, gosh darn, I'm working, but I really want just the information, sign up. Send me an email and I can send you the link. But you can sign up for the student non-CEU rate, which is $75. You won't get, I cannot give CEUs for video recordings, but if you're like, I just want the information, sign up for that and I can give you guys the recording once I kind of clean it up a little bit. So if you're like, I wish I could continue tomorrow, but I'm seeing patients, or, you know, you've got an incredible spa day planned, let's find some fun stuff, right? That is that option. Just note it over to me. And the reason is because otherwise I will be like, I'm gonna use Yonder because we're friends all day, but Yonder's not a student, what's going on? And then I'll send you an email. So I just want to extend that option to folks to have it at a little less price if you're just watching the video. Does that make sense for everyone? And if you're interested in it, pop me an email and I'll send you the sign up just so that I can capture all that information. All right, excellent. You have to literally talk like this. Yes, you do. And when you turn your head, you gotta turn your head. You can pull it like this. So, I help ACOM, our accrediting body, for, I'm writing up their online training for their commissioners. And I have to do all the recording. And, so it's like, we do these slides and then I narrate them. Mostly because they needed to be done. And I was like, oh, they better be done. And then they showed the commissioners and they're like, wow, she's got such a soothing voice. In my head, I sound like Minnie Mouse. So hopefully you guys are hearing soothing voice and not Minnie Mouse going on. Especially after Jamie made me cough last night. She's a lot. All right, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Jamie Boyd.
It's weird because this has an echo and the same as your Minnie Mouse. I don't know what my voice sounds like to me, but it's not good. You know how that is? You're not like the sound of my voice. Okay. I'm gonna stop making faces at the microphone and get serious here. Everybody's lunch good? Thank you so much, Five Branches, for giving us lunch today. Really appreciate it. Where did we leave off? Have we gotten very far at all?
Oh, we have a question.
Oh yeah. The end. The end of the water element and beyond.
Does that, is water like accepting or
So the question is the water phase of life accepting your death? Yeah. No, I think that you can accept the water phase of your life without accepting your death. But would the water phase of life benefit you more if you accepted your death? Maybe. Do you know what I mean? Like you could be living in water, not recognizing it and not be quite so dark and twisted as I am and thinking about your death every day, right? Like that. But there is something about how you can, from the outside, tell somebody has entered the water element in their life or have had some sort of homeostatic relationship to being in water phase, is they usually have a sense of expansiveness or spaciousness or drop of time in a way that would be consistent with understanding impermanence on some level. Does that make sense? They don't have to necessarily be talking about death the way we do, but some sort of sense of out of metal phase. So it's not so much as like, how do you do water phase right? There's no right way to do water phase. There's no correct way to do any of these phases. It's about in the clinical moment, if we're using this as a diagnostic parameter, perhaps for understanding where people are in their time and space. Somebody who comes in who's talking about their life, you're like, so how's it going today? And they tell you every 15-minute increment that they've done since they woke up in the morning, they're probably in metal. Well, first I got the kids to school. And then after that, I did this. And, you know, if they're autopiloting like exactly what they did all day, you're thinking wood and metal. You know, they're in a phase of life where things are in that kind of time. If you're talking to somebody and they're talking about timelessness or like, I mean, some of this can be even more macrocosm than the phases of life itself, right? It could be constitutional, be revealing to us the constitution of the person or all sorts of things. I use a lot. One of my biggest diagnostic parameters is the first 10 minutes of our conversation when they come in. What somebody brings in, what they say, how they say it, what energy they're in is as revealing as like, I mean, that is, you should already know what you're treating that day by the end of your first little meet and greet conversation. What I'm asking for in terms of this class and listening for is, are they in the phase of life that's consistent with the age of their meat suit, and how does that serve or not serve them if that happens to be part of a disharmony? So if you're in water phase, you're more likely to talk about things in an impermanent way than you are in phase, right? Yeah, if you accept your own death, then great, you know how to do water. Good job. And then every day you have after that is just joy because you understand impermanence, and so you can let a few things go and just be in the timelessness and spaciousness of that. So let's start with this next slide. This is just really simple. It's, you know, what are the most common health issues during the Middle Ages? And you know all of them because they're mainly what all of our patients come in with, you know, and there's nothing outside of that. There is, you know, anything can happen in this phase of life, but oftentimes what we start to get is this awareness in a person of, hey, if I keep doing this thing or if this trajectory keeps going, I'm going to be quite sick and this is eroding my overall health. You know, oh, you know, I went to the doctor and for the first time ever, my blood pressure was high. I went for my physical, my blood pressure. For the first time ever, my blood glucose passed this certain number. All of a sudden I'm having a problem sleeping. I've been a champion sleeper. You know, all of these little metrics that over time could start to really erode our health and well-being tend to start right around now, you know, or they're like chronic situations. So, you know, there's way more than this, but this is the main stuff that starts picking up during this time, right? Can anybody think of anything that I did not put on here that's a glaring obvious one? So we've got mental health, stuff, injuries, pain management, you know, you just tend to tolerate inflammation differently and things seem to last longer and we heal less quick. So people start coming in for stuff on that level, sleep disturbances, all the sleep quality issues, especially with children involved in the situation. You know, you've been up for a couple years every 2 to 3 nights with your kiddo, and then all of a sudden your kiddo's sleeping through the night, but you cannot anymore, which is a wonderful gift that happens. All the weight gain stuff, digestive, you know, usually that thing that is always weird about you, where if you drink a beer and have pizza, you have acid reflux, all of a sudden you're having it all the time, you know, or it's happening more often. All of those things start settling in. Anybody have anything else that I missed? I was just kind of, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, hot flashes are a big reason for people to come into acupuncture. All of the hormonal shifts, especially in people with uteruses, it starts to get really fun right around now. Yeah. Oh, memory. Yeah, memory definitely is a big one that people come in for. Memory, brain fog. Yep. Yep, definitely. I see that. I have not yet seen it in metal phase. Oh, Alzheimer's and memory issues. Yeah, I see that more later. I haven't had early onset though in my office. Maybe you have. I mean, it's certainly possible. You know, it's certainly possible. I just haven't seen it as much. Yeah, yeah, prostate stuff. Our case today will be BPH because yeah, it's a big one that comes in. A lot of times, you know, and maybe it's just because of my packaging. The prostate information happens like in the 5th to 6th treatment. I always bring it up. Everything going like, okay, and urogenital, like, okay, you know, I do it as a check-in with my first appointment with most men, but they don't bring it up. And then slowly over time, they'll start bringing it up more and more until we realize like, oh, that's why you came in. Like, got it. Okay. I'm there with you, dude. We're gonna work on this. But yeah, prostate definitely during this phase of life, right? Anybody else seen anybody for another thing that, just in case I want to make sure I tailor my talk to what's relevant to you all. What we're gonna do real quick and for funsies is we're gonna talk about endocrinology. Joint issues, yeah, definitely. Now I know we've all studied the endocrine system. It looks something like this. This is the story of our endocrine system as we learn it in, in our biomedical classes. It's interesting because sometimes you'll even see the endocrine system without the reproductive hormones associated with it. And there seems to be a divide between endocrinology and reproductive endocrinology. And I don't mean that in terms of IVF reproductive endocrinology. I mean the reproductive system and its endocrinology for people born, with testes or ovaries or the whole thing, right? And there's a huge separation in that. In fact, it's hard to get an endocrinologist to talk to you about your reproductive hormones, and the impact of reproductive hormones are seen as separate from insulin and your blood sugar regulation or your thyroid. All of us know that that's not true, right? That the endocrine system, actually your entire body is one big endocrine tissue because every single tissue in the body has receptor sites for all the hormones. So the idea of endocrinology as being something separate is wild. And this is where well, I don't know, let me ask you, where do you guys think endocrinology falls into classical Chinese medicine understanding of the body? What level are we talking about? What poetry is evoked for you when you think of an endocrine body? Not necessarily the individual pattern or differential diagnosis type stuff. I'm talking more like what in our theory maps the endocrine system in that way. Anybody have any ideas? Yeah? You think of Sanjiao. Okay. Yeah, that's really a good way of thinking about it. Anybody else have any ideas of how they think about endocrinology in terms of classical Chinese? Yeah.
Well, that's apparent, but I think of it as like
Oh, I like that. Yeah. So you said the interface between the energetic and physical body. Mm-hmm.
but it's how the physical body and the energy body also.
Well, it's in a way your poetry is kind of the same in that we're talking about like receptor sites. we're sort of talking about, well, where does reception happen? Or how does reception happen between the communication systems of the body, and then how does it convert into real-time meat suitness? I always, yeah. What would you think?
How the endocrine system more physiologically affect the body to stimulate or destimulate. So I would think it would be like somewhere essence and the Mingmen.
Essence and the Mingmen. That's good. Yeah. Yeah. It depends on how and when I'm thinking of it, of course. But I would say if I had to pick a broad stroke, and I think it's similar to everything you all said, but I look at it as in the blood level, if we're going to use that system, right? Like, I mean, there's lots of systems we can choose from and ways of interpreting it, but I think of it as the blood, like, and the communication system of the body, right? Yeah, and it's important to look at it that way because obviously with these disease processes, the way that we understand them from a classical Chinese medicine lens, we have to think about how we're going to treat them and talk about them. So I'm going to give a whole bunch of pictures here, and I don't know how far we'll go with each of them, but I want to make sure you're familiar with them and that you have these in your notes, right? I find it really, really important to understand endocrinology at a deep level in order to do my family practice. For me, maybe it's my constitution, maybe it's me grappling with blood and blood stagnation and some of my love of that. That makes me inclined to try to understand as fully as possible the way Western medicine understands endocrinology on all of its levels. I've been working with fertility medicine for a long time, so I've been working with reproductive endocrinologists, and they do a ton of blood work. A lot of functional medicine doctors, a lot of naturopathic doctors are doing tons of blood work, especially for fertility and natural fertility and reproductive endocrinology and IVF. And then you go through menopause and nobody draws your blood and tells you that your hormones don't matter, and that you can't predict anything from your hormonal panels, and therefore we can't derive any information, but here's your HRT and we don't actually care what your estrogen is. So then you have to scratch your head and go, okay, so my patients who see endocrinologists for complications of diabetes, for thyroid issues, they go to an endocrinologist and they get blood draws, they get medications, they get dealt with on that level. But you can't go to an endocrinologist for hot flashes. Or at least I haven't had anybody go to just an endocrinologist for hot flashes. They're immediately sent to an OBGYN. And you aren't sent to an endocrinologist for testosterone, right? Like, I actually think that what we'll see in endocrinology in general is somebody's going to realize what I've realized, which is family medicine. There needs to be life cycle endocrinology that actually encompasses the stress hormones, the reproductive hormones, the blood sugar hormones, the thyroid hormones, the whole kit and caboodle, the way that they all interact with each other is its own full form of medicine. But right now, the way the medical system works is endocrinologists actually see a very small lens of what falls under endocrinology. Because if you are going to see full endocrinology and all the systems the way it works, you would have to be a holistic medicine provider. You would have to not look at it as a specialty, but see it as the whole body, because anybody who's had reduced estrogen will tell you, you get night blindness. So I got night blindness when I was 17 because my estrogen was low, so they put me on birth control pills as part of like ovarian cysts and a couple other things that were happening, right? Now all of a sudden I'm night blind again. I do a blood draw, guess what my estrogen's doing? It's the same for men. Every tissue of your body has receptor sites for all of your hormones, and that includes your reproductive hormones. And the way that our reproductive hormones are in relationship to our stress hormones has everything to do with what happens during midlife and the way that we metabolize and create disharmonies that later become pathologies. So I ask that you all memorize this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go through, now, I don't know, have you seen this picture before? In your education, have you seen full endocrinology in any way, or do you enjoy looking at these at night like I do for fun? Trying to understand someone's thyroid issue as it pertains to their insulin issue, which pertains to their menopause. Anybody seen this before in this way? Okay. I don't know if because all of the masters and doctorate programs are so different, I don't know what level of biomedical you're getting. So if this is a repeat, sorry. But this shows you all the primary endocrine tissues as defined by our usual endocrine system picture, and then all of the hormones. And we had to memorize this for the California board. So I know that, you know, you needed to know to some level what came from the pituitary and so on, right? Yeah. I'm going to show you this one instead. So this is the best one to memorize if you're going to do so. And it shows you the way that all the hormones relate to each other, and it gives you a very basic, although I should have said this at the very beginning, all of this is completely gendered, and I see patients of every kind of gender and otherwise. But in terms of endocrinology and the way that this is done between testes and ovaries and whatnot, there are very distinct gendered bodies in most of this conversation. But that does not mean that I don't clinically and personally recognize all genders and am willing to work with whatever, however, and understand and decode that endocrinology. And I see transgender and non-binary patients for every stage of life, just like everyone else. And I help them with their hormones as well and understanding what's going on with their hormones with hormonal therapy. So, and that could be its own whole class at some point. We can discuss that at some other point. But I don't want to be offending anybody, but this will be pretty gendered. I'm only giving you this because as we start looking at cases, I want you to be able to refer back and see what could be going on and how it's affecting each other, okay? I don't think I'm going to read it all out loud to you. I think you can just look and take a peek. Like, notice the pancreas, notice the pineal gland, you know, sit here and look at, you know, highlights for later. In the pituitary, we've got the follicle stimulating hormone, luteinizing hormone. You should all know that. Prolactin, that should be something. And then the androcorticotropic hormones coming from the anterior pituitary is super important. All of that will be later as we talk about mid-age, okay? I know it's a little heavy for all the carbohydrates we just ate, especially for me. This is a hot topic for me. This isn't totally fleshed out, and although this looks super scientific, I want you to know that this isn't the end-all be-all, and we're still working on it. So don't believe everything in this diagram. But this is the best way, this is the best diagram I could find to explain to you what happens every day in my office. And again, I like lifted it from, where did I lift it from? It should be on here. Anyway, this is as close as it gets, but I'm sure it's more complicated than this. But this is called the pregnenolone steal. Do you guys know about the pregnenolone steal? Anybody ever heard about this? Okay, cool. Then it begins something like this. Where do we get cholesterol in our body? You guys can just shout it out. What in our body makes cholesterol? Liver, kidneys. Yeah, liver and kidneys, right? And although we get some from food, most of it's self-made. Most of our cholesterol is self-made, okay? And you can see in this, so we get the cholesterol and then circulating LDLs. What do we know about LDLs? Can somebody tell me about LDL? Is it our good cholesterol? Is it our bad cholesterol? Will it kill you? Is it your untimely end? It's the bad one. Yeah, there's finger quotes in the back, right? It's also the car that every hormone in your body drives in to get to a receptor site. So it is absolutely essential for you to have quite a lot of it to be available to drive around your hormones to where they need to go, to the receptor tissue, okay? It's extremely important. If you have too low LDLs, you can do irreparable harm to your body. I actually, when I see all my patients' CBCs and things every year when they do their physicals with their doctors, I ask to see it. And in my population, because I have so many dang healthy people who are doing all this yoga and marathon running and all this stuff, and their body mass index is super low, but they're having every symptom of every hormonal problem you can possibly imagine. And I see their LDLs are low. I tell them that we're in trouble. I've seen a lot of disease processes happen from too low LDLs. Now, that's not everybody, not all the time, and it's regional, and it's where you live and what's going on with your population. But if your population is healthy, healthy like mine, they can demyelinate because their cholesterol is too low. You can start to demyelinate your nerves by eating your own fats off of your body because you do not get enough bad dietary fat. Fun fact. Keep that somewhere in your back pocket, because when you have a super healthy patient who only eats very certain healthy, really super healthy fats and have a completely clean diet, and they start getting weird nerve stuff or strange hormonal stuff, look at their cholesterol first. And it's not even like, it's an easy panel, it's no big look, you can see it pretty quickly. Yeah, question back. Can I ask you, okay, so the question is it possible for nighttime polyuria to be related to low LDLs from a super clean diet with perfect blood work other than that? Which kind of kidney thing? Creatinine, bun, like is it a normal? Okay. Can I ask you, do they go back to sleep after they urinate? Okay, so there's no insomnia, nothing else going on. Can you give me a little more information? Are we talking about what gender is the person, what age? Okay, 60-year-old, and it's a man. 64, you said. So if he has low LDL, then you would, as we're going to see from this chart, you can see that LDL turns into pregnenolone. And then it goes down from pregnenolone to either progesterone or DHEA is the next step, right? The big box. And then it goes into your androgens. So from the DHEA, it's going to turn into testosterone or estradiol, right? Or it will go to progesterone, and men have progesterone just like women, like all bodies have this similar makeup, same but different, slightly different receptor sites and tissue and function, but same hormone, same communication systems. If it went over to progesterone, it could go into cortisol. But my guess is with the age, and we're right at the change from metal into water, the low LDL is causing problems with his testosterone. And depending on stress levels, it could be getting stolen, which is the pregnenolone steal. And the testosterone is getting lower. There is a high relationship between prostate inflammation and stress, or prostate inflammation and the lack of testosterone. So it could be that, like most people, it's testosterone failing because of aging or lack of, well, actually, in the West, we just are like, oh, you're getting old, so your hormones are just going to poop the bed. And you're like, no, that's not the case. There's something actually happening. How are our hormones pooping the bed? And in this case, it would be too clean of a diet for too long. And then there's going to be concomitant factors, which I don't know what they are. Oh, Crestars. So he started Crestor because he had high cholesterol? Okay, so we, just in case somebody can't hear on, we got a twin brother who has high cholesterol. And a 64-year-old who has a clean diet with no high cholesterol starts Crestor, a year out starts peeing at night. Yeah, what's happening there is, and this is why it's a medical mystery, because if he was, okay, I'm just gonna be hypothetical. If he was morbidly obese, had high cholesterol and started peeing at night, then we would say, oh, well, you have low testosterone because you're not exercising. You know, like we would do all these things. But actually, this is a great example because in our clinics, we see people who are healthy but might be healthy in the wrong way, or it's not serving them, but Western medicine can't figure it out because it doesn't look exactly how it's supposed to look. In this case, it is probably that the cars that the testosterone needs to drive in, that's how I'm going to say it, but really you can see, the cholesterol needs to turn into testosterone. And something in this chain of events is not occurring correctly. And if you can understand this chain of events, then you can start to understand what may in their lifestyle be causing this, or how to do a blood test or to ask a doctor to test one more thing just to see what's happening. And he probably has had his PSA tested, I'm guessing, at his age, and it's totally fine. Yeah, so I mean, that could be it. What I would do is I would tell them to get a little dirty. I like, what is your least favorite oil to consume? What oil will make you definitely go to hell if you eat it? Okay, go do that twice a week for a month and then come back and see me. Just twice a week. You don't need to do it 3 times. Once every 72 hours for 1 month. We're just gonna see what happens. We're gonna see what happens. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. But you know, you put them on the right herbs, you give them the right treatment, and it's still not budging. It's because you're missing a building block. And we're messing around with diet and lifestyle so much, and because we have such high availability to foods, we can actually get so reductionistic that it's weird, and we start to actually disturb our health. Anyway, I'm sorry, you have a question?
Statins can increase the risk of diabetes diabetes or blood sugar issues. I would be curious to know what their A1C is, their blood sugar level.
So what this pregnenolone steel does not have on it that I would love for it to have again, and it's the problem is, at the same time all of this is running, we have the insulin, the metabolic sugar, pancreas, digestive part of the hormones running at the same time. And this is informing that. So for the same exact example you gave, we know that estradiol has everything to do with insulin. We know that they're related. We know that they interact with each other, but we don't yet have, or at least I have not seen, and if anybody out there has seen a really great flow chart into how estradiol and insulin are directly related in a way that looks like this, please send it to me, or testosterone. But we know that it's a cascade. You know, it's a cascade. But also, if you increase fat in your diet, your blood sugar regulation changes. And even a crappy fat still counteracts insulin and sugar when consumed at the same time as a carbohydrate. And the reason why I want to look at it this way is like, yeah, I would say the same thing. I'd be like, okay, like my labs would be like you said, I'd be like, okay, let's get an A1C, let's get a testosterone. You know, if we're fishing and we need proof. Some of my patients, I can just say, okay, go get dirty, come back next month and let's find out if that works. I think this is the best science experiment you're ever gonna have. You need to go get crappy French fries twice a week for a month, stay walking, stay moving. Please don't give up on your cardio, you know, don't get completely unhealthy, but let's just shake it up and see what happens. And see if that shifts it. But like you said, yeah, I mean, insulin is, if you don't have appropriate fats in your diet, or you're taking something that's disrupting your fats, your blood sugar is going to get unstable because you're preventing the absorption of your cholesterol, and your cholesterol is absolutely necessary to your hormonal body. You know, I know it's like this funny thing, like I will have the most beautiful fit human beings in my practice that you've ever seen, and none of them have a sex drive. And you're like, you work that hard to look that good for nothing? Like, damn, dude, like what a waste. I'm old and sedentary, like I don't have a libido, but like you're doing the work. Why is that? Why is that? They don't make the hormone because they're burning through it. Their high burn rate isn't serving them for the diets that they're eating. And although they have like the picture perfect ideal, there's nothing beneath that because they don't have the energy to engage. Isn't that funny? These are the kinds of things, like this is the kind of stuff that makes me laugh in my clinic. I'm not judging anybody, everybody's perfect how they are. But when we're trying to decode the mystery of your libido and you're that fit, you're like, you don't have enough available fats to be processing your hormones, you know? So where the pregnenolone steel becomes really important is in my office, and we'll play this game a little bit tomorrow, which is, are you stressed out or are you going through menopause? Are you having symptoms because your ovaries are no longer working, or are you having symptoms where your ovaries are completely working just fine, but your hormones are pooping the bed because you're running off of cortisol? Because you can see in this diagram that, you know, happy day, happy moment, you take that pregnenolone, it turns into progesterone, you've got enough cortisol to drive yourself to work. And then it should stop and you go back into low rev, normal blood and chi flow, and you're not on fire, right? You're not in your adrenals, you're not in your burning up your resources through your adrenals. If you happen to be like me, and you are, your progesterone is going to get catastrophically low. One of the main symptoms, I mean, there's debate about this, and I don't know what I think about it clinically, but what it says in the obstetrical information is that 80% of hot flashes is caused because of low estrogen and 20 is low progesterone. I don't know if that's clinically true. I see more progesterone causing hot flashes, but it might be because I see more stressed out people. I'm not sure. So originally thinking about menopause and diagnosis for menopause, you know, they would look at your, well, rarely labs are done, but if there are labs done, they think, oh, low estrogen, low progesterone, high FSH, high LH. And if they see low progesterone, low estrogen, and you're over the age of 35, they say, oh, you're fine perimenopause. That's what's happening. Your ovaries might be functioning totally normally. You might be actually fertile. If your progesterone and estrogen are catastrophic and your ovaries are still functioning normally, you are not in menopause. You are not perimenopausal. You are stressed out to the point where you're robbing yourself of your hormones. And men with testosterone, same thing, just no menstrual cycle. So you get judged slightly differently. You know, you're not in andropause, your life isn't failing. It's that you are doing this pregnenolone steal. You're running at such high levels of cortisol, you're stealing your building blocks, and you're not able to make your typical hormones for your body. I think this is really interesting. Do you guys see how this happens? Because for us, it's everything. What does our medicine do? I believe that it's my job every time I see a patient to knock them out. If I worked in a different time and space, I probably wouldn't knock my patients out. In my time and space, everybody needs adult nap time. It's an emergency. You need to go to bed. I am knocking you out. I don't care if people think I'm draining their chi or whatever. My people are coming in hot. They're on coffee. It's midday. It's the sunny desert, and they want to run a marathon, and they want everything to be perfect, and they want to keep going and not fall over. They're getting knocked out. They need full yin. It's my job to give them full yin. I actually turn off all the lights. I make it like sensory deprivation, and I tell them to go to bed. And they know that. They're like, just knock me out, Jamie. Happily knock you out. Why? Because I need their parasympathetic nervous system to, you know, I need their nervous system to turn off, turn on, and their parasympathetic nervous system start to proliferate and start to nourish their body and their blood. Long term, with the levels of stress and the rev rate we're running at, we are having a much harder midlife because, well, I don't know if it's much harder, but I'm currently seeing in my current patients that midlife in the last 5 years, especially, maybe it's been 8 years, definitely since COVID, people are not tolerating midlife, and their blood work is showing it and their symptoms are showing it. And it's because of this pregnenolone steal is a big part of it, I think. And we have the ability to reset a nervous system. Our acupuncture can be an essential part of the health of midlife, just if we can even relax people at all. That doesn't even mean you're a great practitioner. If you can just knock people out, you can start to course correct some of this in a very, very real way, and understanding that that's part of it. And so many of the patients come in and like, well, I guess I'm just perimenopausal. My doctor told me so. And I'm like, you're 38. Why are you perimenopausal now? You know, the average age is 51 and a half. Like, that's a long time to be perimenopausal. But that's just with age. Or with my guys, it's, I guess I must just have low T. And I'm like, no, you're super stressed out. So anyway, memorize this. This is your friend, and reflect on it often, because there's so many ways we could say it different than this, sort of like the way that we layer on different theories of TCM in order to understand different things. I want this to be a constant in your back pocket of understanding. Yeah.
How much do you like, you know, how much effect does that have on all of that? Because I'm seeing a lot more younger men who are having erection issues, and they go down with that.
100%.
Right?
And then I make them listen to comedy on the way to work. Scott? Oh, let me talk into it. So you're asking about whether or not energy drinks in young men are potentially causing erectile issues. Yeah, well, if you look at this and you understand it from that framework, you can see that biomedicine will agree with you. Anything that turns your cortisol on is going to rob you of your basic hormones that will prevent your ability to convert either your estrogen, progesterone, or testosterone. Yeah. Yeah. So when I have people trying to conceive, and let's say we've got, advanced maternal age plus a husband that's starting to have changes in his erection or his inability, usually it's changes in erection, not inability to ejaculate just yet. Well, I have a couple, because men are noticing changes in their erections way earlier. It's happening at least in my patient population, especially since COVID. People are coming in with function issues way, way, way earlier. Now I know there's lots of other things. There's insidious levels of porn. There's a lot of other stuff in the sauce, but there's also high levels of stress. And talking to them about getting out of fight or flight mode. Well, are you in fight or flight mode? What is that like for you? What's your caffeine consumption like? Are you on Adderall or Ritalin? And what level and how much and what do you need to survive? What do you need to get your job done? What do you need for school? But also, anything that could be metabolically stirring, anything that could be engaging cortisol levels could be detrimental to all of our reproductive health or physiological health in general. And that could be a part of this. Is this going okay? Okay. Oh, okay. They have the slides in here. Okay. But now they just get this weird angle. I don't know. I'm not. Pictures and television, not so good for me. Any other questions about this? Is this new for anybody? Have you guys been thinking about it this way? Let's go. And again, I'll give some like real-time examples here in a little while in case studies. Let's see the next couple. So a lot of the naturopaths and naturopathic doctors, some of the MDs that I know who are doing more alternative forms of medicine are using different testing. And the Dutch test, this is the chart that comes along with the Dutch test. I want to show you because this is where I started to understand this, because patients were walking in with stuff from naturopaths showing me this. And this started to make a whole lot of sense to me. So this is same as the last one, just in a different format. I'm a visual learner. I like to think of things from a visual standpoint. This helps me tremendously. And again, it sort of shows you where testosterone and estrol and estradiol come down through from the DHEA. These aren't perfect. This is not exact though. But I think it's good enough to give us a visual representation. And honestly, to memorize all of this just as traditional Chinese medicine doctors might be a little too much. Like we don't need to be endocrinologists, but we need to understand how it works in our bodies, right? So this is the Dutch test, which you'll see come in. And then also, where did it go? This is Genova Diagnostics. This slide is a little wonky, but this comes along with their diagnostic panels as well. And some people like to order these. I'm really just into regular blood tests. Our lives are so overwhelming. I like to be underwhelming. I like to do the least amount of blood work possible for me to get a definitive diagnosis without blowing the people out of the water. I don't know if you guys are seeing this, but even like the stool samples, like the DAOM products, or, people are doing these high levels of testing, but then there's really no recourse for treatment. It's like, I love it because it's delicious and it like excites me to see all this new medicine happening and where it's all going and what all we can test. But at the end of the day, a lot of the just really simple biomedical labs are fine with this. Like I run testosterone, blood serum levels of testosterone, FSH, LH, estradiol on patients depending on gender and what's going on, just to get an idea of what else is happening. That's good enough for me. If I see wobbles, I tell them what it is. We don't do differential diagnosis from a Western standpoint. We're looking at trends. We're looking at trends and how it applies to the symptoms that they're coming in with. So I use it as just one of many tools to create a picture for me to understand how I can best help them with diet, lifestyle, and herbs and acupuncture, right? Yeah, any question? So it is, it's all relative. Those ranges are wildly off. And hormonal ranges are wildly off, which is why everybody says, oh, well, we don't do hormonal panels. You're like, yeah, because you guys didn't make it in a way that makes it make sense. And you know, like for me, I've had low progesterone most of my life. I've had low hormones most of my life. So I started doing hormonal blood draws in my early 20s. I was low in progesterone, always. Also, I've always had relatively okay hemoglobin and hematocrit. However, whenever I fall under a certain number, I get all the symptoms of anemia. Every symptom will be I'm anemic, and then I'll go do a blood draw, and you're like, no, you're fine because you're above 13. No, I need to be at 13 to 15 to feel okay. And I learned that through my pregnancies. I kept saying, oh, I feel anemic. And they're like, well, you're at a 12. You can still give birth at home in the state of California at a 12. You're like, yeah, but that's not my number, right? And the only way you can know your number is by collecting blood work over a lifetime and understanding how your signs and symptoms relate to it. And then it's the same with your patients. So it's not always that you can look at these things and say, like, this is definitely what's happening. But let's say over a lifetime we're over-treating somebody, and I actually will say to my patients, like, oh, good, your hormones feel good with the combination we're doing. After 3 months, let's draw them again so we have a baseline. Because now this is your new norm. If this is the rev rate that you feel great on, what we're doing right now, as time in life changes, we're going to take a snapshot really quick. We're going to take a picture of what this number is, and we're going to save it, knowing that time in life changes, but we'll save it so that we know what makes you feel best. That's how I do it. There's plenty of awesome continuing education classes in functional medicine that give you awesome parameters and understanding. I usually do the reproductive endocrinology ones because that's where they're fine tuning and really doing the science around women's hormonal health. And then I apply it to other phases of life, and I'll kind of give you my parameters, what I've seen over a lifetime. If I had time to do full research, I have enough blood work in my office to write all sorts of stuff. That probably won't happen anytime soon. Yeah.
I don't know if you've said this before because I was traveling here and there. But my naturopath has, if person is still menstruating, woman, to take a blood draw between day 18 and 21 to get the most hormonal fraction. Part one is, what do you think about that? And part two, you might have mentioned it, but do you do saliva testing at all?
I don't do saliva testing because it just hasn't been a part of what I've offered and what I know. I do cycle day 3 and cycle day 21-ish based on the person's cycle, if they're still cycling. And I do that because, as you said, the progesterone is the highest cycle 7 days post-ovulation. So I catch their ovulation. We try to figure out what the parameters of ovulation are for them. I try not to stress anybody out. So if somebody wants to do an OPK to find out if they're ovulating, great. If that just stresses somebody out and that's just like one more thing, then no. We figure out what their parameters are for where they think that they're ovulating. We approximate it, and we hopefully get a good blood draw. And then you want to do progesterone on cycle day 21 because that's the highest. And you want to do cycle day 3 to cycle day 5 for estradiol, LH, and FSH. Testosterone can be either time as far as I'm concerned, and then thyroid I do anytime. All hormones work in cycles of 3 months, so you only ever want to repeat hormonal panels every 3 months. So once you plug in something, like let's say you plug in a formula that you hope is going to help and their symptoms start to go and things are looking really good, you would redraw after 3 months of starting on that or whatever thing you're doing. And that's true with HRT. They should redraw in 3 months. HRT is changing so much that hormonal replacement therapy is changing so much that doctors are not drawing it. So sometimes I draw it for the doctors because my patients want to know what level they're at and whether it's a good level. But you wouldn't do it any sooner than 3 months. Okay. Any other questions about that?
I have a question.
Sure.
Would a full complete like CBC be done, or what specific testing should be done?
Well, I do it based on what the individual brings to me, right? Like if it's somebody who hasn't been to the doctor in 3 years and they're not going to go because they don't like their doctor, they don't have a doctor, they don't have insurance. I think a CBC and a metabolic panel are always a good thing to have every year. So if they're open to it and they want that level of information, I'll do it, but I always refer to their doctor if anything's off. You know, but if they haven't done it in a while and I'm their trusted practitioner and I know they're not gonna go to their doctor or they're gonna somehow not go and get care, then I run it, especially like for my dudes who drink more than they should and don't like going to the doctor. If I can catch them and get a CBC every once in a while, along with a couple other things, then at least I know that I have the piece of understanding maybe what their liver enzymes are doing and if it's time to refer or pressure them into going to the doctor. So I do that, but in the state of California, I'm allowed to, right? In other states, this may not be applicable, but for me, especially because, you know, we have this weird hybrid of patients. Half of my patients hate going to the doctor and they use me instead, which I don't really like and I think is kind of inappropriate. And then I have the other ones who go to all the doctors all the time. They're taking all the things and they're taking so many things that their liver can't possibly work and they're in love with all their doctors. And they bring in binders with all of this stuff and you're like, and it's so confusing, you know, and you go from one room to the next and you're like, okay, this person has a binder that's done everything from their naturopath. They spent tens of thousands of dollars. They take all the supplements and this person has not seen a doctor in 5 years and they're not going. So that's why I love that we can do labs because there's times where I can, like I've got a dude who is woefully neglectful of his health. And I promised his mom I would take care of all of her sons and there's 3 left out of 5. And I'm trying my best, but they are a hard-headed crew. And I'm like, I promise your mom I'd take care of you. We're getting a liver panel twice a year. And when I tell you to go, you're gonna go. Know that I want you to go every day, always. You know, like I'd like you to go anyway, that would make me very happy. But you at least have to promise me you'll go now, you know? It's like that. So that's how I do it. And again, I keep it simple and I keep it cheap. And I keep it unoverwhelming because we're suffering globally from overwhelm. I try to keep it as underwhelming as possible while still hopefully hitting like the nail on the head, you know, like by getting the cholesterol panel, you know, getting the metabolic panel, all of that stuff. But I don't order any of the fancy stuff, like this diagnostics or a lot of people in my office are coming in with that because I have people who are obsessively buying all sorts of alternative medicine products. I don't do that because the burden of information on me becomes a problem because how much Western medicine do we really need to know to be able to do our jobs accurately? Maybe not any, right? Maybe not any. I mean, classical Chinese medicine is a complete system. But I'm a person of this time and space and of this orientation. And I do listen to Western medicine and we live in a world that is in love with quantifying. So if I see a blood work and you can show that something's off, they will actually go and take care of themselves. Do you know what I mean? Sometimes they need the number and sometimes they need to see it on paper to know that it's like something that we can treat and then to see the difference of the number. Is a big thing too. So there's a psychological component to that. I'm sure you guys are all dealing with the aura ring in your clinical practice right now. And you know, I have patients who never had a sleep disturbance, got the aura ring, and now have major sleep disturbance. And you say, well, what happened? Did you fall asleep and stay asleep? Well, yeah, I like die when I sleep. Okay. But you can see on this graph here that I am no longer sleeping. And then you have to decide, do they or do they not have a sleeping problem? And are you or are you not going to treat it? And then how are you delicately going to, all human beings want love and support and they want to be heard. So you have to hear their whole aura ring story and how their sleep has been horrible for years without them knowing it, even though they wake rested. And you can't dismiss that on any level or tell them that their experience is not true. But, you know, is it my job to treat your sleep disturbance now? Because I'm not certain you have it. Like from our medicine, that's not a sleep disturbance. A sleep disturbance in our medicine is, can you fall asleep and stay asleep? Are you dreaming vividly? You know, are you waking to pee 5 times a night? You know, that's our sleep disturbance. It's not whether or not you're getting whatever level of sleep dictated by your phone, watch, or ring, which is now a major metric for your health. Yes. Whoa. Wow.
Like
That's terrifying. So then you have to buy more technology. So you have to immediately go to Amazon and get your cameras. Maybe they just put that in every 100,000th watch. They put a sleepwalking thing in there just to sell more cameras. I'm sorry, that's.
When you ovulate, and 9 out of 10 will say, well, according to my app, I'm like, do you think your app could be off?
No, it always is.
Yeah, I'm kind of like,
Always is.
so let's talk about biology. Today, we're gonna learn about the female reproductive system.
And this is why, in part, and maybe this is just my old habitual pose spirit, my mid to late metal phase. But then that just makes it all the more complicated the more metrics we have. However, a well-placed metric can show and reflect to somebody what is happening. So that's why I use the blood work. But yeah, I'm not a very modern thinker in terms of all the technological devices. And again, even with like menstrual tracking, I trust my notes in their chart and what they tell me about their ovulation and cycle way more than especially when it gets to perimenopause and menopause and they start bleeding at weird times. The trackers kind of, stop being relevant. I like this because it shows you what happens during PTSD and stress. And it's a good thing to remind yourself, especially if you're dealing with anybody. But you can see that in this, the dysregulation, the FSH and LH and the TSH, right? What's happening there? Those all are going to have great impact on our reproductive systems. And stress and post-traumatic stress disorder are huge. And we have so many people living with so many levels of trauma. It's just something to consider. And you see that like how it drives down oxytocin. So again, I made a joke earlier about erectile dysfunction and I have as mental hygiene. Everybody's like, well, I should meditate more. I'm like, as a meditator, I really don't think you should meditate more. It's kind of stressful. You can't make time. You'll hate yourself a little bit every time you don't meditate. Like, please watch comedy. I want you to watch 20 minutes of a comedy reel on YouTube while you're doing the dishes at night. Like, that's therapeutic. What does that do? That drives up oxytocin. It brings in joy. It gets rid of your stress hormones. I have sat long periods of time in full cortisol, hating myself. Like, not because I wanted to, but because you're sitting there meditating, you're like, I know I should be doing my class and doing that, but now, like, you can't get, like, it's hard to control your mind. Definitely work on taming it. Definitely try your best when you have times to do that. But if you have somebody who's having hormonal dysregulation and you could just prescribe them 20 minutes of YouTube videos of like their favorite comedian, that's kindness, guys. Like, eat some French fries, watch something funny. It's going to be okay, bud. I'm just saying. It's and when we get ready for it, like this happened a lot in the midwifery community that I was in because they were all Ashtanga yogis. So they were all really hardcore women. And they're like, I need to go into labor. So I've done a cleanse and I've done this and I've done that and I did this posture and and I'm still not going into labor. You're like, have you ever watched the Chappelle Show? Yeah. So I want you to get on my birth ball. I want you to watch the Chappelle Show and drink some castor. I need you to or whatever's funny. Like I had somebody actually, a really hardcore person, super metal, not phase of life, just constantly super hardcore. We had to make her watch, what was it, the Saturday Night Live reels of Will Ferrell on the birth ball. So she'd start laughing and her belly would start going and and eventually her water just broke and it was go time. It is way more therapeutic than like meditating yourself into labor or into an erection. Like, I don't know how it works because I don't have one, but like my guess is that you could talk yourself out of it easier than you can talk yourself into it. And I'm a lifelong meditator and I do not mean any disrespect to meditation in any way. Definitely meditate. Have some sort of discipline and practice to tame your mind. But also sometimes you need to just have oxytocin. Sometimes you need to take a nap and sometimes you need to laugh your ass off. And those have huge impacts on your health. Huge, In alternative medicine, in a way, we become really puritanical because we're looking for some sort of purity that maybe has never existed. And we get pretty hardcore about being exacting about our health and our longevity because we're protecting this precious chi that we have. It's not like that. life has to be worth living and it has to be joyful. You know, I mean, take care of yourself. But know that the way we are wired to be out of stress and enjoy, and that is extremely important.
I think it's what we are talking about, and I share this with congregations about there's two different types of Buddha we see. I see like the young Buddha, and he's just like imposed, you know, postures just tight, like everything's just super straight, right? And then you got the happy Buddha, just like big Buddha bowing, laughing, just having a good time. You know, there's like two versions, but you're still enjoying life.
Well, and if maybe our culture was slightly less intense, I wouldn't need to say it this way. I just like to like when somebody makes you speak on a microphone with all this metal and they ask you to share something knowledgeable, you feel this urge, like even I feel this urge of like, I've got to give you the most information possible. It has to be perfect and it has to save your life and increase your longevity forever. And I'm going to like tell you the most incredible medical things ever, and we're going to do it at a really high level, and it's going to be super smart. No, that's not going to be what happens, guys. I'm sorry. You know, I want to, the imperative of what is meaningful in this time and space is to come at that level or that frequency. It's not serving us, it's stressing us out. It's making us less tenacious. It's making us less capable of fluidity and movement. It's flooding our bodies with rigidity. Every time I get stressed out up here, because I'm a super nervous public speaker, and I start thinking about what I'm about to say, I skip a beat. Anytime I'm sitting here talking to you over a cup of tea, just laughing, we're getting somewhere. You know, if I start running on cortisol in front of you right now, I'm going to start sweating. I'm going to get a little shaky. I'm going to mess up what I'm saying. I'm probably going to misspeak. Yes, I may start to tell you really high level things that I think about, or I'll start to tell you the exact names of every hormone, just so you know I'm smart. But there's less joy. I feel less connected. I go into my head instead of being out here with you. It takes away from my health because my blood pressure is going to go up. My cortisol is going to get leaky. My cholesterol is going to get high. My estrogen is going to go down. And when I'm on cycle day 21 this month, I'm going to be exhausted. I'm going to hate life. I'm going to be in like the pit of despair. Cycle day 21, as you're aging, you know it when it comes because you wake up with flu symptoms and you're like, you know, I feel off and I have a scratchy throat. I feel like I've been hit by a car. My joints are creaky and I just want to go back to bed. And then I look at the calendar, I'm like, oh, it's cycle day 21. My progesterone's super low and I overstepped my cortisol this month. And I have been running on stress hormones and I've done none of the things I'm supposed to do. And I ate it and my pregnant alone steal has happened. You know, that's what's nice about having a menstrual cycle. For those of you who don't know, you get to know like clockwork where you are in time and space, and it's an incredible gift. Because then I can check and be like, yeah, you blew it, lady, this month. Like, nice progesterone use. You know, and as I'm aging, my progesterone's getting lower because I'm teetering on that edge of transition. I don't have that much left in my reserve tank, so I can really tell when I mess it up. And if I make this less enjoyable for myself, my cycle day 21 will be way harder. So I don't hate myself enough to do that, and I like you guys enough to laugh. So here we are. You know what I mean? Okay, anyway. Yeah, sure. Hormones. So the question was, did I say if there was 3 months, if it takes 3 months for hormonal regulation when you start to, yeah, and that's generally accepted. I don't know exactly where it comes from, but it's generally accepted in obstetrics and gynecology that anything you start, you're going to wait 3 to 6 months. Because the hormonal body takes at least 3 months to reset itself because of the way the estrogen and progesterone and all of these hormones, how long it takes for each of them to fill back up when there's been this stealing going on. Or as you're building them back up if you're doing like a hormonal replacement therapy or birth control. Or herbs and acupuncture, which is what I'm doing this for. You get every But you're right, but red blood cells same, right? Like you want to wait at least 3 months if you're changing, if you're doing something to stimulate blood cells, you want to wait 3 to 6 months also. Yeah. Yeah, and I don't know where that all comes from. Like, again, I trained as an apprentice with a home birth midwife. So a lot of the stuff that I do in terms of that come from that training. And she would just always say, like, there's no reason to test it to where 3 months out to see if it works. Let's see. Okay, it's not time for a break just yet, is it? Okay. So I kind of asked this to begin with, but how we understand the endocrine system as it and how it impacts the body from a TCM lens. So do you guys kind of see that as, like, I'm thinking about it as blood? We said Senja, we said where chi and body meet. So how do we, and I kind of answered a little bit with my nap time thing, but what ways do we regulate the endocrine system when we see patients? Does anybody have anything else to offer to that discussion? I kind of hit on a couple things, but is there anything you guys are thinking of that you know, double down on, or parts of your treatment or the way that you think about seeing patients that you think you're directly speaking to the endocrine system? Is there a point combination you use or a formula that you always give when you're thinking about in the endocrine system? And if so, which parts of the endocrine system? You don't think about it from that standpoint, huh? Yeah.
I mean, it's a tricky question to answer because there's so many variables that can affect the endocrine system, right? So, and that's part of the assessment with the patient. So, is it the autonomic nervous system that's on overdrive? Then that treatment is going to be focused on that, right? If it's more of a genetic gene deficiency that runs in the family, then the focus is going to be on that more, or a combination of that disease, right? So I'm just thinking out loud, like how am I processing that?
Well, that's why I'm asking the question, because in a way, I mean, we're supposed to always stay our lane from a class, like we're doing our diagnosis from our understanding.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm working more with the Shaoyang when often with autonomic nervous system stuff, but also the brain itself. And then for more actual gene issues, more kidney points and some other stuff. Yeah. So that's just basic. And then liver and spleen channels as well. So channel three, you know, if there's what channels are going through the reproductive organs, and is that what's going on? Is there actually the PCOS? Is there some physiological thing? So that would be another thing. Yeah. One of the things I've been working on most recently is energetically through Qigong. I'll run the run line with the water microcosm quarter orbit, and then I'll do the that was like super simple. I don't know, to me it seems like it's been pretty effective. I remember I did a presentation on my class at school where it was truly scientific research where two groups of students were treated against anxiety before exams. One cohort was given just those, read like, write your anxiety out, read some mantras, etc. And another was given a acupuncture. And in findings, I remember the group with acupuncture exposure, they had a elevated production of saliva. And it was interesting that they were common and elevated production of saliva, which was corresponding that acupuncture group balanced parasympathetic system to the great extent. I just remember for me, it was a revelation that acupuncture can actually influence this duality that it
Mhm. Yeah, we're great at it. We're really great at regulating the sympathetic and parasympathetic. Yeah, fantastic. Let's see, you had a, yeah.
Yeah, just, not so much through acupuncture or herbs, but I specialize in medical. We actually have meditations where we tap into the aspects of the and then the system as a whole. And even when you do that body scan, several of the students were able to say like, oh, I can feel this gland is moving off, or oh, I can feel my pancreas is like fully there, right? And then we have the chicken practice, for example, like giving sound patients, or they go out for vibration, that can make giving sound. So there's different ways to access it, but for me, it's more through the energetic, like the
Great. Anybody else? Yeah. Mhm. Mhm.
It comes down to like a really intense stressful thing, like,
Do you have a favorite point in LA to get rid of stress? Is there something you give every single person? What is it? Tell. GB40, nice. Everyone? I have a similar mind. I love GB 37 to 39, and you can always feel there's always, and I always think of it to me as the heart divergence, even though I know you guys can look it up, but there's something GB-ish. I always start GB 20, and then I do GB 37 to 39-ish, somewhere in there, sometimes GB 40, but usually, and for me, in my mind, it's like, I'm just gonna get you here. Let me just get, you just drove 80 miles on the Highway 5. Let me just get you here. So I touch their pulse, and then I'm like, some sort of gallbladder or taiyang, depends on your interpretation. They lay on their back, I do some sort of something here, and then I get them there, and they're telling me, blowing off all their steam, telling me about their day and how hard it all was, and blah, blah, blah. Go back to the pulse and you're like, okay, nice to meet you. I'm Jamie. Hi, welcome to my office. I've only been here 20 minutes and your shin has not yet arrived. Let's get your fire down a couple notches and let's see what we can actually do today. What's available? Yes, Robin.
All right, so we have two online comments. Dr. Pine says she really likes the NADA protocol for stimulating relaxation and parasympathetic.
Nice.
Dr. Ferrari says that she enjoys abdominal breathing for patients on the table and can help redirect that outward directed chi inward, thus causing a parasympathetic response.
Nice, those are great. I know, I think that should be the start of every treatment, is just neuroregulation. Can we get you here? Are you here? Can we get you settled down? I personally find that the feng shui of my office is essential in that. So I just moved offices, but I have a feng shui master who sets up, does my office, lets me know how to do it. And then I specifically decorate and have everything in order to bring everyone down 100 notches. So by the time they ever lay down on the table, they should already be starting to slide into a parasympathetic nervous system state. And then for about 16 years, I've been playing the same music in my office, the exact same music, which I love music. So it's even hard for me to be in the same exact color walls and the same exact sound and the same exact smell. But what you're doing is in an uncertain world, you know what Dr. Jamie's office is like. And you know you can go there and you know that the minute you walk through the door, it smells this way, it sounds this way. And by the time they get on the table, they're already starting to neuroregulate. And part of my job is already done. So consider that. Consider that when you're building out your offices and when you're making space. The music I play, I mean, this is like a testament to how long I've been in practice. It's Anugama Shamanic Dreams, and it's theta waves. Yeah, it's theta brain waves, because what do theta brain waves do? This is a different class, but what do theta brain waves do? They're your daydream. And as adults, we rarely daydream. We rarely get the expansiveness of the daydream. And actually, all of the science behind the brainwaves, which I'm sure some of you guys already know this, but you can't hold anxiety or depression when you're saturated in theta. And so they know that they can be held in theta in my office. And then all of a sudden their thoughts start to sort of expand and they get a little dreamlike. Their cortisol levels start going down and we're getting closer to neuroregulation. So we're setting up a scenario in which I need very few needles and very little like herbs to get a person to where they need to be. And also they can hear me better. They're open to suggestions. They're open to change. They have some room and some space to all of a sudden take in one or two things that they might be able to shift for next time.
So, Carrie said that.
Yes.
Hold that down for a second. Quickly, can you repeat the music into the mic for Dr. Cho? Maybe.
Sure. It's Anugama Shamanic Dreams, the first CD. The second one has too much flute. No, just like it's a high pitch, so you're falling in, you're getting into like deep acupuncture land, and then all of a sudden a high pitched flute comes out of nowhere and gets you. And I'm sound sensitive. It does something.
Good. We're gonna take a break
Okay.
after your question. Roberta, did you have a question?
She has a question. Oh wait, we have two questions actually. Okay.
Is it something that could be held for this research? Excellent. Write your questions down and we'll start with your
Is that okay?
questions. Is that good?
Okay.
Is that good?
Okay, awesome.
Okay, good. All right, we are on a 45, oh no, we are not. We are on a 1 5-minute break. Please come back at 3. And we'll start with those questions. One 15. You think like that, it always sounds like 50. So I would say 1 5, 15-minute break.
I know, I see. I do it.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
It was in May. Okay, yeah. It was so busy trying to get everything together, so, yeah. I don't think I've stopped since I saw you in May. Because we moved our office and everything, so it was just like crazy.
I may come in December.
Oh, cool.
I sent you the name.
Okay, good.
Really like stuff.
Oh, that's great.
You guys are gonna get together for some, that stuff. I did, have a gathering.
Sometimes they like my heart would just if you want to stop at some point, but you know, like with motherhood and everything, so busy. So you always have yeah. Yeah.
I mean, they're.
And like 5 years being really together. So that's getting there, right? Yeah. Oh, and this is fantastic. Thank you so much.
Yeah, like something for your kids.
Oh, it's wonderful. Thank you.
It was hard. I don't know her personality, I don't know, like that's important. I don't know. So you were I know she sent out emails.
In my natural habitat of like storm fencing. Nice. So Robin, I don't understand the timeline. You said 4:10 is the next, like I'll teach from 3 to 4:10 and then break, is that what you said? Oh, 3:50, 10 to 4. Ah. Okay. Oh. That's 4:30. Okay, I'm just trying to pace myself. Oh, you have it. Oh, I think I left my suit. No, I'm not gonna stay long.
All right, everybody, let's settle in. So I'm doing this early because I know that, once 4:30 rolls around, everybody's bellies are gonna want to talk to them and they're gonna want to go to dinner. And so I want to just talk through what the rest of the afternoon is gonna look like and, something else. So we're gonna talk now, well, I'm not, but Dr. Jamie will talk until 3:50. I'm gonna give you guys another break, a 10-minute break at 3:50 to just stretch, move around. Then we will migrate to the back chairs. I will bring the Zoom folks with us. And then we will, Dr. Jamie's gonna just kind of do a casual roundtable discussion on case studies. So we'll have a Q&A time, lots, 20 minutes, 30 minutes to have, just pick the doctor's brain. So we'll do that. At 4:30, we'll have a break. Guys can go walk around, spend some time doing all that. After that, the folks that are staying for dinner, I highly invite, I know I'm gonna look at my students, are like, oh, you can just sign in. Because if you sign in, you get a really cool goodie bag. Okay. And for my faculty friends, I think yours are different, so make sure you did not with your faculty. Yes. Oh, I already signed you. Oh, no, did you sign here? If you're a CEU person, sorry, I did the online folks. If you are the CEU person, make sure you sign in here so I have record of it. I'll give you 2 minutes to do that. If your name's not on there, just fill in your name in. Oh, no, right of it. Where'd you go? Where'd you go, Tom?
Oh, there we are.
No, if you're joining class tomorrow, you'll get a new Zoom link. It's the same one from, spoiler alert, it's the same one from Saturday. I lost track of my days. Okay. Okay. Chat is blowing up. I am seeing that the chat is blowing up. I can put up right here. Sharing. Oh yeah. Oh my God. I already got you guys. It's okay. All right. So, like I said, I'm doing things a little bit out of order, and it's mostly because I want you all to be able to scatter to the wind. So first and foremost, even though it's not end of class, We want to thank Jamie for coming up, spending her time, being here. And because it is our 40th anniversary, we want to give her a certificate of appointment to Dr. Jamie Boyd as one of our professors on our 40th anniversary. Excellent. All right, and then I'm going to tell Ruby, jump on the other one. Jump on the other one. This one, Ruby, that one's not going to have access to slides. You want to use the other Zoom. I'm going to send it. All right, folks. Now, I'm going to stop talking because I don't know anything else.
I'm gonna scoot over. And my shoes. All right. This is just a repeat slide in case we forgot from this morning to remind us. And we're going to start with some case study, with a case study that we'll continue to discuss, or we can bring up other cases for our group discussion in the back. But I want to make sure we get through the meat of it. Will I have access to my slides in the group discussion or no? Probably not. Okay, that's okay. No worries. I'll just bust through it right now. We kind of discussed a lot of this today, unless anybody has anything to add to it, but it was just kind of, you know, what are our compounding stressors right now? What stressors do we think are different right now than what was mentioned in the CEUS? Like, it's kind of funny because it's so appropriate, but what stressors, do we see in clinic that are new now? You would,
Looking at this environment and the built environment, and parts that walking into the local food part, like it's hard to do lifestyle. Actually, get that before actually design their city to promote health. Water.
I like that. And that's a good thing to bring up, that we don't have in our infrastructure in this country, in most of our cities or rural areas, a built-in infrastructure that promotes body movement and well-being. Yeah. That's great. Yeah, that is. I mean, that's a big difference, right? Any other major stressors that we haven't touched on today that we,
I think the big one is like mental health. You know, the ability to just like create and have an imagination. You know, it's almost like people are brought into this like box, you know, to the point of like, and then adding on to what she was saying is like people are existing into a cubicle. You know, and so everything is becoming like box now, where before it was more like a circle, right? Community would come around the campfire, right, in a circle. And so it was more community based, where everything now is so isolated and so like egocentric of self, you know, and not having that ability to go beyond the needs of what's in front of me, and not really having like that voice to speak, and not feeling safe to even want to speak and just be, but having to, you know, be like everybody else in a sense, you know. I think that creates a lot of stress.
Something about like homogenizing culture, like that there's because of all the compartmentalizing that can come from our phone or seeing ourselves instead of in relationship to each other. We have a different societal norm and standard that's coming through like our phones, through our images. Yeah, that's causing us to have an idea of who we should be. And it does. I mean, and it has a huge effect on mental health and stress. Yeah. Anything else we didn't mention already? Mhm. 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 So like in a way you're saying like almost chemical science in all of its forms, how it impacts our environment and how there's an unknown quantity about how that's affecting our physiology. Mhm. Mhm.
Do you understand the classroom is designed to elevate sound? So if you're having side conversations, it can be really disruptive.
Okay, yeah, great, yeah, it's true, like, we just don't know what all of our chemicals, whether it's in medicine or in the water or in our industry, how they're impacting our endocrine system or our body in general. Well, I'd like to do our case study, just to give you an idea how I think and process and use some of these ideologies between the endocrine system and how I understand it, but then also phase of life and how we sort of use it as metrics for understanding a case. And then know that I do know how to write a case study, but I am doing this in a colloquial way to show sort of a casualness, because I feel like when we do a case study, we want to do it in a professional way in order to show for research purposes a whole bunch of aspects, but I don't want to speak for my patients. And I wanted it to be as authentic as possible in the patient experience. So I'm writing it in a much more casual way, okay? So this was a man who started with me at 45 years old. His weight at 45 was 240 pounds, and he's 6'1". And he was having what he called reoccurring prostatitis every 2 weeks, and he was having to take reoccurring antibiotics from his urologist. The first bout of prostatitis was at 35 and was a single incident. At the time of his first appointment, it was reoccurring every 2 weeks for more than 6 months. Oftentimes it presented as frequency, distension, interruption of flow, and exhaustion. Usually a UTI would be present and there would be burning urination and a positive urinalysis, but it was rare for it to get that far. He would feel better by day 3 of ciprofloxacin, but the doctor would have him take it for 10 days. His PSA was always normal. His MD said that his prostate was swollen when assessed by digital exam, but was not examined in any other way. Pressure in prostate was constant, and even without infection was usually a 2 out of 10. So he had a constant awareness of like sitting on something or a swollenness there. The frequency of urination at night was extremely frustrating. It was 2 to 3 times at night, and he came for more options of treatment and hoped for more tools to stop the frequency and the use of antibiotics. Also noticing changes with sexual stamina and strength of erection. He was also worried about his liver health with the reoccurring antibiotics. And it was really all the urologist would do. It'd be like, okay, just call us every time you get a urinary tract infection, and we'll just give you a high dose antibiotics for 10 days and then call us again. Well, then you'd be off the antibiotics for 2 weeks without any probiotics or anything else to stabilize. It just started to become this constant in his life. His personal history. He was a very busy father of 2 boys in elementary school. He and his wife had very demanding careers. His wife had to travel often. His mother was living with him at the first several years of treatment. She had dementia and is now currently in a memory care facility. He had a history of low back pain from L4 to S1, and his back goes out every 6 months or so. Had to stop surfing because it was getting aggravated. Would golf and do some yoga as his primary activities. Had a broken arm, broken left arm 3 times, arthritis in big toes bilaterally, a vasectomy May 2013, and a tonsillar abscess in 2017. His CT scan showed normal kidneys, calcified granulomas in the spleen, and diverticular disease in sigmoid colon. Everything else looked normal. So I wanted to give you guys some blood work. I love looking at blood work, so, I wanted you to see some interesting things, like in 2018. And I just kind of pulled the things out of his blood work that were like slightly abnormal or just were kind of like head scratchers. His white blood cells were low. Actually, his red blood cells were getting close to in range low. His ALT was low. So his liver function was low. His cholesterol was high, 283. Triglycerides 65, HDL 67. His LDL was 203. I drew because they hadn't drawn his thyroid, so I wanted to see what was going on with his thyroid with his level of stress. See how he was adapting and what kind of energy he had from his thyroid, just to see if that was in play, because he was gaining weight, he was having all this other stuff go on. And then I did his testosterone because nobody had done his testosterone. Like, I think as a bare minimum, when somebody's having reoccurring symptoms in their prostate, there should be a sonogram of the prostate. There should be some visualization of the tissue. But if you have a okay-ish urologist who's not worried and your PSA is not elevated, they just do digital exam and give you a couple of options. And usually they give you very few options at first. If you have a great urologist, they may give you a lot of options, but for the most part, it's sort of like, call me when you need antibiotics. When your PSA gets wonky, we'll talk. You're not eligible for surgery yet. I doubt you're that swollen. Wait 5 years and we'll do a procedure. Is pretty much what they were lining him up for. By 2020, white blood cells still low, red blood cells still low, liver enzymes slowly going up, but still on the low end. Cholesterol better, triglycerides better. That all looks a little bit better, and the PSA was a 0.6 at that point. 2023, white blood cells are just always low for him for some reason. And it's weird because you see those granulomas in the spleen. These are the kinds of things that are like so fun for us, but actually mean nothing to everybody else. And we don't really know what they mean, but you're like, dude, your spleen. I don't say anything because I don't want to give them like some sort of fear, medical fear. So I don't bring it up. But to me, that's interesting, right? Like, what are those calcifications in his spleen about? Why is white blood cells chronically low? Right? So that's interesting to me. Anyway, his total cholesterol by the time we were at 2023 had changed, and it's because of medication he was put on. Let's see, did I have the medication here? No, it's medication on it. Next slide. Oh, is it right there? Oh, that's right. Okay, I did a mutual a little bit differently. So yeah, so you can see that the statin came in on 2023. And he'd done red yeast rice for years. They went on the statins, and you can see the impact of that, right? Like, I mean, it did what it says it's going to do. The total cholesterol was 178, which is good. And he did not have any side effects to statins. I do have patients who do have side effects to statins and cannot be on them. It's one of those things, it's like, life has to be worth living. We need these people to be healthy. Their lives are very spread thin. They're super busy. It's like, which level of medicine do we need to use when, and when do we have the opportunity to change things? I don't need to be a hero, and I don't need them to only do herbs to have their whole lives work out. We need to pick and choose what level of thing we can handle, and then what side effects we can handle, and how we can help them balance it out. So I do not have any strong yes or no's about any medication use. I am here to help support people to get through their day and have a digested life experience so that they can live to their fullest potential, however that is. So I'm not a right, wrong thinker about Western medicine. I see what choices we have in front of us, where the ship is sailing, and what level of intervention we need to have in order to correct the ship. And his cholesterol was going nowhere good. Why not use a statin? If there was going to be a side effect, then we would stop using it, but we at least try it to see what impact it made. And I did make the right impact. And then by 2023, they started using, and I don't know if you guys know about this, and I'll show you some research here in a little bit, the low-dose CEUS has been a game changer in men's health. So it's an exciting frontier. There's all sorts of other things we could say about it, but I'll show you some studies on low-dose CEUS. So what they're doing is they're giving low-dose CEUS instead of like, what is it called? Flomax, or the different ones just for urinary flow, because the Cialis will help with the erectile dysfunction. It's almost like a homeopathic dose. So they're getting a daily homeopathic dose of erectile dysfunction medication, but it also helps with the BPH. So it's kind of interesting. And for him, it really worked really well. I'll show you in the case studies. I wanted to kind of show a study or a case where I've been working with a person for years and years, and there's different iterations. So I see him approximately monthly since he was 45. And so I just kind of captured several of the treatments and to see how life and time changed, because I want us to have realistic expectations. Like if I just showed you 5 treatments of any of my patients, you'd be like, Jamie's a great doctor and she cured the thing. And you're like, yeah, but life keeps going and they keep coming. And it's like a 15-year relationship and all sorts of things happen and all sorts of things change. And family members pass away and kids go off to college and everything happens, and the highs and lows of that metabolizing your experience and your stressors changes your symptoms, right? And so I wanted to be realistic about what long-term treatment would look like, because I think what we bring to the table in terms of this stress regulation for middle age is if we could see them monthly and we can knock them out and or reorganize their hormones. What I always tell them is I take the brick out of their overflowing bucket, and then when they put their brick back in by the time they see me next month, right? Their bucket's overflowing. I just remove the brick from the bucket. The bucket has some room, and within a month, their bucket's overflowing again, and they should see me again. That's how their stressors are. We try to rehabituate the stress body, knowing that most people need to work. Most people need to be available for their kids day and night, or have all these things in their life that they're accounting for, and they're not going to change that. They're not going to become hermits. It would be inappropriate to become a hermit. It would be inappropriate to leave their life just for less stress. They got to hang in there. They've got to have a way to hang in there, and we're a part of their team for that, right? So I want to show from that perspective. So the first treatment in 2018, when he was 45, he had frequent urination, constant pressure in his prostate between a 4 out of 10, sometimes 2 out of 10. Ciprofloxacin, he was on day 7 when I saw him out of a 10-day treatment. He had constipation because of the antibiotics, and I gave him acupuncture and herbs. I gave you kind of an idea of what kind of acupuncture treatment I would give. I tend to start external and go internal, like I explained before. I kind of have my own idea about how that all works, and that could be maybe for another class, or you can pick my brain about that later. And then I use blends, and mainly tea pills and capsules, because my patients are not going to drink teas. There's nothing I would love more than to have antique, authentic Chinese herb cabinets that I pull open and I pull the gecko out and I crush it lovingly. Like I would love to do that for every single person. There's no greater joy than the lovingly infusing a beautifully wrapped package of herbs. In San Diego, and I'm sure it's the same here in San Jose, there are a lot of very authentic practitioners who come from deep and long lineages. People go and see them. If they want that level of care, they know where to find it. I'm a middle of the road, white old lady from the Midwest, doing some hybrid of medicine. I'm the doctor of traditional Chinese medicine. I know my stuff. But I'm there for the people who are sort of in the middle like me. They've got kids, they've got careers, they're running from this place to that place. They need to be able to get on the herbs for the thing, but they also need to make it to soccer practice right on time, or that coach is going to yell at them. They're always that mom, and everybody hates them because they can't show up on time and they really need the herbs. I use tea pills. What's extraordinary about tea pills in my lived experience, and nobody would tell me this, they work amazingly. Like, I don't know what everybody else is saying and doing, but they work amazingly. They work incredibly for my patients, and I've got blood draws to prove it. I am changing the physiology of people and using old school tea pills from Mayway, blue poppy capsules, traditional formulas. I love the Shanghunlin, so I tend to be adjacent to those formulas or golden cabinet, but old school traditional formulas used in a straightforward way. So in this case, I started with Cystoquel, which you can see is like, a Chai Hu based formula. It's got your Chai Hu and your Bai Shao. And it deals with direction. It's got Huang Qi in it, but it also has Huang Qin. And, it moves and harmonizes and disperses, right? I always use cranactin at times like these if there's recurring infection, just to reset the urinary pH. Cranactin at night. So cranberry pill at night resets the urinary pH, so you're less likely to grow stuff. Sometimes I use something that has an anti-adherence to it as well, but cranberry works just fine. And then calcium, magnesium I give to a lot of patients, and I sort of have a thing about that in terms of hydrating, making sure that they have the right electrolyte balance for water movement, movement of water and inflammation. By the time I saw him, just, 13 days later, he had to go on to Bactrim. He did it for 21 days because his MD did another urinalysis, and even though he didn't have very many symptoms, he was still positive for bacteria, and they really wanted to clean out whatever was going on. He was feeling much better and had slight back pain. He had not started the herbs the last time I saw him, which doesn't this always happen? They like go to the doctor, they get the urinalysis, or like, you're like, you didn't even take the herbs yet? Come on, bud, have some faith. Who knows, maybe the urinalysis would have shown a positive anyway, right? Because it would have only been a day of herbs, but whatevs. That's how it was. Finally started his herbs after the second treatment, after lots of convincing, because, this is woo-woo, and he was uncomfortable with it, and it was kind of a strange thing to do. Developed trust, got him on the herbs. By the third treatment, I switched herbs in between the treatments, hoping to get more symptom relief. I switched them, this is how I do it in my clinical notes. So Jiaowei Xiaoyao, right? Like this is, you guys should all know Jiaowei Xiaoyao. And then Lu Wei Di Wan together. And he felt much better. And he no longer had a lumpy rock he was sitting on. And nighttime urination was back to normal, maybe one time a night, no back pain, stress levels, and we were good. There's Jiaowei Xiaoyao. Yeah, you should know those. If you don't know those, go back to the beginning and start. Again, I'm pretty simple, right? As deep as I am, I do pretty simple stuff. I saw the patient monthly for some time. In May 2018, he had changed his diet and lost 10 pounds. And he had no more symptoms or infections for that whole time, from February until June, when he started losing weight. I find, and I'm sure you guys find all the time, when you use a harmonizer, like Jiaowei Xiaoyao, people reorganize their closets. They can all of a sudden have a little bit of space to start that exercise routine that they always wanted to do. They usually start to engage in harmonizing activities, and oftentimes they have that space to be like, no, I really should be doing this. And then they do it. It's kind of amazing. Also, I think that I don't know, and we would have to test this. This would be a great capstone, but it would be cool to do cortisol, serum cortisol levels, probably saliva, with Jiaowei Xiaoyao one, and just see if it reduces cortisol, right? Because it's a hormonally adaptogenic harmonizing formula. So my guess is it would help protect us going into cortisol. That's my hypothesis, because hormones change on it in a gentle way, just like a point or two higher, so that like there's just that room, that space. Let's see. But suddenly after the, maybe a year later, he all of a sudden had his first like big erectile dysfunction moment where he couldn't maintain an erection for the first time in his life. And so that 46, and it happened twice with intercourse. He was still, right before that, he was still waking up in the morning, having occasional erections in the morning, which is important because that's part of your hormonal cycles as a man. It's a good measuring stick for what your hormonal body and testosterone are doing. 2 months that had stopped, and then all of a sudden he couldn't maintain an erection with intercourse, and it completely stopped, and of course he came right in. They were starting to head less strong, which is normal. It is totally normal. But yeah, all of a sudden an abrupt change. He was under very high levels of stress at that time. Let's see. He had stopped the herbs after quite some time, so he was not on herbs anymore. Stress levels were high. All of a sudden, boom, this was happening. So now we've got, like, I don't know, it depends on how you think about it, but you could say it's obviously the same channels, same loop. There's no bacteria, there's no infection. But we've got kind of the same dynamic happening again with a high level of stress, slightly different symptoms, right? We're dealing with the liver channel, we're dealing with the kidney. It's hitting the same place. Like when he was in his earth element phase, his back would go out. His low back would go out at first. And then it was the prostate. And now all of a sudden it's erectile dysfunction. It's all happening in the same area. And it seems to be where he places his stress or how his stress manifests itself in the disharmony. I put him on Tianwan Bushendong at night because, again, we are talking about Baomai, heart and kidney not communicating would be another way of saying something similar. It gives that impulse of making sure that the heart stays connected to the kidneys. I know it's not a traditional like testosterone formula. I know it's not, I could do something cooler if I thought about it, but with his pulse and with everything that was going on, that was the right formula. And that's the thing, is nothing that we ever learn should be like cookie cutter. You shouldn't just be like, oh, it's obviously this because he needs testosterone. No, you still do the pulse, you still read the room, you still understand what is happening. I don't remember, and I did not have in my charts what the very high level of stress was at that particular moment, but it was something probably that separated heart and kidneys, right? Maybe it was something, there was several falls with his mom or moments with his mom as she was entering the early stages of dementia that were really disturbing. There's things like, life stuff that would happen that I obviously thought that that was a piece of it. But within just a couple of days of treatment, he was able to have morning erections again. And we resumed monthly treatments and herbs, and he was able to have intercourse again, although still not as hard as he used to be, still not as erect as he used to be, but was able to have sex and was happy with what was going on. Which, looking back on this, that's what's funny is like I was writing this for you guys because I know what happens next. And I was like, oh wow, that worked. Cool. Like, what was I thinking back then? I don't even know. That's a nice thing about looking at your old notes. And I would say just like pick a chart and start at the beginning again and look at yourself. Look at what you did and why you were doing what you did. Yeah, sure. Yeah. So the way that I tend to do my points is I base it kind of on 6 divisions, and I try to get people there and in the room with me. So I usually start either Tai Yangish or Xiao Yangish in order to get the body, get the pulses regulated, and to get them there and in the room quieted so that then I can actually really get to know them and understand them. So it seems like maybe not obvious at first, but I use a lot of gallbladder 20, UB10. I do usually something along the occipital ridge, and then I ground it out somewhere along the lower gallbladder channel. I find that by putting that there, all of a sudden the person, because acupuncture is a gesture. And the first gesture I need in order to assess what's happening when people are coming in off of 80 miles an hour driving to my office and all of their stuff and all their cell phone stuff and all the things going on, I need them to lay down and I need their energy to settle. I need them to get here. So it's my gentle way. I don't do dachi on any of the points. I'm a very light needler with very thin needles. I gently get them here. And that I find works really wonderfully. So I do that first, or I do like, I really like UB10-ish, something along here. I sort of look for, I do a lot of tactile for my point. So I look for pressure, funky stuff. I tend to do almost like Japanese type channel diagnosis where I'm rubbing and looking for the juiciest spot or the most efficient spot. I needle that. And sometimes I'll even ground them out using UB62. Something to pull them here, get them present, get them on the table, get them tracking with me. So I always just call that the getting here points. So those first 4 points are usually just get them here. And then I usually do LI11, mainly because I live in a hot, dry environment, and LI11 is really lovely and appropriate as like the handshake to get to know them. A lot of times I have to take heat out of the pulse just to get the pulse somewhere near where I need to hear it to find out what's happening in the inner body. Try this with your patients. I find that if I sort of take the edge off, reorganize the heat of the body, and then take the pulse again, I get a much clearer understanding of what's happening. Usually by the time I get to the LI11 or the stomach 40, in this case, stomach 44 for sure, the person has changed dramatically already. They're talking about other things, they're slowing down. We're starting to really get into sometimes even like the bigger problem, the bigger stress, the thing that they really need to talk to me about is present. And so I'm doing this while I'm chatting. I'm just, Winnie the Pooh, hanging out, talking, gentle. comfortable silences, let them show me what they need today, and their bags start to unpack. Then I do the deeper treatment. I do what I'm treating either in terms of chief complaint, what they're coming in for. And so those will be the last several points that I do. And those are to me, the real deal. You know, everything else I'm just kind of cleaning up, tidying up, organizing, making sure that the energy is running smoothly in the more yang areas. And then we go into the yin areas, and that's where we do the work. That's where the things that are available to untangle, the things that are available to reconnect, if they'll let you in, if that's appropriate for the day you're in. Just because I can think it and just because I know that's the disharmony doesn't mean I'm going to needle it. The person has to be along for the ride. There needs to be consent. And it doesn't have to be overt consent, but there has to be some sort of level of understanding of where we're going and what we're doing and why. So if I hear in somebody's pulse a major disruption, and I know that I get the feeling and the impulse and the pulses match that this person has major sexual trauma, for instance, it's none of my business to plug that in without them. None of my business. I am not into healing crisis, and I'm not into, and there's room for that. And I go to practitioners for that, right? I go to practitioners to plug me in the ways that I can't see. I am not that practitioner. I help you get through your day and make you feel better. And I help to bring some awareness into your life so that you can heal yourself. But I don't plug things in that are very deep that I know are missing just because I can hear it or just because I know it's there. And I don't over imagine scenarios, even if I feel them, even if I feel them in my body. I don't overstep the boundary of what the patient wants to share with me. I don't care how psychic any of you are or how psychic I might be. It's none of my damn business. Okay? And that doesn't mean you're less wise. All the wisdom in the world is meeting a person where they are and sitting with them exactly where they are. And then if they happen to ask you what you might do in order to get to the next part of whatever journey they're on, if they ask you for a little bit of a direction, sometimes I give it, sometimes I don't. The next time they come in, they usually start there. Hey, I was thinking about that thing we talked about last time, and you know, there's this time when I was 5 and this thing happened, and da-da-da-da, and it's available. And when it becomes available, I happily hold the space for that availability, and we can meet it there. So I just want to say it that way in case anybody gets it twisted. Does that make sense? Or how do you guys feel about that? Yeah.
That does make sense. I'm sorry, I just wanted to ask you a question. I noticed that you're doing the red mile on here. Do you ever consider doing like opening up the girdle or the trunk?
Yes. When his back would go out, like, so I don't do all the things, but like on the days where his back was unstable, he starts surfing again. And then like there's just the physiology of surfing and the pop up and the like paddling out. As that starts to hurt his low back, yeah, I would be doing girdle. Yeah. I consider when I'm using UB62 in this way, I consider it as a Tai Yang opening versus a do channel. So I'm using it more in a lighthearted sense and in a more external way. That's the other thing is, where are you going and how are you getting there, and which way do you understand the point in the moment you're in with the person? These points all have extraordinary depths and extraordinary superficiality depending on what you're treating. And then I have points that I specifically use because of season and time of year and weather. So it could be, it was just a day where the Renmai was just really, there's the obviousness of the prostate and erectile dysfunction in the Renmai, but also in a hot desert, sometimes the yin, the innermost core yin, especially if it's super hot. If we're stomach 44ing somebody, there's a hot heat that could have been happening, a desert heat happening on that day. And it was essential for most of my patients to get those points. So that's why I didn't hold too strongly to the point combinations I did, because of my understanding of needling somebody in that way. I think of my points the same way I think of my herbs. I'm making you a meal today. What delicious meal would be nourishing for you in the time and space we're in? You know, like sometimes you need, watermelon juice. Sometimes you need the best bone broth you've ever had with scallions on top, and you're dispersing you're clearing heat while nourishing with hot. Like there's ways of looking at it that way. That's how I think of my points. I take them with deep poetic seriousness, but I am pretty lighthearted when it comes to the treatment in that way. Yeah, please. Sure, yeah.
I didn't want to take too much time, but I think it's very important to know, because lately I came across with a patient. She's a worker stump. She's Chinese, and apparently she has been getting acupuncture treatment for last 15 years, and she's terrified to the acupuncture treatment because the place where she was sent to Burlingame in our area, the doctor said the more needle is better for you. So they put a lots of needle. I almost said nothing right now, but then I think it's very important for us to share this because the patient was so terrified to the needles acupuncture, but she doesn't want to do other things. So she kept going back to her adjuster, keep telling them they want to actually want to have acupuncture. So the first treatment I did for her is nothing to do with her pain treatment. And I just need to invite her back to open up the space. And she was so scared that she can't even talk about acupuncture needle. So I even said, I'm not using needle, I'm using acupuncture. So I'm changing the word in this way. Then I did a more other treatment rather than the acupuncture. Then I finally put just 3 points and I let her sit. She said she felt so much better. She opened her up. Next time she came, she totally is much open. The third time she's now back. Each time I added more and more, but there's some other calming treatment I need. And then in addition to that, then there are a few people I came across because they come to me, they already tried a few more acupuncturists already because apparently their doctors say the more needle is better. So they use a thick needle or long needle.
Or dachi at a really high
Yeah,
level.
30, they use a lot of 30, but they really terrified them. So just come to the point of the space, the time, and the patient also especially listen to the patient. Really is not how long the needle is not the most important thing. Even then I downgrade, I tell them I use baby needle, I use the sarin, then I use the 0.5. You just need to have a minor insert, but listen to that just to combine all together. That really opens the door, so hopefully that helps.
I'm grateful you're saying that. Yeah, I mean, in this case with this patient, he had no problem with needles, but I make sure I read the room on that too. And I do magnets. I have patients that I have been seeing me for years who only take 4 needles, and they know exactly which 4. And they will tell me exactly which ones. And then I put magnets on them. I do, some sort of hybrid Reiki situation. I everybody gets a full treatment. We figure it out. We work together. I am such a lightweight needler that although it looks like I might use a lot of needles, the experience is very soothing and settling. In fact, I tell them that I'm not doing my job if they can feel my needles. And I say, if anything lasts, if it's sharp or uncomfortable, or you have too strong of a sensation, my job is to make you go to bed. If you can't nap with what I've done it wrong, and I will remove them. But that's again just that's not to say that there's anything right or wrong. That's just who I am and how I am. And what's nice about this artistry is that you get to be yourself in it, and hopefully patients will come to you because you're needed. That patient needed you. You learn to needle differently and regain that trust and therapeutic relationship. Yeah. What were you gonna say?
How do you do treating that? Sometimes I have a patient that treats her hip, and I do her down over it, and then I walk in, and she's just face down in the thong on the table. And I have other patients that one particular patient, she wears long pants and long feet, and I just slides down on the table and ready to nap. And those are the 5 places that I have accessible. I just here, and I don't really push oh, can I access the upper feet? How do you balance using the places how to use, but also
Sovereignty. personal
Yeah.
sovereignty and how you, I do this. It's funny that you mentioned that because my autoclass, what the person makes available to me is where I enter the treatment.
Yeah.
There are times where I do ask, but I gently ask and I'll say, hey, there's a couple points like here or there. Is it possible that we can use them today? And if they just say, oh yeah, sure, blah, 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 and they'd be like, cool, great, cool. But if it's somebody who's very stoic, or there are so many points on the human body and they are all so poetic. I actually enjoy the challenge of trying to figure out a new way to treat somebody in a different way while still getting the job done and using my creative mind to move with them. I feel like that's actually part of my artistry, and I should be able to do that in some way. I have patients who will not let you needle their feet, right? Like they just will not let you needle their feet. And you're like, but all the good stuff, like all the drain clearers are in the feet. Like if you want to clear a hairball from the system, you're going to use a foot point, right? And they're like in there with a hairball, literally. And you're like, okay, cool. How am I going to move this hairball? But I do like magnets and that sort of stuff. And I do other things to try to get it going, or like tweenaw type stuff. Yeah. Well, sometimes, they've got they've come in and they're telling you that they have a phlegmy cough in the morning and they're not sure if it's allergies or not. And they're laying down and you say, hey, do you want me to sit you up? And they're like, no, I should be fine laying down. And you get about half your points in, and all of a sudden they're like, well, no, it's caught in my throat, but you can't needle any of my feet points. And like my first impression is I've got it all stirred up enough that now if I could just go down to the feet and pull it out, if I could do, it depends on what kind of hairball we're dealing with, but like gallbladder 41, stomach 44, liver 2, liver 3, something to just like clear the drain out. Well, yeah, I usually do, or I do pressure or, something, but you're like, no, because the gesture now is you've got it moving. The gesture now has to be down and out. In this case, maybe it's up and out if they cough up something, but like usually it's down and out. So you need to pull everything down and bring it this way to get it out of the, or I suppose you could do like lung 7 and a life 4. I don't know. Anyway, it's part of the joy of our job. Actually, the complication of that, it's like, oh, can I be flexible? And how do I understand these points? And can I understand them differently and use something different? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, cool.
Like, let's say we know this weekend that where's all the changes, like, in a subtle way, like, we would down on. So when before they can bring down next, they can bring down and see if they actually.
Yeah, I feel like, and this is my own mind and my understanding at this point, and it will probably shift, but where I'm at in my life with my digestion process, there's so much coercion of especially women. I tend to let them be however they want to be, and men. I have a patient who's 62, a cisgendered man who has been married to his high school sweetheart, and they just finally separated because he's identified himself as trans only at home. And he's not ever left the house in any other clothing, but he comes to my office now. And I'm still calling him he because he calls himself he, and he doesn't understand the pronoun thing. He's just getting into it all. He hasn't quite, I'm like, well, sometimes he comes in, and he's asked me, he's like, well, can I come in as her name and as the woman that he is at home? And I always say yes. But slowly what instead is happening, he never used to do this, but now he's coming in and he's wearing women's underwear and laying on top of the sheet. And in my earlier days, I would have been like, this is getting kind of interesting. But I'm so happy that I can be a place where he can come in his pink little underwear after being a sailor his whole life and a Marine and all the things, and wear her cute earrings and anklets and cute underwear that I actually make a part of the treatment for me not to flinch in any way or cover him up. but I'm comfortable with that. My digestion process, where I'm at in time and space, the fact that he feels safe enough to have one other person, because nobody else knows, except for his wife who's now left. Nobody else knows. And so I'm the person, and I encourage, like, whoever you want to come here as, you're happily accepted. Come in all the ways. And I talked to him about the Tai Yang life. I talked to him about full expression. Is our medicine is about living in our full personal expression. And the way that we go through disharmony is by learning about who we're becoming and how to express ourselves. In my younger days, I would have thought it was getting kind of strange. And now I happily accept it. And if it gets weird, I also, as a practitioner, know how to handle that in a way that I have no problem with. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have some sort of apprehension at all in any way. If I were a new practitioner, I'd be like, well, this change is interesting, but I'm actually like, well, this is getting badass. Like, I'm happy that this is where we are in our relationship, therapeutic relationship, and I'm comfortable with it, and it hasn't gotten beyond my boundary. But I can clearly see how in other people that would cross a boundary that would be uncomfortable. So I don't know, but those are the kinds of weird nuances that happen, and especially after years and years of knowing somebody, there's these gentle changes that start, and you're like, okay, I don't know what ride I'm on. I'm still on it, and I am mature enough and have enough boundaries myself to be able to handle whatever happens next. So if this is the way that they need to be presenting, then great. My hope is that in the next several treatments, I get a really beautiful woman with her blonde bob wig on and her Daisy Duke shorts that she talks about with her toenails done, and we're in full expression, because that's where he's headed in his becoming, and that's who he tells me he wants to be. So we'll just see how it goes. And I've known him long enough that I feel safe in that, you know, and being a bridge for that sort of thing. So when you're saying about draping, like the people who inappropriately drape, you have the people who inappropriately do it all the time, and then you have the people who are overdone. And I just kind of go, where are we in time and space? Who are you today? How are we going to be together? And what do I feel safe and okay with? And I'm not suggesting you do anything that you are not safe or okay with, but I've been in practice long enough. I trust people and know them. I can read my room. I'm healthy and safe. I am fine in that. And I'm honored that somebody would want to show up in their like cute pink shonies and have me be one of the few adults who's seen them that way. So I don't know. Things happen. Is it time?
No, I'm gonna let you go. What, to say, so let's just adjust a little bit, and let's keep talking till 3, then we'll take a little 10-minute break, and then we'll have Q&A. Yeah, I'm at 4.
Got this one off? Oh, sorry. Okay.
Okay, you're perfect. Sorry.
Cool. Okay. So basically what happens in this, let's go back. So sometime in February 2020, there's a flare-up. We use Longdong Chegan Tong, which works really well for this sort of pattern. We did 10 pills 3 times a day for 10 days. There was no bacteria in the urine. I like to make sure of that, especially when we have reoccurring bacteria. Please don't just wing it and think that because the symptoms aren't there, you aren't doing damage. So I like to co-treat with doctors and make sure that we have follow-up. I used to, when I had midwives in my office, always just have the dipsticks and urinalysis equipment in my office. I don't do that anymore. I guess, I don't know. Anyway, so I haven't go to this doctor. And then once, you know, things cleared, we went back to a constitutional formula. Right at his 48th birthday, his mom had to move into the memory care facility, and he also had his first UTI in a couple of years, as well as a flare. I think that goes without saying. It's also fluctuating into the metal phase, 48 years. Yeah, it's going into late metal. He entered a period after that where he was vividly dreaming, unable to sleep, waking up at night, using the bathroom, but that wasn't the biggest problem. It was just the exhaustion from the no sleep and the heart fire and harassment. I love using DAOM for that. I think it works really well, and especially if there is BPH, urinary issues, DAOM at night is fantastic. So I use that. And I just kind of go through, I mean, like the next treatment, by the time I get into the next treatment, his father-in-law is going through chemo, the kids have a lot going on in school, his oldest son is diagnosed with autism. I mean, these are, I'm not to drill it in, but this is like how life actually is, right? School's finally made a team, everything's good, but all of a sudden prostate pressure is back. You know, nighttime you can't fall asleep after 4 a.m. Stopped his coffee, trying to get back, increase his water, moving again. Oh yeah, right. I live in a meat suit. I'm not an automaton droid, and I got to take care of myself, or this body isn't going to work. Which is the friendly reminder of late metal. Like, every time you fall off, your body's going to make sure that you get back into the groove. Let's see. We didn't need antibiotics. We did long darn Chiganton for the next flare. Oh, he broke his clavicle. I was, I think it was skateboarding. Anyway, like something silly with his sons, right? Like, so, like just because you could do it, if you haven't done it in 10 years, you want to go slow. Had another flare. I had to start Cipro around May or April or May. This sounds kind of boring, but I was intentionally doing it in a boring way to show how it actually is, right? By 7/22, we finally get our scope. We finally get a scan of the prostate in a scope. Hallelujah, we get to see the tissue and realize what's going on. I like seeing, what I would say to my patients, like, if your doctor offers you a diagnostic, do it. Like, let's visualize. Like, that's the most incredible like part of our time is the ability to visualize the inside of the human body. It's amazing. Let's do it. Let's see what's there. Treatment, lots of options. Diagnostics, do it. Let's just see what's happening. Also, you pay for insurance, and this is like, I mean, you have to imagine the great masters. If you fast forward and they were here right now, they would love an MRI machine. Are you kidding me? There's nothing about the holiness of antiquity that would be like, hey, I got a PET scan. Look, you can see the inside of the body. If they were like, I mean, you take, you know, pick your favorite ancestor in our medicine, and you fast forward and show them with a PET scan, like, come on, ultrasound? I mean, this stuff is amazing. It's absolutely effing amazing. We should use it. And then decide how to react in a moderate, reasonable way that, you know, we can wrap our minds around in a way that makes sense for who we are in our time and space. But definitely get it. Anyway, so it took forever to finally get it. And then he starts seeing a pelvic floor therapist, which if you do not have a pelvic floor therapist in your referral network, note to self, do it immediately. Everybody needs pelvic floor therapy. It is also the forefront of Western medicine. I think it's one of the few great things that we've added. And men's pelvic floor is pretty damn important. All of the muscles, all of the knotting right over the perineum, all of that is extremely important for men. So it's not just for women, it's not just for women's aging. The tightness of the muscles, the sitting all day long, the biking ridiculous distances, all the things, including stress and hormone health, super important. And it's amazing how much they change. Also, if they need a whole up procedure or some sort of prostate procedure, getting pelvic floor physical therapy afterwards. There are people who are within your insurance groups that can do that. They just need to ask their urologist, or better yet, if their acupuncturist has a referral network, you refer out, okay? It makes a huge difference. I would say as much as my treatments helped, the PT, the pelvic floor therapy, was tremendous in his healing and in his process for today. He like knows his exercises, he knows to do them. He gets that somatic connection between his pelvic floor and deep breathing. That wasn't something that, now maybe in your clinical care, you have time to explain all of that. I talk about it. It's not that I don't say that, you know, there's somatic practices, there's breathing practices. I hint at all of that stuff. But I don't have the time to do it at the level that the PT would ever do it, and with that connection, and it's covered by insurance in his case. So it gives it legitimacy in a way that he could wrap his mind around. And he starts talking to me about somatic practices. This dude who like would have never have talked about somatic practice starts coming in telling me about how his prostate's related to his TMJ, which is related to all these other things. And you're like, yes, you know, and I've said it. It's not that I have, but like it clicked with doing that. So he started to have a better understanding of that and a better understanding of that connection. He also got on the, further down as we go, he got on the low dose Cialis, which helped with all of that. And I mean, I see him monthly just in order to regulate all the things, knock him out, get him a good nap, check in about everything. If something's getting wonky, we cup it, we needle it, we do all the things depending on what's going on in the day. But what I like about this is although there's a lot of Western medical intervention and there's other pieces of the puzzle like the pelvic floor therapy, what I've done in treating him for this long is I've saved him tons of rounds of antibiotics. I've helped his liver. I mean, just the cost. I've probably saved him thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars and potentially increased longevity by having a bridge. Now, I think the eventuality of this is that he will have to have a prostate procedure, but that's also pretty typical in male aging that becomes something that may need to happen. The procedures are getting better and familiarize yourself with them. There's better and worse ones. There's more intervention and less intervention. There's ones with better outcomes. Know those things. But what we've done is I've staved off for many years during a phase of his life where things tend to poop the bed. We've staved off the need for a high level of medical intervention, which has to have a huge amount of merit. And at the same time, fumbling through this is not very sexy, kind of boring, seems suboptimal acupuncture, maybe even technician level. And yet look what we're capable of doing. And this is also just real life, you know, and we'll go on to see him and it'll keep going. Yeah.
Or like, you can now tell it's related to stress level, like how it took that whole process, like, oh, this happens when I get stressed out now, but how cool is that? Because like, that is bigger that he's like connecting the mind, body, everything.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and I mean, so I'll give you some more information about him. Raised in Kentucky, tends to be pretty conservative, lived in Korea, married a Korean woman, also very conservative, pretty normal upper middle class lifestyle in Southern California, works for a high level company where he's an engineer. So like, yeah, we get it. Like we see this, we're like, yeah. For this person to stay in treatment and then have that, like you said, to be like, I get it. I live in a body. And you're like, you do. And what you do with your body and how you do it matters deeply to you staying in regulation. And how many men don't get any help during this time? Their marriages start falling apart. Their sexuality starts falling apart. They're on constant antibiotics, and depending on whether or not they drink and what their other relative health and lifestyle, they're starting to damage their livers. Their digestion goes off the rails because of the overuse of antibiotics. They eventually get the procedure anyway, which is the end game probably no matter what. You know, like it just shows like gently how we can help.
Break for 10 minutes. And then come back.
Absolutely.
All right, so what's gonna happen now is we're gonna take a, like, actually an 8-minute break, everyone. And then come and sit in the chairs in the back and Jamie will do a Q&A. I'm gonna take this with me and we're gonna hope it's going to work off of just my computer.
Okay.
Or that computer.
Well,
We'll
and
take that computer, yeah.
the rest of this is a whole bunch of research around BPH so that you can,
Right.
I don't know if I really need to teach all of it other than the 3 sources for you guys.
8-minute break, everybody. Then meet back in those chairs while I.
I think so. Yeah, well, it's 2 days. Tomorrow is a whole other day. I usually do 120. I'm really scared that I'm not gonna have enough. I know. It's
You know, Brian Eno's ambient music.
no. Okay.
Brian Eno, they say he was kind of like the beginning of New Age. He wasn't New Age, but he was beginning, right? So
He didn't identify that way.
So I first was introduced to it when I was interning. I don't know if you guys had to do it. with an acupuncturist, herbalist in San Diego. He played it all the time. I played it all the time. And
So it's same idea though, like, yeah.
Writing.
I'm gonna look up
Yeah, ambient music. It's called Music for Airports.
music for airports.
Yeah, Ryan Eno. There's another band that did it. He did it with tape groups. Another band did it with actual instruments, but I like his the best. It's very spacious.
Okay, thank you for telling me this.
Yeah,
Okay,
you
cool.
might
I'll
like
listen.
it.
Oh, I'm sure I
And
would.
he's got another one called Discrete Music. And that one's good too, but ambient.
But you're sort of holding that same sort of
Did you say
auditory space.
15 years? You've been listening to the same?
Yeah, I've been in practice 18 years and I think it was like, you know,
I 37 years.
yeah.
It's always
Well, and it gets our minds into the right space too. Like it's hypnotherapy for all of us.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think half of the battle, like for them, is probation.
Mhm.
Because I feel like my office is it's like my chief EO is there.
Mhm.
It's, they walk in, they feel
That's exactly what I'm trying
they
to
get
emulate.
better sometimes.
Yeah.
A new patient,
Yeah.
I'm like, I do anything or I don't know. Like when I called you, I started feeling better. Like I don't know, maybe I'm unaware of any impact that I might have, but if that, you know, sometimes I think it's just from making that decision.
Mhm.
Like,
Or impact of like of habit spirit there. Like, have you ever been to like a Buddhist pilgrimage site? In Buddhism, they do something called Pura, where they walk around the path of, like, say, stupa or the Bodhi tree in Bodh Gaya. And I do this thing with my kids when we're there, where we step on the path and we step off the path. And even if you just step one step over, the habit spirit of everyone going around all the time, even if it's completely dead and it's at night and nobody's there,
oh,
the
absolutely.
difference of that momentum of people trotting that path so many times on and off of it, it's a tremendous difference. And I wonder about that. Like, you've been generating this
Yeah.
engine for so long, it's staying intact even when you're not there.
I feel like, I don't know, I mean, I have my style and do things, but yeah, it's like a flow, like a
You made your own little, what do you call it? Yeah.
So are you,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
one that's up there? Oh, you know. I can't show it to you because I think it's, we both stayed at both quality and they're there.
Yeah.
That's the one that. The one north, I know that thing. Oh, yeah. That was interesting. Yeah. Because I was like, let me see. And I was gonna say, that one, like I cautioned them. If it's that one, it is very nice. But like I say there, and like when I first pulled into the river, like kind of like a tattooing, gas station, and I was like, oh. And then I walked in, I was like, oh, this is so nice.
And there are people that themselves are nice. We're good. We're wrapping up. I saw the pause.
We're on 7 break and then everybody's moving to the back. Alex is working with Grant for her capstone.
Yeah, it's a lot about the actually. So you're like thinking through lectures, like.
I think the same way. When I met Grant, I was like,
Yeah.
and you shouldn't have it's exactly how I was reading. Of course, I refined my skills by reading. But I perceive it very similar.
Well, he's my main mentor. Okay, so I need to make sure you understand how you sometimes or like metal. When you're talking about metal. Otherwise, I'll be writing and writing. It'll come back to me like, seems like metal, and that's how I think I am. So.
What do you need us to sign?
Did you sign in?
I would love to read anything you're working on. So
Maybe I'll sign in my proposal.
that chair.
Definitely.
This is mine. This is actually yours. I'm gonna give it back to you. This goes to the left. So this one is also library. Well, yes, but we need that one. Yeah. we need that one still. We'll take that one to the back with us. I think it's- Anyway, yeah.
We'll flip one table backwards.
No, you're fine. I just gotta move all of this to the back.
You know?
No, I think I'll be okay. Let's grab this too much. I'll take this. I'm good. We are out of your hair. Just note that that's gonna go in there. I just need this because this is our connection with our folks. Okay. Hey, Gina, you're breaking the tables down, right? Okay, so they can leave their stuff here and just move to the back. Till 4:30. It's just, yeah. Okay, okay. So you can leave your stuff at the tables and pick it up at 4:30 when we break. I'm actually gonna sit here. Oh, so flip your chairs around. Apparently we're gonna be in the back. You're okay. Apparently you are. Yep, and we're gonna face this way. I'm gonna leave things here. I'll sit in the back. So I'm not bothered. Well, actually, let's move up there so that I can sit next to Dr. Jamie. Oh, can you just carefully take that up? And then we'll need two chairs here. Perfect. And we need two chairs, one for Jamie and one for I think we're only gonna be like 20 minutes. We've done it for 30. I need my glasses.
I don't know if you still need that or not.
All right, so you guys, I have to tell you, this is how tired we are. I'm looking at the screen, right? And I'm like, what are we picking up that's picking up the ceiling? And I'm like, fussing with it. No, it's somebody else's pin screen. Okay. All right, let me do this. I'm gonna pin you. All right, so thank you guys for your flexibility. Let me do a quick check-in here. Can my online folks hear me okay? Don't make me, because I'll call on you and then I can tell. Who's brave? Who's brave? It's hard to hear. What is going on? Let me do this. How's this?
We have an echo.
Yeah.
I can't control.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I turned everything off because Jamie was making me laugh and it wasn't working. Is this better? Okay, so I'm gonna turn this. For some reason, the school's computers isn't working well, the volume. So we will talk into this one while using this one, because this is the Zoomer.
So should I be closer then?
Yeah, I'm gonna
scooch.
Yep, there you go. All right.
Okay,
Okay, so
I'm ready.
let's, for the next 20 minutes before we wrap up, we are Q&A. This is not me. I'm just going to be writing in here your answers and stuff. Questions after today's lecture with Dr. Jamie. I know everybody ends up having tons of Dr. Sarah's hand is raised.
Earlier you said that a healthy pregnancy increases the vitality and longevity of a woman's life.
Mhm.
Like, what are your like go-to resources on more of the information? I know that could be like a whole class in itself.
Gosh, I have to think about where in the classics it mentions this. If somebody knows off the top of their head, please weigh in. But the theory goes like this. When you're in your first trimester of pregnancy, you make a half a liter of blood. Between week 28 to 32, you make another half liter of blood. You're in a hypermetabolic state and your bone marrow is cultivating new and delicious red blood cells. If you protect the health and vitality of the woman and help build her blood and her chi, she could make incredible blood for the rest of her life. And especially in autoimmune diseases, and I've had this happen a lot with my autoimmune patients, if it is what you perceive to be a blood deficiency, blood stagnant situation, and you have first trimester there in front of you, you can deeply impact the blood for the rest of that woman's life by working with the pregnancy and then protecting the blood during lactation. Because all lactation is blood without the red blood cells. So if you are building blood, moving blood, thinking about what the relative blood stasis issues are, you can change blood stasis during pregnancy if there's deep blood stasis, because what you've got a creek, right? Like you look at a creek and there's all these huge boulders in it and you can see all the boulders. One way you could change the boulders is by increasing the water in the creek to then erode the boulders. Pregnancy is a time in which if they're healthy and we are helping them and we give them resource and we educate them on this, so then they have not only the sense of having the healthiest pregnancy possible, but also an understanding that it could impact their longevity and health. They start to understand their blood in a different way. They start doing things that help promote their blood, their chi, and their movement. You can start breaking up blood stasis and change their hemodynamic. Pregnancy itself changes the hemodynamic of the person. And then how long that lasts for and in what way you can do that depends on how you nurture the person. And then preserve their blood and yin and chi postpartum and in lactation. And I would say that through lactation, and I don't know how exactly it works, so I'll have to think about it for a second. Not a second, like ponder it for a while. When you look at the pituitary and how prolactin works, while somebody is still lactating, you have this counterflow of blood and you also are still hypermetabolic. Women are more hungry when breastfeeding than they are when pregnant, right? And yet we lose weight and we can eat everything. Like I wanted to eat like all the things. I ate the whole time I breastfed for both of my kids and I was like a tiny, and I was able to run and do I was able to be really hypermetabolic, and you're still making a whole new blood supply during that time if you protect yourself. Now you could also injure the heck out of yourself with mismanagement. But as doctors of traditional Chinese medicine looking at pregnancy, yeah, it's one of my favorite things. Like you have somebody with, I don't know, Sjogren's, Raynaud's, with MS. I've had a couple of people with bipolar disorder that is blood deficiency, blood stagnation, and then they get pregnant. We have this ability to change dramatically those illnesses and their experience of that. Where I see the autoimmune diseases coming back is in the wobbly parts before menopause again. But I talk to them about cherishing their blood and protecting their blood and moving their blood, and they call me when we get it again. Because oftentimes they'll run through it depends on when they get pregnant. Most of my women get pregnant later, but they usually get many years where the autoimmune disease is quite a bit better. And then when we start to wobble towards the next pivot, the same rules apply. Different formulas, same rules apply, and we start to protect the blood and shape. If they fall off the game. Is that way too much? Did I say too much? Okay, that's its own class at some other point. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm good.
one quick question. So is it water is the last stage of the cycle of the human life?
Yeah, yes, but I think that, macrocosm and microcosm, you probably cycle through all 5 phases through the water phase, but the idea is that we end in water. Why, what are you thinking? Are you thinking about what I'm thinking about Tibetan death and dying and the ways that they look at the body changing?
Because this is a totally different,
System.
People always ask me what is the difference between Tibetan and Chinese medicine, right?
Yeah.
So this is one of the things for Tibetan medicine and you took the Dr. class. For us, the air or wind as
Last in the dying process. So when we do the Death and Dying Symposium in October, I'll run through what's in the CEUS. They have this way of the 5 elements in the active dying process and the way that they go through the mini cycle. So your water element in general, but in the dying process, they actually do it based on constitution and disease process, how the 5 elements exit the body. But yeah, anytime I've ever gotten teachings in Tibetan medicine or in Tibetan death and dying practices, it's a completely different 5 element understanding. And I guess it doesn't matter right now. I have the slides for the Tibetan idea of at the time of death, what's the last element to depart, which we could just talk all day about. Also another topic that could go on. But this is more like life phase. You end your life in a general phase in water, and then the death and dying process has its own 5 element phases involved. And I'll cover the CEUS version of that in October.
And in October, Lob Song is doing that.
Yeah, doing Tibetan.
Yeah, we have Tibetan representation on that.
Yeah.
I'm going to pivot to Ami.
A question in regards to some of your favorite ways to nourish blood, build blood, nourish blood, and let's say we say moving blood.
God, there's so many ways to do it. Where's the blood stuck and how is it moving, right? So getting it unstuck is a big part. My favorite way in pregnancy and the most gentle way that I build blood, and this is going to disappoint everybody in this room, Gaia liquid iron from Sprouts. It might be life-saving. It is the original herbal combination for blood building. It does not constipate. It radically changes blood work in 2.2 seconds. It's what all the midwives use, and I love it. Yeah, it's like it works. It's a huge part of my mom's health at this point, because it's easy to take. It's refrigerated. You take a shot of it in the morning. I always do a double dose shot in the morning. I use it maybe once a year for 3 months. You want to reinvigorate your blood. You want to nourish your blood. And as a woman who's losing blood still, I feel like I need to rebuild my blood supply. So I esoterically use Yun and Bayao to break up my blood stasis in alignment with my menstruation. And then I start liquid Gaia iron because I'm going to break up all the old thought patterns, all the old stuff. I'm a very blood stagnant person. If you saw my sublingual veins, you would die. You'd be like, oh, that's why she had TB as a child. Like, I am a very blood stagnant person. I do Yun and Bayao once or twice a year, and I follow it up with liquid Gaia iron because it is the quick and dirty way, slightly esoteric, slightly generic.
It works.
way of moving and building my blood.
So before we move on, I will give one caution to that.
Mhm.
Make sure you know your patient's
Yeah.
history. And the reason
Absolutely.
is that hemochromatosis mimics anemia.
Mhm.
And especially if a woman that's coming in and she's bleeding less and getting into menopause, and you say, "Oh, you're getting tired, you must possibly be anemic," and you have her start taking that, you're going to end up creating more problems. So always make sure that you know that what their ethnicity history is, so that you can see if they could possibly be that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I only give stuff based on blood work in that case. Like I have them bring in all of their medical information. So, yeah.
Add to that, can you tell your protocol for Yunnan, how you do this in Yunnan?
Well, how I do it personally for myself is I just do a regular packet. So know approximately when I'm gonna menstruate still, it's still predictable. And as soon as I feel it in my body, I do it the day before I think I'm going to start menstruating. And then I do it for the first 2 to 3 cycle days. I think it's 2 capsules twice a day for 4 days. And I start with the red pill. Mm-hmm.
I'm just curious how the Gaia listed iron is similar to from Florida.
It's similar. It's similar, except it's gluten-free
Oh.
and vegan. I think they're both vegan though. I think there's a gluten.
They have many,
They are.
many versions.
Yeah,
But Gaia is better because it's lasts longer.
yeah.
It's
And
not
it's
Longer in what way?
in terms of currently you have finished in the first 2, so the number day, but Gaia lasts.
yeah,
in the
30
period
days for
of-
Floridex.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the midwives turned me on to it and I love it because it's simple. In terms of tomorrow I'm gonna cover a couple formulas for blood stasis and building of blood for menopause and that sort of thing. But you're kind of asking me just in general. I use Swanzell Rentong for lining in IVF and there's lots of research on Swanzell Rentong to help improve lining for fertility. So that's a great blood builder. And it's interesting because we always think of it more for heart or anxiety, but actually it's an incredible blood builder for heart yin as well. Yeah. Let's see, what, yeah. Uh-huh.
This one, we had a little discussion about the joint health
Mhm.
and 5 elements and arthritis.
Mhm.
Are you covering this tomorrow or?
I'm not covering arthritis specifically tomorrow, no.
What about the 5 elements connecting with joint health?
What's that?
Joints with the 5
With joint
elements.
I'm not covering it so much, no. Why, is there something you want to say about it, Youngjun? Because I would love to,
No.
what are you thinking?
I know, I just wanna hear
Okay.
from you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not covering the joint health so much. I mean, I could say some things from my clinical experience, but yeah. Yeah.
I had a really similar case recurring UTI for a female who was in her mid-20s.
Mhm.
They put her on daily Macrobid.
Mhm.
And I met her through offering free, I just decided I was like, I'm gonna offer some free health coaching sessions in this Patreon group I'm in. And we started talking about it all. And of course, had to tread lightly because it's just a very informal thing, but for women, we started tracking them and it would come at ovulation and their report period.
Mhm.
So clearly it seems like an inflammation issue because it ended up being urethral syndrome. There was never any bacteria present. It was just this inflammation that would cause the pressure and a wanting to frequently go. What, with that, do you think that's also hormonal related and why then and the period and how that?
So if she was coming to me and she had a distinct time in which she was having symptoms, I would get a cycle day 3 and a cycle day 21. Because it's so, again, I've had low progesterone most of my life, but you don't think of low progesterone until maybe menopause and maybe right now in medical understanding. Progesterone has been largely ignored and everything's been blamed on estrogen. And actually progesterone plays as big a role, if not bigger. So if you're getting symptoms post-ovulation, especially around cycle day 21 or right before menstruation, I would check the progesterone levels. low progesterone levels, just like low estrogen levels, can cause tissue sensitivities and changes. And that could be part of it. Now, what to do about that is to choose your own adventure after you get that diagnosis, because, you know, there's plenty of herbs and different things we could do. And what's that? Voucher, yeah. That will work for some time.
Layer up.
Right, but the hormonal organizing underneath that. So I would probably have a 2-phase approach, sort of like what I showed.
From not happen, like if we could treat it when it would happen, like it would
Mhm.
just continue to happen, like this is all over soon, we're just
Right.
treating, I'm like. No acupuncture.
If you had a hormonally adaptogenic constitutional formula first and then treated when the symptoms come up, you would start to have sort of like the case I just showed you where, you know, 3 months, like that's their depot of disharmony. So when life gets really hard, that's probably going to be what hits for her, because that's the place right now. And until you change that lane through acupuncture and through somatic body practices, whatever that is, stop having that be the receptacle of your disharmony, right? Like in different phases of our life, we have different receptacles of disharmony, right? Like there's different places and different illnesses that track for 5 to 10 years until we shine light on it. We get some shen, we get some change there, and then it becomes something else. And then you're like, oh, now I guess I'm putting it over here. Like I've been so focused on, like for me, my lungs. I'm so focused on my lung health, you know, then all of a sudden it was my large intestine in my transition into metal, where like all of a sudden my large intestine health was the problem and it was no longer my lung, you know? So in that same way, we would want a basic constitutional formula along with some sort of somatic practices or acupuncture or something to start remapping the body to not have that be the receptacle or the place where everything lives. And the constitutional formula should help reorganize that. Yeah, and then the Dao one is the intervention.
I gave her like a 5 pounds meditation, but for the kidney. And I was like, cause she was, you know, she was pretty cool with like open to all that stuff. So that was really helpful. She was ready for that. And, it was like, I asked her about like, well, you know, when you feel stressed, like, what does it have to do with? And it was like, like instability, like fear, like all this stuff that we started doing with like, kidney meditation, like pulling glue down in here, just for like can't hurt. So, but that also helped her brain be more calm about when would happen. Like,
and also get
fear.
Not being in fear reduces cortisol levels, which allows for the pregnenolone to turn into progesterone, which supports the second half of her menstrual cycle. So that's kind of like what brings us right back to why I was talking about the endocrinology of our body. Like another way of saying that, I mean, we can say it in the Chinese medicine way, but another way of saying it is you've hacked her nervous system so that those hormones become available. And she can start producing progesterone again in a meaningful enough way. Like my number's 10. Progesterone in your reproductive life should be around 15 to 25 is about normal. 20 to 25 probably feels healthy for most people. I'm rarely over a 10. My functioning on all levels, stress, able to modulate stress, able to not wake up at cycle day 21 feeling like I've been hit by a truck. I used to always get sick or get a lung illness on cycle day 21 most of my life. If I can keep my progesterone levels at a 10, which sometimes is just yam cream from Sprouts, to be quite honest with you, and I have a yam cream that I have tons of blood work on that actually works, and we'll talk about it tomorrow. If I can keep myself at a 10 or a 12, I have a libido, I'm functioning, my hair doesn't fall out, my eyebrows are full, I'm not waking up feeling hit by a truck on cycle day 21, and my ability to tolerate stressors is better. Now, if I'm in high stress, there's no amount of yam cream that's going to prevent me from having a cycle day 21 episode, you know? So anyway, it's kind of, so yeah, it's a, how do we hack it?
It was also like interesting. I was thinking about her being in her fire time versus him and his. Like,
right. So Dao one is a better formula because it's fire imprinted.
It was really, yeah, that came.
So we have time for one more question, one more short question. Okay, go ahead.
Those of us who are not gonna be here tomorrow, will you tell us the end?
Oh, sure. It's really important that we all buy it because it's going extinct, because I think I might be the only human being who recommends it. I learned about it from my midwife, and it's called Progest Cream. I have to look it up. Yeah, Emerita. Yeah. It's been around forever and they've kept it a stable formulation. So in an uncertain world, and especially for using things from the grocery store, it's the only one that I have a whole bunch of labs on, but it does change your progesterone significantly. There's so many cooler, sexier products out there that look so much better, that are much more expensive and look like great herbal blends. And I want to buy them all. But I'm telling you, labs, time and time again, that product is absorbed. It's absorbed appropriately. I get very few side effects from it. And it moves the needle enough to make people within a range that supports their symptoms without bringing them to a point where they're overboard. And I use it for myself throughout my life. I'll use it because especially in women's hormones, it's every 3 months. I'll use it for a 3-month stint and then I'll forget all about it. And then I'll start to accumulate, like 6 months go by and I'm like, and all the stressors, and I'm like, it's happening again. I use it for 3 months and then I'll forget all about it. And sometimes years pass. Now, as I'm getting older, perhaps that will change and I'll start to need it more. And we'll just see how I navigate and self-regulate my stress hormones. But it's been an old friend. Yeah.
I gotta cut it off. Is it fast and short?
It is fast and short, just a real quick thing. What I've seen with topical progesterone though, sometimes especially with fertility patients, is it accumulates and builds, and when you test, their levels are way high and it affects their fertility. So that's been my experience.
With
topical,
Topical.
it stays in the fat, the excess that your body's used. So sometimes oral with fertility is better.
I've seen that with the pharmacologic creams, but I haven't seen it with the over-the-counter creams. But yes, you're right. Like in the compounded creams, that does happen. And I'll kind of cover that tomorrow. And I'll also say about the yam cream, which we'll talk more about. We also have tons of Chinese herbs that do the same thing. So it's not necessary to use the yam cream, and we're going to cover those formulas tomorrow as well. So it's not the end all be all. I'm just
So unfortunately, yeah, I have to cut it. What I will invite everyone to do, and even my online folks, if you have a question that you wish to have answered and it did not get answered, email it to me. And at some point in October, because the rest of my September is not, it's gonna be a little more stressful, and I know I'm not gonna be able to have a sit down with Jamie. Dr. Jamie and I will do a Q&A. We will record it and we will send it out to you. So if you have a question and you're not going to be here tomorrow, shoot me an email and I promise we'll get that question answered. And I also know that it'll probably, like, your 1-word question will go for 5 hours. So, so now the fun begins. Turn your chairs back around when you get ready to leave. You're going to pick up your stuff. You are going to find where there's a registration table somewhere out there. And register. No, I don't think it's there. I think it's this way because that's where the food is. It's towards the food. You're going to pick up a name badge. If you're staying, I suggest you stay at least sign in because you'll get a gift bag that's actually pretty sweet. So if you're like, I don't want to stay for food, get the gift bag. They're really cool. Even students. And we'll make fun of everyone who didn't. I'm getting them for tomorrow's students. Get your name badge if you're going to stay. Get your gift bag. There's going to be food. And then eventually we'll end up back in here for speeching. I would highly recommend at least eating. I will be here for the speeches. You can go home and sleep if you want. But yeah, so enjoy. And guys, thank you again. Thank you for coming. Thank you for participating.
thank you guys.
Hopefully you loved it.
Yeah.
Excellent, everybody.
How long are you here for?
I'm gonna try to do it like 7:30. Till 8. There's gonna be speech. Oh, and online folks, remember to use the link I sent you. This is not the link. Okay, oops, I gotta shut this off. This is not the link for the 40th celebration. So I'm closing this now. Hi.